Alright everybody, welcome on in. How are we all doing tonight? Okay, so for those that may have not been watching me for all that long, may or may not know that we do tier lists. We did our first one was at the end of 2020, and I had a lot of fun with it, and it's a really nice way to recap what we've played throughout the year. Do you see a Kiss game for PS1? Yes, you do. That is, your eyes are not deceiving you. Welcome in, Nikki, Epic. Anybody else that might be joining us? Yo, Bedroom, how are you doing? So yeah, we are doing a tier list for every game that we've played since January of this year. You can see them all spread out here. Hey there, Point. I'm gonna try and do this as quickly as I can, because, just for reference, at the end of last year we had 140-ish games. If I did my counting correctly, this is like double that. It's like 200, almost 280. So it's actually double what we had last year. So we have a lot of games to get through. I'm gonna just start. I think if I waste any more time, it's not gonna happen. So we better hurry up. Yo, hey there, 60. Scorching hot take stream. Yeah, it's gonna be one. Probably. There'll be some hot takes in here. But hey there, Dart. Welcome in as well. But let's just get going. Thrainer, thank you for the sub. Welcome on in. 9 months. Oh my gosh. Welcome in, Thrainer. How are you doing? Point as well. Welcome in. Dart, 60. It's good to see you all. So let's just get started here. I'm going to try and keep this as organized as possible. I'm going to do a little bit of rearranging off of the visible area. But let me zoom out. So I also did, as opposed to last year's list, you'll see that the actual spread of the different tiers is a little different. We've got basically S tier. I can't imagine we're going to use more than one line. But for A, B, and D, we have 2 lines. C, I made 3 lines. C used to be 2 lines, but there's too many damn games. I'm assuming we're going to need 3 lines. So I made 3 lines. F, though, I don't think I'm going to give too many games F. There'll be some Fs, to be honest. But there shouldn't be so many that we need 2 lines. I think with this current setup and the amount of lines of games I have down here, it should all fit. That's the assumption, that's the hope. Yo, hey there, Casino, welcome in. How are you doing? We are ranking every game that I've played this year. So we're just getting started here. I have yet to rank. But S stands for super, I guess. I don't know. S tier is the top tier level of game that we played. So anything that I think was really a defining title, it was a great title, it's gonna get an S tier rank. Yo, little guy, welcome in. So yeah, there's a lot of games here. Gex gets F. We'll see where Gex ends up getting placed. Yeah, we have the first Gex here on the list. But for those that haven't been here before too, or maybe weren't here the last time I did a tier list like this, if you use the tier list spoiler, you can redeem a game for me to rank early. I'm gonna just go in chronological order of when I played these. That's typically how I do this. But if you want to see me rank something and you have the points, Gex ain't go. Well, we'll get into it. Don't worry. We'll get into it. I did only play 1 Gex enough to rank this year. Lucy, bring good news. I saw it in the Discord. Congrats on getting unbanned. Good work on that. I'm glad Microsoft came to their senses. But let's get into this. Lucy, hopefully you're doing well as well. So we have a lot of games. Rank Microsoft. Well, I don't know how I can rank Microsoft. That's a little outside the scope of this tier list, I think. I don't know, considering your interaction with them, I wouldn't rank them very highly, if that helps. But let's hop in. I need to get started. We have a lot of games to get through and not a whole lot of time. So I need to get going and not ramble so long. Rank The Incredibles? You want me to rank The Incredibles first? Okay. Right. If you guys are not aware, The Incredibles was a game that one of my friends recommended I try out. It's right in here. Yo, hey there, Douglas. Not game show games tonight. Although we'll be ranking game show games. We will be ranking game show games. But The Incredibles, this is one that I had kind of high hopes for, to be honest. This is by Heavy Iron Studios. I really wanted to like this game. Let's just say I didn't like the game too much. It was a rough time. Heavy Iron Studios has done some good stuff that I actually end up liking, though. So this was even more disappointing for that reason. And while it visually was nice, it did a really good job presenting the world and the atmosphere of the Pixar film. I'm just bad. No, Lucy, this game is a broken mess. It was painful to watch. It honestly was. It really was. Point is on the money there. Came to bring good news and leave. Wow, get bullied. I'm putting this a D tier. I was really disappointed by this game. I wanted to like it. It had a lot of promise, and it just under-delivered in so many regards. Really disappointed by this one. Heavy Iron's done a lot better. The Incredibles was not all that incredible, honestly. Very true. It just really a big letdown, unfortunately. So, Incredibles getting D tier. Unfortunately, I gotta move this way up, so this is gonna take me just a moment. That's the other reason I don't want to do too many of these out of orders, because then I gotta hunt and peck for them, and it's gonna take a while. So I'm gonna try and do this in chronological order for the most part. But truly the first game we actually streamed and played this year was Bubsy 3D. And you might be thinking, well, didn't you put that at the end of last year's tier list? I did, but we did have a bit more experience with this game this year. In fact, the first night I streamed in 2021, I tried the speed run of this game, which was a terrible idea. I thought if anything, it would make me like the game more. It really did the opposite. I think I hate it more than ever now. It's not a good 3D platformer. It came out after Mario 64, unfortunately. So the blueprint for a good 3D platformer had already come out. Mario 64 holds up extremely well. Bubsy is proof that really just the devs didn't know what they were doing. And the speedrun, which I thought, like I said, would give me some kind of appreciation for the game, really just made me hate it even more. The one thing I will give it some credit for is the visual design, the art style. I kind of like it in short spurts. If you have to look at it for too long, it also gets annoying. But in terms of a game that's fun to play, it's just not fun. It's just not fun. It fails to me as a video game to be fun and enjoyable. So Bubsy 3D getting an F tier. Remember that 3D stream because you were in the ER and felt like you were having a painkiller-induced fever dream? Yeah, I don't blame you. It looks like a damn fever dream. Sure, APOC has it on S tier. I don't know. APOC was kind of struggling at the end of last night from what I saw. Was Super Mario 64 out when Bubsy was developed? No, they were being developed around the same time, Samino. That is a good point. I say that the blueprint for 3D platformers was out, but you're right. Super Mario 64 only came out a few months prior to Bubsy 3D. I think they actually delayed the release in order to kind of, I don't know, maybe let the hype from Mario 64 die down a bit before this came out, which obviously didn't really do it any favors, but Matt, it's F. I'm sorry, it's F. It's gonna stay F. It has to be. Yeah, I don't think even APOC was enjoying it. I don't know anybody that truly enjoys Bubsy, right? To like a major extent. I think you have to be kind of crazy in order to enjoy it fully. But there we go. Bubsy 3D, the first game we played 2021. K tier for Kyle loves it. Yeah, right, Matt. Well, we will be getting to another Bubsy later in this tier list. If you guys remember, we did play another Bubsy game technically. All right, Speed Punks. This was the first game of 2021 that I thought was actually decent. This is what I followed up Bubsy 3D with. Speed Punks is actually a very, very good racing game. I really like it. Casita, you think Bubsy's the worst character ever. I don't think the character inherently is that bad. I can see him being annoying to some. I don't think he's inherently a terrible character. But the game is just so awful. Like, it's just not fun to play. I've tried to have fun with it. Honestly, the only time it was fun was for probably the first hour or two. I'd say the first 2/3 of the game were actually sort of enjoyable. That last third kills it. And then having to do the speed run of it just made it even worse. But Speed Punks, this is a really good, dare I say, hidden gem of a kart racer on the PS1. I'm not going to say it's as good as Crash Team Racing, but I honestly believe if you've not played this game, if you've not played Speed Punks, you might be thinking, why are you putting it at S? I honestly think it's deserving of S. This game is awesome. It's, dare I say, almost to the level of Crash Team Racing. Excellent game. Made by Funcom Dublin. I need to look into what else they've done, because considering how much I love this game, I'd probably love whatever else they've put out. The squirrel from Conker's Bad Fur Day. What about the squirrel? I don't think Conker's... I like Conkers a lot, actually, as a character. I think Conker's a great character. I don't love his game, but I really like his character. Showtime. Do I know in advance what rank this or that game will have? No, I am... Well, I mean, I have a general sense, Showtime, but I don't have the ranks planned out in advance, necessarily. And I'm totally willing to listen to input from you guys, because I think a lot of you guys have been here for a lot of these games. I think... Some of you might remember them better than me. There are certain games on here that I honestly don't remember that well, because look, we've played over 200. Like, there's so damn many. My memory's bound to be fuzzy on a couple of them. But Dart saying, wow, what? Because I didn't like Conker. You know, I didn't dislike Conker. I never finished it. It didn't hold my attention as much as I was hoping it would. But I thought it was a pretty damn well-made game overall. Rank stripes are narrow and some are wide. Well, generally speaking, C should have the most, right? Because C is average. So C should have the most. A and B and D tend to have quite a few. And then S and F really should be like the best and the worst. You know, the best of the best, worst of the worst. So there shouldn't be as many in those. So I kind of tried to space them out, just generally speaking. Yo, hey there, horse. My robots experience was a bit fuzzy. I remember it was a good time in at least B rank, if not higher. Sure, we'll go with that. We'll go with that. We'll see. Let me put Speed Punks up in S, though. Yeah, Speed Punks, if you're looking for a PS1 kart racer and you've already played the staples, like, well, really Crash Team Racing. What else is a kart racing staple on the PS1? But, all right. Yeah, Batman Gotham City Racer. Oh, said wow about the racing game being S tier. I think it's deserving, honestly. It's one of the best racers that I've personally played. In fact, we could view some clips. Maybe we should view a clip or two while we're here. I can show a clip or two. It's honestly, like I said, one of my favorite racing games that I ever streamed. So let me show a couple of these clips. These are from Speed Punks. This is from my playthrough. Smurf Racer's a fun one. But check this out. This was like a photo finish from Speed Punks.
Ooh, baby. Did I get it?
Literally, I thought I didn't get
like
first.
Me there at the end. I'm not sure. But he's celebrating. So
we got some clips. I don't want to spend too much time on clips because clips do take a while and we have a lot of games to get through. But the other clip I really want to... This is probably... If you want to see what Speed Punks is all about... Oh, is this the same one? This is the same one. Damn. Two people clip the same thing. That tends to happen. This is the one I wanted. If you want a summary of my Speed Punks experience, this is it.
Oh god, I'm so nervous.
This is the final track. It's easily the hardest track in the game. One of the hardest racing game tracks I've ever had to play.
I can't.
Yo, hey there, Epic. How are you doing?
Holy shit.
So this is the final race in the game. Again, one of the hardest races that I've played in any kart racer. There's this shortcut here that I mess up. This is lap 3, by the way. I've been probably grinding this track for hours at this point. He speeds ahead of me. I'm able to get back in front. And we finish the game.
Holy shit.
You can tell. I spent a long time on that.
Destroyed that run.
That first place was deserved at that point. But yeah, that basically sums up the Speed Punks experience. I wouldn't say, if you're like a casual kart racing fan, don't hold yourself to this standard. If you don't beat this, it's not a huge deal. But
holy shit.
It's something you can work towards. No, honestly, it's so fun, and just getting that win was so satisfying after all that time. Definitely worth it. Hey there, Brian. How are you doing?
Are you kidding me right now?
But yeah, there you go. There's some Speed Punks clips. Just a few short clips. I thought we'd show off since they were worth showing. But yeah, Speed Punks S. I honestly believe it deserves that placement. 9 out of 10 IGN. I think it's fair. It's a really well-crafted kart racer. It really is. Horse with the hydrate. Thank you, Horse. Okay, so Batman Gotham City Racer. This is another one that I played at the tail end of 2020. Hellboy on PS1. That's still a shit. I do want to try Hellboy. What is it called? Asylum Seeker, I think? Anyway. Okay, Batman Gotham City Racer. This game, it's another F tier game. I think it's better than Bubsy, but not by a whole lot. I think in terms of scope and ambition, Bubsy's probably a little bit better. But I had more fun with Batman, dare I say. I had more fun with it. So we played about the first half of this at the end of 2020. You can go for A on on Batman? I'm not giving Batman an A. This game's horrid. It really almost doesn't even deserve to be called a game. The best thing about it is that it has clips from the animated show. Really what they should have done is release this game as just like a clips compilation from the animated show. The game is detracting from it, if anything. But horrible game. I'm a weirdo though, so I found fun in it, and I ended up playing through the whole thing. It has 50 missions, by the way. 50 freaking, I think it's 50, if I remember right. An absurd amount of missions. It's actually insane. I don't recommend you try and finish it. It's not worth it. But I had some weird, sick, twisted fun with it. So, finished it off. I can say it's F, though. Alright, next is Twisted Metal 2. I would argue this is about the pinnacle of Twisted Metal. If we're talking PS1 release Twisted Metal games. Because the first two games, if you're not aware, were developed by Single Track. They made 1 and 2. 1, I think, is a good game in its own right. I think I gave it an A on last year's tier list. We did play the first Twisted Metal at like the tail end of 2020. And we played Twisted Metal 2 very close to the beginning of the year. I mean, yeah, it was only like the third game we played. So, but I really do think this is the pinnacle. If we're talking PS1 Twisted Metal, this is about as good as you can get. I still think there are some minor issues with the game's design as a whole. I do have some more favorite Twisted Metal games, but they come later, which we will also get to, because I played nearly every Twisted Metal. Well, I played every Twisted Metal game, but I played nearly every single one this year. So, you don't like the first two? Clear that they were the first games in the series, but you like it more than 4. Yeah, 3 and 4. 3 was definitely... I guess we'll get to it. But I guess we can't really talk about 1 without talking about the others. We'll get to 3 and 4, but I will say they were a bit of a letdown to me in comparison. But that being said, I think 2 is a really great game. Some of the best maps in the game. The difficulty and the scaling was a little off at times. There was one level where I did have to cheat, which was ironic because then I went straight into the final boss, turned cheats off, and got it first try. So I don't know what happened there. Like I said, I think the difficulty scaling is a bit off, but there's Small Brawl, which everybody forgets. We will get to that one too, because we did play that one. But I do think Twisted Metal 2, overall a very good game, even if it's got some minor issues. It's a classic to me on the PlayStation 1, which is why I think it's deserving of A. I don't think it quite gets to S. I'm not even sure if any Twisted Metal quite gets to S. We'll see. We'll see how I rank some of the PS2 games, but I do believe it's deserving of an A. And also, if you guys are unaware, I know we don't have too many on the list yet, but I do try to rank these within the tiers as well. So like I put Batman above Bubsy. Read that generally as Batman's slightly better than Bubsy, but I'm not going to be focusing too much on it. Again, we've got a lot of games to get through. Various genres. We're going to be comparing a lot of apples and oranges. So it's not going to be totally there, but for the most part, if something's at the bottom of D versus the top of D, the bottom D game's probably going to be quite a bit worse. But, you know, still deserving the same tier. Okay, Crash Team Racing. Well, if I put Speed Punks in S, and I said it was slightly worse than Crash Team Racing, well, that pretty much answers where Crash Team Racing has to go. This was a total treat, and I'm really disappointed I didn't play this earlier. Really disappointed I didn't play it earlier. Wesley Incredible's got a 6.5. I think that's a little generous. I put it in D tier, but I could see a 6.5, I guess. CTR, yeah, easily the best kart racer on the PS1. To me, it edges out Speed Punks, of course. Although Speed Punks gets a lot closer than I think a lot of people would realize. I really do think Speed Punks is a good contender for a near top tier kart racer on the PS1. But CTR, just to me, knocked it out of the park. Great track designs. cool. I you know, as much as I don't like, you know, like open world kind of hub worlds in kart racers, I thought this one actually did a pretty good job with it. Yo, Sarzo, welcome on in. Yeah, it's tier list time. I have to get this done because we have like double the games from last year in half the time. So I'm like, okay, I need to start ranking some games. But it's actually middle of the year. Mindscan, welcome in. Welcome in. Build, you tried Pepsi Blue and it tastes like shit. Well, I've never tried Pepsi Blue myself. It's not exactly a glowing endorsement, but... But yeah, CTR, I don't really know what else I can say other than it's just a top tier kart racer. The drift mechanics and this are some of the most satisfying drifting I've ever played in a kart racer. So that alone, I feel like it's deserving of S. But yeah, great track designs, good character roster, nice presentation, good music. Just all around a really solid game. Deserves S in my mind. Okay. Then we got into some Xbox games. These are some like lesser known Xbox games. That I actually had a lot of fun with. Cell Damage is... I was kind of in a Twisted Metal vehicular combat phase. And I had been playing a lot of Twisted Metal, and people were like, have you tried Cell Damage? I'm like, no. In fact, I don't even think I'd heard of it. But I went ahead and gave it a shot. Bubsy 3D won't be on this list. It's on the list. It's right here. It's right here in F where it belongs. But yeah, Cell Damage... Yeah, because I played it. I did the speed run this year. Therefore, it's on the list. Anyway, Cell Damage. I played it last year as well as this year. Technically, since I did a different playthrough, I'm counting it. So that's why it's on the list. But yeah, it's still up. So Cell Damage. This one's, it's, you know, it gets compared to Twisted Metal, of course, because it's a vehicular combat game. Incredibles got D for big dick energy. No, the game bullied me, Sarzo. I did not care for it. I'm sorry if you liked it. I just found it a slog to play through. I did not enjoy it. Yo, Lehman. Found an obscure game for me to play called Pitball. Pitball, I might have to look into it. You remember it was rough? Yeah, it's rough. It's really rough. And unfortunately, a lot of that roughness kind of counteracts any of the redeemable positive qualities that I found in it. So I think D is fair considering my experiences with the game. Okay, Cell Damage. I did like this game. I didn't love it. In fact, I think C would be a little bit harsh. I think this is a B tier game. My biggest qualm with this game was the fact that unlike Twisted Metal where you have a health bar and you can take, you know, a considerable amount of damage before having to respawn, Cell Damage is a one hit and you're done kind of game. So you get hit once and then you get spawned back in. And I found that a little jarring. You end up dying and respawning a lot, which I wasn't the biggest fan of. I did like the cell shaded art style. I did like a lot of the art direction. The maps were a little bit forgettable. The gameplay itself wasn't that bad, but like I said, if you just added a health bar, I feel like this game would have been a little bit more my speed. I do think overall it's a decently well-made game. I think it's one to check out if you like games like Twisted Metal and you've kind of exhausted those options. You've already played all the Twisted Metal games like I have at this point. I think it's a decent alternative. It's kind of neat. Yeah, there's a re-release for it as well on the PS4. I think it's called Cell Damage Overdrive, if I'm remembering right. I haven't played that version. I played the original Xbox version. But there's a couple different game modes in this too, which spices things up, gives it some variety. There's a racing game mode in it that's not too bad, but overall, I really liked it. I didn't love it. I think B tier is fair for Cell Damage on the Xbox. It was also on GameCube as well. Okay, Mad Dash Racing. This one's a fun one that really does not get talked about that much. This is a on-foot racer. It's kind of like a kart racer. Oh, they're just called Cell Damage HD. I might be thinking of the GameCube version. I'm pretty sure there's a version called Overdrive. Yo, hey there, Rain Day. Dude, no worries. No worries at all. Still some good left. I'm glad you're here. Thank you for stopping in. But yeah, we're currently doing a tier list of all the games I've played since January of 2021 here. Overdrive was PAL PS2. Okay, thank you. I wasn't sure. I knew there was a version called that, but yeah, Rain Day, you never have to apologize for... I know how life can be, so I'm just glad you're here when you can be. Hopefully things are looking up. But yeah, Mad Dash Racing, Cool on-foot racer. Xbox exclusive. Developed by Crystal Dynamics. It was kind of a mixed bag. I liked the concept, and a lot of the gameplay was fun. But there were boss sequences that were really kind of whack, to be honest, to put it bluntly. Like, it just didn't quite work the way they should have. But, yeah, I've got a relaxing game music playlist on. It's 5 hours. Hopefully we don't hit the whole 5 hours. We're already 25 minutes in. I need to start moving faster, to be honest. But I also don't want to move too quickly and not expand upon my thoughts for these games. So it's going to be a balancing act. I'm probably going to have to go a little bit faster than I have. But yeah, Mad Dash, I think because it was a mixed bag, because some of the boss sequences were a little wonky. Yo, Mecha with the raid. Mecha, how was... I'm blanking on the name. Everything or Nothing. How was it? I was lurking for a bit. I was surprised to see Willem Dafoe in that. I had no idea he was in that. Hopefully it went well. I think I caught you on the second to last mission. You were like getting into the last one. Hopefully the last mission was decent. Solid B+ to the last level, which was a gauntlet. What is with those Bond games and having gauntlets right on the last level? I swear. What's the list looking like? Here's an overview. Actually a pretty decent spread so far. Oddly enough, all things considered. But we just put Mad Dash Racing in. Blast remembers this one. This was whack. Overall, like the concept. But yeah, some of the boss sequences were weird. Didn't quite play as well as they should have. Therefore, mixed bag. I think it's a C tier game. Mad Dash and it's jank speedrun. That I will probably never try. Yo, Launch. Yeah, Incredibles, I think deserves D. I don't think anybody's going to argue with me on that one. Incredibles where it belongs. Exactly. Exactly. Jackass would be S tier for you after... Wait, you met Steve-O? That's sick. That's amazing. We'll get to Jackass. I actually really liked the Jackass game. We'll get to that one, though. Okay, Godzilla Destroy All Monsters Melee. This was a surprising one for me. This was... Wait, actually, SARS? Oh my gosh. This was a surprising one for me. Tier list spoiler is I did turn off most of the channel point rewards just for the sake of time. A little worried. Dude, Bubsy 3D's D tier. I'm sorry, I will respectfully disagree. Once you've done the speedrun, your soul is crushed. Keep in mind I did the damn speedrun of it. I think it's F, in all honesty. After having to speedrun that nightmare. That's how you met him, doing a pube Sasquatch suit. Called all the males in your area. That's ridiculous. It's actually ridiculous. Finally, somebody else says it. I'm sorry. Personally, that game destroyed my soul. I think it's deserving of F. I'm not saying it's the worst made game of all time. I'm saying in terms of how much fun I had with it, it's one of the least fun games I've played. Okay. Godzilla Destroy All Monsters Melee. Like I said, I had a lot of fun with this one. In fact, I was so impressed by how this game played, how it controlled, the overall presentation. I think it's A tier. 12-hour stream and I need to speed this up. I'm trying to explain myself. The thing is, like, I don't want to just be ranking games without saying anything about them, right? But I also need to pick up the pace. So we're going to figure out how the hell we're going to get through all this. I don't necessarily need to get through every game, but it would be nice to get through most of them. Destroy All Monsters, I honestly believe is an A tier game. I really had a lot of fun with this one. Just probably the best. I mean, I haven't played many Godzilla games, but this is setting a high bar, I think, already. CTR's S tier, so I at least know something. I would like to think I know something. All the games I've played. But honestly, yeah, Bubsy is just... It's in a league of its own in terms of how bad it is. Okay, Godzilla. In fact... For the sake of the YouTube edit, think I should place the game, then chat, place a game, chat. Yeah, I'm trying to also kind of traverse that whole side of things, too. A lot of games to explain, honestly. Yeah, it's gonna be tricky. The thing is, I also don't want to get too behind in chat. Have to play a bunch of catch-up, so... Yeah, it's gonna be tricky this time. Especially because there's more of you here now, alright? I can't... It's gonna be a little harder to edit it all together. I'm debating whether or not I put Godzilla above or below Twisted Metal. I think I'm going to put it below for now. They're close, but I think Twisted Metal 2 is going to edge it out just a little bit for me. Posted a meme, Sarzo. Emote only chat. I think Save the Earth's probably a B if I'm putting Destroy All Monsters in A. I need to still play Save the Earth. Emote only chat. What, so I don't get distracted? I'm sorry, I can't help myself. I'm too attentive, apparently. Silence all of you? I don't know if that's the best idea. Yeah, getting above Twisted Metal is not easy. Okay, Aquaman. This game is terrible. One of the worst games I've played in my life. I'm not even quite sure why I beat it. I'm not sure what compelled me to get through this game. Literally no redeeming qualities. Below Bubsy. I can't defend this game even slightly. not even slightly. It's absolutely terrible. I'd rather go back and play Bubsy again. I really would. But yeah, Aquaman F tier. I don't think there's really much more to say on that one, to be honest. Batman got F, yes. Yo, hey there, Possum. No worries. Don't know what you've missed. Well, you're about to get a recap of every single game that I've streamed from January till now. So you're gonna get the Spark Notes version. DC is repping F right now. Yep, totally is. Below Bubsy, I'm cool again. There are gonna be actually probably quite a few games that are below Bubsy, to be honest. Bubsy is not the worst game I've ever played, in all fairness. Yo, hey there, Snake. Yeah, we got some Twilight Princess music at the moment. Okay, Crash Wrath of Cortex. This is the game I believe that introduced me to Crash, which is really sad looking back on, because there are so many better Crash games. I shouldn't say so many. There's a handful of better Crash games to start with than this one, namely the original trilogy. But Wrath of Cortex is really disappointing for me, returning to it after having played the original trilogy. This doesn't own the action pack. But yes, I would actually probably sooner play the games in the action pack than this game. This was just, man, returning to it made me realize how bad I had it back when I was a kid. Just really, it just felt so phoned in. Unfortunately, this was done by Traveler's Tales, which typically I like their stuff, but they did not do Crash justice with this. After having played the Insane trilogy, this absolutely pales in comparison. I'm gonna put it C tier. It's a mixed bag. It's not a horrible game, but it's just such a fall from grace from a really good series, and I was disappointed returning to it. Fun fact about IGN, the letters stand for paid off by publishers. You still consider this Crash 4? I don't care for this one at all. Which is weird to say because it's kind of a nostalgic favorite from my childhood, but like I said, doesn't hold up after having played the original few. One of your streamer friends just became the first person to deathless Crash 1 to 3 back to back. That's insane. That's actually insane. Kudos to them. I don't think I could ever pull off something like that. Had fun with it on Xbox OG back in the day. Granted, you haven't replayed it recently. Yeah, like, I remember having fun with it as a kid. It's just coming back to it after having played the Insane trilogy. Just such a letdown by comparison. Okay, this is Star Wars Masters of Terras Cassie, I believe is how you pronounce it. This is a fighting game based on the Star Wars universe that got critically panned. I don't know, I didn't hate this game. I feel like this game gets a lot of flack, and a lot of it is deserved, but I don't think it fails. I had fun with this one overall. I'm not going to say it's good. I'm not going to sit here and say it's a good game. But I enjoyed it. I feel like it's D tier. Yeah, it's fun but terrible. Exactly. Like, I'm not going to say it's some great, well-made game, but I'm not going to say I didn't have any fun with it. Has a character named Whore in it? That's a D. Or an F. An F, rather. I don't know. I think I'd put it in D, to be honest. I didn't hate it. In fact, I might go back and play it at some point. So I think for that reason alone, it deserves D tier. I think if I'm willing to go back and play a game, I think it deserves to be D tier. It's not as good as Incredibles, but I think it's D tier. I don't think it fails as a game, honestly. Personally, in my humble opinion, I don't think it fails as a video game. So I'm going to go D tier for that. Slow mode doesn't work for VIPs. Point can post as much as she wants. Look at that. Do we just put... We're not in the Gex yet. We have a little ways till Gex. Don't worry. Okay. This is Pink Panther Pinkadelic Pursuit. A lot of P's. Nice alliteration. I really like this game. This is a 2D platformer with 3D backgrounds and elements, but on the whole, it plays like a 2D platformer. I was really impressed by this game. I think I'm going to give it an A tier. Because, I don't know, it's just a really nice little puzzle platformer. Had a lot of fun with it. It doesn't get talked about. It was a very late release PS1 game. I thought just what it set out to do, it did really well. Had a lot of fun with it. Can't really think of many things to criticize it for, other than maybe getting lost every once in a while. And trying to figure out some of the puzzles. Wasn't necessarily the easiest thing, but didn't overstay its welcome. Some of the boss fights were a tinge of jank too, but I think on the whole, this game is really well made and nobody ever talks about it. And I think it deserves a little bit of attention. So I'm going to give it an A tier. I don't think it's to the heights of Godzilla or Twisted Metal, but I think it deserves to be in the A tier. The cartoon was better than the live action movie. I would be inclined to... Yeah, it's again, apples to oranges. Yeah, it's kind of hard to say. I mean, that's kind of the pattern of tonight, though, is comparing apples to oranges, because there's all these different games in various genres. So comparing apples to oranges is apparently kind of my thing. Okay, Cubics Racing Robots. It's fair, your childhood bias. Yeah, I mean, we're all going to be biased a little bit. I don't think any of us is inherently 100% unbiased. I honestly believe Pink Panther's A tier. Okay, Cubics Racing Robots. Wait, Blast, are you saying this should be A tier? Okay, I'm just going to have to slow you down a little bit right there. This game was fun. This game was fun, but let's be real, it's not that good of a game. For what it was damn good, but it was like a 30-minute game. Top-down racer. I think A would be overselling the hell out of it. We could do C for Cubics. I don't know. My gut was honestly leaning towards C. I think for what it is, it's very average. It's a top-down racer. In all fairness, I didn't hate it like I do most. I shouldn't say I hate most top-down racers, but I really have a hard time getting into them. I usually find the controls to be an issue a lot of the time. But this one didn't have that issue. So maybe for that reason alone, it gets a little bit of a bump, but I still think it's C. I may put it above Mad Dash and Crash. I think I might. It's like toward the upper echelon of C in my mind. I honestly think. I did have a lot of fun with this. Despite it being a very short, very easy game, it was fun for what it was. So I'm going to give it a C tier for that reason. This is where it gets divisive. Apparently Cubics is the divisive one. Yo, hey, they're awful. How are you doing? Okay, I'm going to have to close these tabs. Hold on. That's going to get way too messy. Okay. Miracle Space Race. If you guys are unaware, this is a kart racer by the fabled Miracle Designs. They put like 5 different games that are essentially the same game out on the PS1. They were just all slightly reskinned. That being said, this is the best one of the bunch. But even the best Miracle Designs kart racer is still a D tier game. It's still not that good. Very, very slow game. Not a whole lot going on. It's very easy. The AI doesn't really pose a challenge. Yeah, racing game. Well, I do play a lot of racers. I did play a lot of racers starting this year. There will be less as we go on because I started to get more into fighters. So don't worry, it's not all going to be racing games. But I do think Miracle Space Race is a D tier game. As much as I do kind of enjoy it. Probably for all the wrong reasons. I don't think they're all that bad. It is definitely the best of the Miracle Designs bunch, though. So if you had to play one, which really you don't need to play any, but if you had to play one, go with Miracle Space Race. It's not a bad little game. I kind of like it. But, admittedly, it's not very well made. And it's not very ambitious either, so D tier it goes. Am I going chronologically? Yes. Yes. If people use a tier list spoiler, I'm glad to go out of order, although it's a little difficult for me. It takes a little bit longer. Chronologically is a little easier, just for how this is set up. So I have been going chronologically, but if people want to use the tier list spoiler to get a game out of the way, I can accommodate. Okay. Woody Woodpecker Racing. I really like this game. I really like this game a lot. In fact, I don't know, I don't know where to put this because I feel like my gut is telling me to go a little higher than it honestly deserves. I think I'm gonna go A tier. I had an absolute blast with this game. I really, really liked this one. It was almost a spiritual experience. I'm debating putting it in A or S, but I don't think it quite deserves S. Very good though. Like very, very good game. I think I'll put it above Pink Panther, but below Godzilla. I think that's a fair place for it. My gut wants me to put it in an S, but I think that's just a little too high considering the game and its quirks. It's not to the level of something like CTR or Speed Punks. I have to be real. Beat it on 150cc. I beat Woody Woodpecker Racing twice, by the way, because I had played this and I think my power went out. And turns out I was on the last track of the game. So I had essentially beat the game once. I lost all my progress because the power went out. And I played it through again a different time. So I've essentially played the entire game twice through. So I feel like I have a pretty good background for ranking that game. Also, welcome in Tundex. Shadow better be S. That's all you have to input. We'll just have to wait and see. We'll have to wait and see. Hopefully you're doing well, Tundex. Okay. Speaking of Miracle Designs kart racers, XS Airboat Racing. Again, Miracle Designs. Basically the masters of D-tier kart racers. And this one takes the formula and tries to mix it up a little bit by making it like a boat racing game. It controls exactly the same. It's a total lie. Absolute total lie. It really isn't any different. In fact, it's maybe even a little slipperier. More slippery. Slipperier is probably not a word. But it's more slippery because you're on water, right? So, for that reason, it's probably my least favorite of the Miracle Designs racers, to be honest. But even the worst one is D tier because they're all essentially the same game. So, D tier it goes. You want the obligatory Hot Wheels Turbo? Okay, so I need to do Gex because Nick redeemed Gex. You and Blast vibe with Hot Wheels. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, I'm about to crush your dreams. Let me do Gex first. I don't want to forget Gex. Gotta get this for Nick. Okay, Gex. This is the 3DO version of Gex, if you're not aware. Let me find it here real quick. Sorry, I gotta scroll through the right. You guys can't see the right-hand side of the screen. There it is. Gex on the 3DO. So I played this after the sequel on the PS1. And I actually like the sequel. I don't love the sequel. I thought it was a decent B-tier platformer. I really did like it overall. Unlike the sequel, which is 3D, this is a 2D platformer. 2D platformers and I don't tend to get along super well. And this was like especially the case on this one. It was especially the case. This is a very mixed bag of a game. I do see why it was the best-selling 3DO game. Visually, it's very nice. There are some great levels in this. The save system is busted. I really don't like it. The only way you can save your game is to find a VHS tape in the level, which is a hidden object. So if you don't find a hidden pickup, you can't save your progress. First Gex wasn't that good. I agree. I think it's a mixed bag at best. I think it's a C tier game. I think I would put it above. I think I'd put it at the top of C so far. I do think it's better than these other games. I am trying to, keep in mind that I will probably have a harder time with this game than some people that are really into 2D platformers. I think if you're really, really good and into 2D platformers, it's probably going to be a bit better of a time for you. But in my mind, my humble opinion, I think it's a C tier game. I do think it's a decent game for the 3DO, but 2D platformers aren't 100% my jam. And it did have some issues that made it very hard to play, and I had to replay a lot of levels a lot of times, which kind of turned me off. So Accurate Gex rating. Thank you, Nick. I'm glad you agree. I'm glad I could get that one out of the way and not have the pitchforks come out. Get destroyed, Wrath of Cortex. Yeah, poor Wrath of Cortex. Poor Wrath of Cortex is all I can say. Okay, From Russia with Love. If you guys don't know, this is one of the last... Rick's freaking out because slow mode's on. It's because I'll read chat too often if I don't otherwise. Chat's got a point. If we don't have slow mode on, I'm just going to be reading chat while I'm trying to do these rankings, which will make it even harder for me to edit. So, no, Blast is right. He's got to do something. Okay. From Russia with Love. This is one of the last games to come out this gen for James Bond. This gen had so many Bond games, which unfortunately, like, they still get made, but just not to the same output. It was kind of crazy how many Bond games came out. But the reason I really like this one is because I got Sean Connery back, which I thought was a really, really smart move on the part of EA and MGM. I thought it was a really, really nice way to get Sean Connery back into the shoes of Bond. I thought it was a really fun game overall. It did have a couple issues, but honestly, like, the weird part too was the difficulty scaling was really off, because I remember at the midpoint it getting insanely hard, and then after that it was like a cakewalk for a long time. So I don't know what the difficulty scaling was like in this game. It seemed way off to me. And the final boss was also really lackluster. In fact, we could stand behind a wall to stay safe and not take damage. The final boss was weak. It was super weak, but I do think it's a B tier game. I did really like it. Therefore, I'm going to put it at B. I think if you're into the Bond games as a whole, I think you're going to enjoy this one. It might not, you know, knock your socks off, but I really liked it overall. Like I said, I think even just for Sean Connery being in it. Also, there's a jetpack. Like, how can you not love jetpacks? Some really nice set pieces. I think really the biggest downside was the wonky difficulty curve. That's really the worst thing I can say. Yo, a-hole, thank you for the follow. Thank you so much. Xbox killed Sean Connery. What? Nah. Honestly, I thought this was a really good game. Not perfect, but I think you know, high end of B is a perfectly good ranking. Okay, that's right. Blast redeemed Hot Wheels Turbo Racing on the PS1. Let me find it real quick. Jesus. This list. If you guys are unaware, I have to go down to the right here and find it on the side. Like, I know it's right here, but I actually have to find it in the list on the side. If I can find it. This is going to be the hardest part about skipping back and forth, is trying to get to him. Imagine the hookers Connery bought with that dirty EA money. I'm sure he made a, like, supreme bank on that. I can almost guarantee. They probably had to pay quite a bit to get him in. Okay, I've almost found it. Sorry, guys. Trying to find it here. There it is. Number 237, Hot Wheels Turbo Racing. Looking at this is giving you a migraine. I apologize. Yeah, it's a lot of games here. I'll go ahead and bring this one up. Okay, so Hot Wheels Turbo Racing on the PlayStation. Mecha and Blast really vibed with this one. In fact, I think a lot of people in chat really vibed with this one. I just could not get into it. To me, the controls were wonky. Graphics looked dated for even when the game came out. It just did nothing for me. The trick system, I just couldn't get a handle of. I don't know what the hell happened. I wanted to like this. This should have been a game I should have liked. More than a few games you're interested in seeing the rank. I'm glad. I'm glad. Yeah, we got a lot to get through. I need to start speeding things up because we're almost an hour in and I haven't done that much. Did I ride the... No, I did not ride the brake the whole game. This game actually had you accelerate with X like most racers. Now, it wasn't an issue of beating the game. I think I basically got through the entire game. It did not gel with me. I didn't care for the track designs. I didn't care for the handling. It felt slippery. Felt like driving a stick of butter. The trick system didn't work with me. I just did not care for it. I don't think it fails as a game, but it got damn close for me. I've heard the N64 version's better. Maybe I need to go back and experience that one. But I just did not care for this one at all. At all. D tier game. I did have some minor fun with it. Honestly, most of it was talking with chat through it. But wasn't the worst game I've ever played. Also far, far from the best. Far from the best. Anyways. D tier it goes. Sorry, now I gotta move it up. Yeah, we have like 200 games to get through. It's a lot of games. I don't expect us to necessarily get through all of them tonight. I think that's going to be a little bit of a stretch, but I'm going to try and get through as many as I can. I just put it below Star Wars. I did. You know what? You know what? You're right. You're right. It doesn't deserve to be that low. I'll move it up. I'll move it up above Star Wars. I will move it up above Star. I can at least do that. I can at least do that. I'm probably being a little too harsh on it. There we go. It'll go below Miracle Space Race. There, is that better? That's probably better. Okay, robots. Good old robots. This game sucked. This game was not fun. I had high hopes for this one. This is a 3D platformer by Eurocom, which I'm finding the more I play their games, the more hit or miss they really are. I was really disappointed by this one. It was a slog to get through. It should have been a fun time. It really was not. It really was not very good. I don't think it fails as a video game, but it doesn't succeed either. You know? It doesn't fail or succeed. It gets close to failing. I'll say that much. It gets close to failing. I think it goes in D tier. I'm just deciding where I think it should be. Definitely worse. I'd rather play Hot Wheels again. I'd rather play Star Wars again. I'd probably rather play all these again. I think it goes at the bottom of D for right now. Really, really disappointed by this. It's a movie I like too, which sucked. Because I really do like the film. So it was really disappointing to play the game and have it not live up even close to what the movie is like. So let's get in D tier. Bottom of D tier. Man, we play some garbage through here. Thank God I see like Crash Nitro Kart and Twisted Metal 3 coming up, because these next couple are kind of whack. Only played a few movie games that you liked. Yeah, it's definitely hit or miss when you decide to play a licensed game. I chose to play through it. Yep, I willingly chose to play through it. Room Zoom. Actually, one of the worst games I've played in my entire life. I'm not exaggerating. Not exaggerating at all. The worst racing game I've played. Easily. Perhaps the worst game ever. So terrible. The fact that I really like kart race, usually in a bad kart race, I can at least find things to like. No redeeming qualities whatsoever. One of the worst games on the Xbox, one of the worst kart racers. One of the worst games, period. Just bad. In every single fucking way. Horrible. Yo, Curb, how you doing? Star Wars didn't fail, it just wasn't as good, yes. Talk about the next game in entirely a walk-in voice. Oh, geez, Mindscan. Okay, and it's Ants Extreme Racing. It's Ants Extreme Racing. You didn't see Room Zoom. You're one of the lucky ones. You didn't want to see it. Trust me. Okay, Ants Extreme Racing. This one was actually pretty fun. Not a great game. A pretty middle-of-the-road kart racer. I'd say probably C tier. In fact, probably above Wrath of Cortex. Wrath of Cortex just sucks. For a Crash game. It's gonna go there. Alright, I tried. I can only do walking for so long. There we go. Ants, C tier game. Honestly, not that bad. Ants Racing, I'm sorry, Wrath of Cortex was just such a letdown for me. I'd rather go back and play Ants again. I really would. I'm not even memeing. I'm not even memeing. I really do firmly believe I'd rather go back and play that again. Okay. Crash Nitro Kart. This game's actually quite good. In all honesty, trash talk Wrath all day. I will. It's worth trash talking. Dude, it was my childhood, okay? Going back to it and being so disappointed by it, I think I deserve to trash talk it a bit, you know? I think it's deserving of it. Okay, Nitro Kart. Nitro Kart, a surprisingly good racer. I really liked this one. Not to the same heights of CTR. Obviously, it's not going to reach those same heights. But, really had fun with this one. Definitely above average. I'm debating whether it goes, like, maybe closer to the top of B or maybe the bottom of A. I think this game is better than a lot of people give it credit for. I really do. Firmly do. But, is it A tier? Above Gex, wow. Remember, Gex 1 is the 2D platformer on the 3DO. Not the Enter the Gecko 3D platformer that everybody probably thinks of. But, Crash, A or B? I'm almost feeling a little generous. I'm thinking bottom of A. I really do think it is good. It's not, again, it's not, don't expect CTR 2. But it's damn good. It's damn good. I really liked it. It's going to go bottom of A for now. Will CTR be the best game streamed this year? I'm not going to comment on that. Not going to say anything. Yeah, I don't know if I'd bet on that. That's all I'll say. Alright. Twisted Metal 3. One of my least favorite Twisted Metals, to be honest with you all. Really did not care for that one. It was after Single Track had left. Development got switched over to 989 Studios. But even the worst Twisted Metal is not that bad. It really isn't. I think, in all fairness, I think it's a C tier game. Beginning of the end for the Twisted Metal series. I think that's a little harsh. I think there were some good Twisted Metal games after 3. In fact, some of my favorites are from the PS2 era. But I do think it's a C tier game. I think I'm going to put it in between Mad Dash and Ants. Weird placement, I know. But definitely a mixed bag. They did a lot of things that I didn't care for as opposed to Twisted Metal 2. The AI can pick up health, which annoyed the hell out of me. That was a big change that I did not care for. But yeah, so far middle of the pack on C. I think it's a very average game. Yo, hey there, Analogous. Black is at least a B. At least a B or at most a B? I really like Black a lot. We'll get to Black. Don't worry. Don't worry. I really enjoyed Black quite a bit. In fact, okay, I'm gonna wait to talk about it because we're gonna get to it. We're gonna get to it. Okay, VR Troopers on the Genesis. This was just a random Genesis game I decided to throw on. It's a fighting game. Honestly, not too bad. I kind of dug it. It's kind of fun. Yeah, discount Power Rangers. I kind of dug it. I kind of liked it. I got through it. Just a fun time. Kind of dumb, kind of boring. It's so good. I mean, it definitely didn't reinvent the wheel for fighting games, but I don't know, it had a decent presentation. Some of the bonus levels were kind of weird, but I'd say, again, another mixed bag. Kind of liked it, kind of boring. Yeah, exactly, it's a mixed bag. I think it deserves C tier. So I think that's where we're going to put it. Just where in C tier? Honestly, probably toward the back. Probably toward the back, if I had to be honest. I'd put it above Ants. I think it's going to go below Twisted Metal and above Ants. It's going above Rat the... So far, Rat the Cortex is holding the bottom of C. It's going to be there for a while, most likely. Twisted Metal 2 is the best in the series, in your opinion? It's definitely up there for me. I don't know, it's kind of hard to choose an absolute favorite, but we're probably going to have to when you're making a tier list. Okay, Stuntman. This game's awesome. This game is made by the same developers, Reflections Interactive. Same developers that did the Driver series. I think this game is better than the Driver series. Driver has some problems. which we will be getting to actually, because Driver is coming up. But Stuntman I had a lot of fun with. I think this absolutely strikes the balance between absolute insane levels of difficulty, but also being fair about it. The end of this game was quite difficult, but it didn't ever feel impossible, which I really liked. Honestly, some of the missions in Driver legitimately felt impossible at times. I never felt like Stuntman was being insanely harsh. Driver has some problems, aka the tutorial. Yeah, we'll get to that one. Yeah, the tutorial is a whole other thing. Stuntman, though, I feel like really... It felt like Reflections realizing that they made the Driver games too hard, and they're like, let's make a game that will actually appeal to more than, like, the hardcore audience. I think this game's awesome. I think it deserves an A tier ranking. Not quite S. That being said, I think it'll go between Godzilla and Woody Woodpecker. I think it's a better game than Woody Woodpecker. But Godzilla's damn good. Again, we're comparing apples and oranges, so placement's not going to be 100% accurate, but I feel like it sits alongside those pretty well. Thought you must just suck at Driver. No, Driver's actually a legitimately hard game. Don't let anybody tell you otherwise. That game is not for the faint of heart. Like, seriously, it's not. Alright. We'll get to it, though. We have to still rank it. We did play it this year, so we will be getting to that one at some point here. Most of Driver's problems are because of technical limitations. I don't know if it's technical. I mean, technical limitations I think do have a part in it, but the game's also just fucking ridiculously hard at times. To me, it's broken from an actual mission structure standpoint, and the AI goes so damn hard. It almost feels unplayable at times. It's just like you need god tier luck, plus you have to race perfectly at some points, especially the last level. Okay, Evil Zone. This game rules. It honestly rules. I really, really like this one. This one is a absolute surprise hit for me. I didn't think I was gonna like it as much as I did. Really fun fighting game. It is only 2 buttons, but don't let that dissuade you. It actually has a decent amount of depth in the actual fighting. Plus, the visuals are great. The presentation's great. I really can't think of anything to fault this for. I really don't. Such a fun game, and I don't have to do quarter circles. Yeah, it's perfect if you're new to fighting games or don't fully have a grasp on the controls of most fighting games. It's definitely a lot more simple. But I don't think it's so simple that fighting game fans will be bored. So I think it really strikes a nice balance between fair, fun, and appealing to everybody. Again, presentation's great. Nice anime art style. You sold your Evil Zone. It felt weird. Felt weird for a fighting. I really like this game. In fact, I might put it in S tier. I really can't think of anything to fault it for. I had a great time when I played it. Again, when there's nothing to criticize, how can I say it deserves A? You know? It's pretty much a perfect game in my mind. Near perfect. Vast majority of my games are from 32-bit era. For the most part, yeah. A lot of PS1 and some N64. Yeah, PS1 is definitely my console of choice for streaming purposes. But there's some Xbox in here. There's some newer stuff. Some slightly older stuff too. Some really older stuff once we get to Atari 2600. But yeah, I would say the majority ends up being PS1 32-bit. Okay, Madagascar. A licensed game that was actually pretty fun. I was pleasantly surprised by this one. I remember renting this one back in the day when it came out. I had like a weekend trip with my family. We went up to a cabin, rented this game, beat it in the weekend. Very short game. When I streamed it, I think it took us 4 hours to beat. Better be S tier, you're gonna riot. I mean, it was good. It was very good, actually. I think some of the level design was a little bit forgettable, but it didn't overstay its welcome. Decent variety in terms of the gameplay. Good platforming. Some decent collectathon stuff. I might give it an A. I think S would be going a little too far, hamster, but it is a lot of fun, and it exceeded my expectations. I think it deserves A tier, to be honest. I think I'm going to put it even above Pink Panther, because Pink Panther is a shorter and more simple game. Don't get me wrong, it's still good, but I was pleasantly surprised by Madagascar. So we're going to give it A tier. Does Madagascar have Mort the lemur in it? If Mort is in it, then A tier. It does have Mort. It does. You'll settle for A. Never played the game or saw the movies. I'll give it A. I'm feeling generous on that one. I had a lot of fun with it. I think it deserves A. Okay, Starwinder. This was a fun one. I actually really dig this one. Not a perfect game, a very strange kind of futuristic ship racing game. You're going down tubes, very confined, tight tracks. But I kind of dug it. It had a really interesting, like, early 3D art style that I thought actually really worked. That being said, it's a very repetitive game. There's not a ton in terms of content. The jank FMVs are a lot of fun to watch, but I don't think it's some super well-made game. I did have fun with it. I don't think it's going to appeal to everybody. I think it is a bit of a mixed bag for that reason. I think I'll give it a C tier. Where within C, though, I think it's closer to the top, to be honest. I had a lot of fun with it. So I think, at least for that, in terms of the enjoyment I had, I think it deserves a bit of a bump. I think I'm going to put it above Cubics. I think it's better than Cubics, to be honest. Though it's toward the top of C. Definitely slightly above average. I'm aware that I'm a little biased when it comes to games like this, so I'm going to try and keep that in mind. I'm like, yeah, if I was ranking it purely on my enjoyment, it would probably be a little bit higher, but I think if you guys are using this as a resource to decide what games to play, Starwinder most likely for a lot of people will be a C tier game. I would say the Star Fox comparison would be fair. Definitely a strange one. I don't think it's going to appeal to everybody, but it's worth checking out if you like racing games. Expecting Mad Dash Racing would be a bit higher. The problem with that game is some of the bosses were very jank. Had some issues. And, you know, it's not a perfectly made game. The last boss in particular, I remember having issues trying to figure out what the hell the game wanted me to do. It took me quite a while. So, not a perfect game. I don't think it's bad, but I do think it's maybe just slightly above average. See some jank coming. Yeah, there's some jank coming up for sure. For sure. Okay, Lilo and Stitch. If you guys don't know, this is by Blitz Games, also known for making the Burger King trilogy, which we will be getting to, at least a couple of games. This is a shameless Crash clone. It's absolutely, like, they don't make any attempts to hide the fact that it's a Crash clone. It's a meme awful. I thought it played fine. I personally thought it was very inoffensive. As a Crash clone, I thought it was very middle of the road, in fact. I think I'd probably put it in C tier. Probably smack dab in the middle, almost. I think it's almost the definition of, like, an average game. Doesn't try to do anything fancy. It's just ripping off another game, but it does it well enough that it's not offensive. This game is a game. That's pretty much what you can say about it. Yeah. Truly. So I think it's gonna go in C tier. I think it'll go maybe below Twisted Metal 3. I don't know if I'd feel comfortable putting it above Twisted Metal 3. Is the Crash clone better than Crash? I mean, I'd probably rather go back and play this than the Cortex. In all honesty. You know what? I think I'll put it right here. Below VR Troopers. Above Ants. Yes, I hate chat. Coil Twitch bot coming in with 100 bits. I still don't know where those bits come from, but I'll gladly take them. I don't know what that bot's for, but I'll take the bits. So yeah, Lilo and Stitch gonna go a bit under the middle of C, but by the time we fill out C, it'll probably be close to the middle. The Gex of platformers, but Gex itself is a platformer. How does that work? I hate chat. Apparently I do. I hate chat except when I don't, which is most of the time. Okay, Stuart Little 2. This is one that I ended up playing because of by Magenta Software, and they made the Treasure Planet PS1 game. It was a really fun 3D platformer. I really ended up liking Treasure Planet a decent bit. I mean, admittedly, it's like a middle-of-the-road platformer. In fact, maybe even a little lower. But my enjoyment of it definitely brought it up to, like, high C. This one I did not like as much. It was short. It was fairly inoffensive. But it kind of lost its luster. It wasn't as fun to me as Treasure Planet was. It was a weird game, yeah, honestly. It really was. I think I'd give it C. I'm thinking, like, close to the bottom of C or maybe in the top of D. It just didn't do as much for me as I was hoping it would. In fact, thinking about it now, I'm probably going to give it top of D tier. I'd rather play this than Incredibles again, but not by, like, some huge margin. Overall, kind of disappointing. Definitely a low-budget game. Don't expect greatness, because you're not going to get it. But if you want to burn a couple hours with a licensed movie game, you could go worse. You could go worse. Like I said, probably the biggest plus it has going for it is the fact that it's not that long of a game. So you're not going to be out a bunch of time if you decide to play it. Yo, Mari Twitch, welcome in. Cortex really holding down that C-. Here's the current list as it stands. We've done a bit of progress. We need to be going quite a bit faster. We've done about a row, just over a row of games. I believe there's 11 rows, so I need to be moving a little faster. I'm trying to give explanations for a lot of my placements, but I think I need to be a little more concise. Yeah, there's a lot of freaking games. Okay, Family Guy. This one's easy. This is a D tier game. I had some hopes for this. I knew it wasn't going to be perfect because it is a licensed game. I knew it wasn't going to be that good, but it disappointed. With low expectations, it disappointed. It doesn't fail as a video game, but this game was a slog to get through. You play, you play as Stewie, Peter, and Brian. The Stewie levels are like shooting sections. The Peter levels are basically just standard kind of beat 'em up levels, and then the Brian sections are like Metal Gear Solid Stealth. And none of them are done very well. I really wouldn't recommend any of these playstyles. If they had taken one of the playstyles and gone whole hog with that and maybe tried to improve it a little bit, I could see it. But they did all three not very well. And it was just, it was a pain in the ass to get through. I was frustrated for quite a bit of my time with this game. Just didn't do a lot for me. And honestly, I'm not that big of a Family Guy fan, so that wasn't, making it worth playing through to me. And I think it took me like 6 or 7 hours to beat this game. Like, it took way longer than it should have. So, for all those reasons, I'm giving it D. I really don't see myself ever coming back to play this. In fact, I might put it between Star Wars and XS Airboat Racing. I think that's where I'm going to put it. I think that's fair. Toward the bottom of D. It doesn't fail as a video game, but for me, it got kind of close, in all honesty. There you go. Family Guy, near the bottom of D. There's much better licensed platformers you can play. Don't bother with that one, is all I'm going to say. Okay, Bedrock Bowling. This one I have on here again because we've done the speedrun this year. I've played enough of it this year, I feel like it deserves to be ranked again. Although that being said, I think I ranked it A last year. I think my rank of A still stands. It's a jank game, but hell is it a lot of fun. I'm not going to say it's some super well-made game, but I think the fun factor really, really boosts it quite a bit. Don't expect some perfectly made game, but if you're going in with somewhat low expectations, you just want a fun game, you don't play for very long, it's a lot of fun. I think it's deserving of A, honestly. Where within A, I'd probably put it near the bottom with the games we have now. In fact, probably above Pink Panther. I think that's a good spot for it. I know Mecha is saying S. I feel like I can't give it S. S would be a little too high. I think it would be just slightly too high. And also the speedrun can kind of be a pain in the ass at times. In all honesty. But for those who are curious, I guess I could pull up my speedrun page real quick. If we wanted. Just to show you. I do speedrun this game. Might as well show it real quick. If you guys are unaware, you haven't watched me before, I do some speedruns. Most of them are pretty jank garbage, but yeah, Flintstones, I hold the easy and medium world record on PS1. And then easy on PS2. PS2 is easily the most contested board. Managed to get 4th. I would like to try and get a little higher on that, but some of the runs are very optimized. We'll see if I ever go back to it, but really fun game, honestly. Enjoyed a speedrun. I don't think I can give it an S, though. Like I said, the speedrun can be a bit of a pain at times, and it's not a well-made game. It's not a well-made game. I'm not going to pretend here like it's some really well-made game, because it's not. It's a lot of fun, though. The fun factor definitely pushes it up quite a ways. If we were talking based on merits as a game alone, it'd probably be closer to here, but as a game that's fun to play, you don't get a whole lot better. I think it's earned its A placement, honestly. Okay, Team Sonic Racing. This one kind of took me off guard. I was not expecting to like this one as much as I did. I bought this kind of on a whim. I really did like Sonic All-Stars Racing Transformed. This is not as good as that game, but it's not as far off, I think, as a lot of people would lead you to believe it is. I really dug this one. I ended up beating it in one sitting, if that tells you anything. So clearly I enjoyed it. I think the team mechanic was a little underutilized, in all honesty. It felt kind of shoehorned in. It's not a perfect game by any means, but it's damn good. I think I'd be inclined to put it in A. Not super high in A, but I think it deserves an A. Like I said, it took me off guard. I really ended up enjoying it more than I thought I was going to. And I was already expecting to kind of enjoy it. So, I think middle of A it goes. Again, I'm trying not to ramble on too long because we got a lot of games to get through. D tier, step down from the previous entry. Well, Transformed is like a near perfect game, though. I can't give Team Sonic a D tier. There's no way. That game is way better made than being deserved to put alongside all these games. I think D would be way too harsh. But speaking of a D tier game, Flushed Away. Talk about poorly made licensed trash. I would almost argue this was worse than Robots. Is that fair to say? I think that's true. I think it's worse than Robots. I'm seeing Fs. I'm thinking F might actually be the way to go. This F for Flushed Away. Flush this game down the drain. I'm not even sure if I should put it at the top of F. I don't think it's worse than Aquaman. I think Bubsy 3D is actually better. I'm not even memeing. I'd rather go back and play Bubsy again. There it goes. Middle of F. See ya, Flushed Away. To where you belong. Okay. Yeah, it failed as a video game for sure. How did Bubsy get F tier? How would it not get F tier? Flushed Away getting wrecked. It deserves to be there. Yeah, F for flushed down the goddamn toilet. Flushed down the tier list. Okay, City Crisis. This game's really good. Probably very few of you have heard of this if you didn't see my playthrough of it. I never hear this game get talked about. It's a really fun... It gives me crazy Dreamcast vibes. Very arcadey. Just cool premise. You're going around in a helicopter putting out fires and rescuing people. Just like a fun, simple arcade premise that's done really well. I had a blast with this game. Unfortunately, I didn't fully finish it. I don't know what happened. I did everything it required me to do to unlock the final mission, but I never got the final mission unlocked. I was really disappointed. But I did play this for a number of hours, and I'm thinking about going back to maybe try the speedrun of it. I'm honestly thinking about it. That being said, I do think it's an A tier game. Where in A? I think I'll put it above Madagascar. To me, it's around that same level of Woody Woodpecker Racing, the level of fun I had with it. So I think it's gonna go in A tier. Slightly toward the top. But I highly recommend this one. It's a bargain bin game too. If you have a PS2, it's like a $3 game. Please please do yourself a favor. If you like arcadey kind of Dreamcast feels games, check that one out. All the Halo. I'm just running a 5-hour relaxing music playlist. In fact, I think this is the one we used last year. So, no, it's a great set of tracks, honestly. Okay, Jackass. This was the game I returned to Twitch on. If you guys aren't aware, there was about a week where I didn't get to stream because my power was out. So I was gone for basically a whole week. I thought maybe once I came back, nobody would show up. Luckily, I was wrong. This game was way more fun than it had any right to be. I was pleasantly surprised. I don't think it maybe deserves A tier. I think because I had a week off from streaming, any game I played was gonna be fun. But that being said, it's definitely above average. It was a bop. I think B for banger, right? Is that fair? I think I'll put it just below Cell Damage. I think it's a solid B tier game. Trust me, B will get filled out. I think it's going to sit toward the top of B by the time we're done. In all honesty. I think that's a pretty fair placement for that one. Semino Jackass was when you were introduced to me. Damn. Man, that was a while ago now. Yeah, the Pete raid during that. That was really kind of him to do. Because like I said, I had been not streaming for a week because my power was out. I was sitting in the cold. And I finally got my power back. And the first thing I decide to stream, because it's me, I choose Jackass out of all things. But it actually ended up being a really good choice. I'm glad I did it. It was a lot of fun. I'll internalize that Kyle thinks Madagascar is on the same level of game as Mario 64. Well, when you put it like that, analogous. Also, welcome in, Barf. Waiting for your sub anniversary to lapse. Don't want to share the 13, that's fair. The unlucky 13. Okay, Spider-Man 2. Yeah, we're back to good games for a little bit here. I may have placed Bubsy in F. I stand by that ranking, 100%. I think it's deserved. I'm sorry. To anybody that thinks it doesn't deserve F, I will gladly hear you out, but I'm already committed to my placement. Okay, Spider-Man 2. This game is good. It does get a lot of praise. Made by Treyarch. Has a wonderful open world. I just didn't care for the mission structure 100%. Not saying I didn't like it. I just, at times, I felt it to be kind of like pulling teeth. That being said, most of the missions were actually pretty fun. I just don't think it's like as good of a game as I was hoping it to be. It's definitely one of the better Spider-Man games. I'm honestly thinking B tier though. Just for the level of fun I had with it. I think had I just played it like an open world game and just messed around, it could have been A. But I think playing it through on stream, you know, as a mission-based game, I think it's a B tier game. In fact, I'd probably put it maybe just below Cell Damage. Yo, hey there, Shulk. Yeah, and the fact that the newer games have come out and done it better, I think that's a fair placement. I definitely think that those that like it, like, you're right. It's a lot of fun. But again, I think a lot of the nostalgia for this game comes from the fact that a lot of people just messed around the open world and did kind of the open-ended missions as opposed to trying to bust through the story in one night, which is maybe not necessarily the best way to play it. And I'll admit that. But, I mean, that's how I tend to end up playing games, so. Atari 2600, Spider-Man best game. That game is a lot of fun. I actually do like that one a lot. Okay, Twisted Metal 4. Back into Twisted Metal. We've got a handful of Twisted Metal games to get through. I did already rank these on their own list. I ranked all the Twisted Metal games by themselves. I do stand by my statement. I think this game is a step in the right direction after 3. Do I think it's as good as Twisted Metal 2? Hell no. But I honestly didn't mind it. I think it's above average. In fact, I probably liked it even a little more playing it on stream than Spider-Man 2, dare I say. Probably more than Cell Damage. I'd probably fit it just behind From Russia with Love. I honestly think it's a B tier game. The final boss was actually ridiculous. I don't know how anybody could beat that legit without save states or something. Yeah, 4 overall was a lot of fun. The final boss kicked my goddamn ass, but other than that. Spider-Man 3 though, Jedi. Spider-Man 3 is not going to get ranked because I didn't play enough to comfortably rank it. I don't think I could do that game justice. Going to bed, Epic. Alright, good night, Epic. Thanks for being here. Have a good night. Okay, Mario Odyssey. This was a bit of a experiment for me, because I don't end up playing a lot of newer games. But I was just in the mood to play Odyssey. Honestly, well worth it. It's almost, dare I say, Galaxy level for me. Therefore, I think it deserves S. I think I might like CTR a little bit more, though. Did I place Flushed Away yet? Yes, I did. I put it in F where it belongs. We flushed it down the tier list. I personally believe Odyssey is an S tier game. It's not, I'm not going to say it's the best 3D Mario game, but it's up there. It's up there. To me, my personal favorite is still Galaxy, but this one's very, very good. One of the best games I've played on stream this year. So I'm putting it just below Crash Team Racing, but Crash Team Racing is a high bar, so. Yeah, Evil Zone rocks. It really does. Leah Master, thank you for the host. Welcome on in. How you doing? We're trying to rank all the games I've played so far this year. I'm actually making okay progress. I'm feeling a little better. We're moving a little faster. And if you guys want me to elaborate at all, feel free to ask. But I'm gonna try and keep things kind of brief and concise, or as concise as I can, while also feeling like I'm giving a proper explanation. Yeah, no, I had, like, actually, logistically speaking, I had to split them. There's no way I could do all of this at the end of the year. It would be like a 10, 12-hour stream. I mean, I could have done it, but that'd be kind of insane. I don't know if people want to sit through 12 hours of a tier list. Figure, like, splitting it up. Not only is my memories are going to be more fresh for a lot of these games, it just makes it more palatable, I think. Super Paper Mario. Well, we played that last year, Leah. I didn't end up ranking it anyway because I didn't finish it. Okay, Ratatouille, another licensed game that really took me by surprise. This one was actually a lot of fun. This is a cross-gen game, by the way. So it was on original Xbox. In fact, you can see right here. It says GameStop EB exclusive. This game got a limited release in GameStop. This is your first stream, Analogous? That's weird to think. But this game was surprisingly good. I had a lot of fun with this one. I don't know if I'd put it as high as A tier. I remember a couple spots giving me a little bit of trouble. Graphically, it's obviously going to take a hit because it's kind of a 360 PS3 game trying to be, you know, runnable on a last generation system. They do have differences. I'm thinking about going back and playing the 360 PS3 versions at some point. I do think this is a B tier game. I think it's kind of a high B tier game. Yeah, Ratatouille is what Flushed Away wishes it was, honestly. But that being said, I think it's high B tier. I don't think I'd go quite as far to give it an A. But like I said, it was surprisingly good for what it was. Remember the slide? Oh my god, yes, the slides. Thank you, Analogous, for reminding me. There are slide missions in this. Think like Mario 64 slides. Insane speed. Those were a ton of fun. Yeah, in fact, just for that, I think it gets bumped up a little bit more than I was originally going to place it. I think I'd put it atop of B right now. I honestly think I would. From Russia with Love was good. But I'm thinking about which one I'd rather go back to first. And I'd have to say Ratatouille. I would have to say it. There you go, Ratatouille, top of B. That's what Flushed Away really wishes it was. Okay, Nicktoons Racing. This game was terrible. I'm contemplating giving it an F, but I don't think it deserves to be placed that poorly. This was an experience that while I'm glad I had, I'm mainly glad because I can say I never have to play the game again. I don't think it fails as a video game. It gets kind of close. I think I'd rather play it than robots. Think I'd rather play it than Robots. Mid D? Yeah, I'd probably rather play it than Family Guy, too. Aquaman got screwed. That game is terrible, barf. It's one of the worst games I've ever played in my life. Yeah, I think Blast is on the money. I'm gonna put it above Family Guy. Really not a very good kart racer. I'm not sure why. I feel like some people talk that one up a bit. At least from what I've seen online. I'm not quite sure why. I really did not have that good of a time with it. Graphically, it wasn't very good. Handling wasn't very good. Track designs weren't very good. You can't, you know, you see the pattern. I'm not saying very many good things about the game. I think D tier is fair. Okay. Not sure it matters where they are in the tier. Well, this is how I did it last year, too. I'm trying to sort of rank them within the tiers. Again, it's not going to, like, 100% matter. Don't take it as gospel, but I figure it helps to, like, sort of organize them. Nickelodeon Kart Racers for PS4 made you oscillate between hatred and mild amusement, like no other game made you do. I will say the sequel is actually kind of good. If you want to try out the sequel. I've heard that game's quite a bit better than the original. Point, it was the game with the god-awful noise, yeah. Yeah, that was Nicktoons Racing. Yup. The one with the awful screeching. Okay, Nick with Spider-Man PS1. Where is it in the list here? It's kind of far down, if I remember right. We didn't play it too long ago. There it is, next to Nightfire. Okay, I apologize. I do have to scroll all the way down here. On the right-hand side. There it is. Spider-Man PS1. This game, I had a lot of fun. This is probably one of the most fun platformers on the system, I would argue. Just a fun action-adventure game. Really did Spider-Man justice. Probably one of the best Spider-Man games, if not the best Spider-Man game I've played. That being said, I don't know, I think it might deserve S, to be honest. I think it just might. In fact, I might put it above Speed Punks. I really did dig it that much. If you have a PS1 and you like action-adventure stuff, this should be, like, near the top of your list. If not the top. It deserves S, in my mind. That's where it's going. Best Spider-Man game I've played, thinking about it now. Bar none. Shoot. Trying to do some formatting game. Come on. Yeah, barely slowed my pace too. I didn't get stuck like at all. Perfectly paced game. Preferred over the I do too, a-hole. Honestly, I do. Bar none, my favorite Spider-Man game so far. So there you go, S. Another S. Really do think it deserves that, though. Okay, Ratatouille and Flushed Away's ranks perfectly fit their names. One's gourmet. The one with gourmet food is good, and the one about being flushed, yeah. It does fit. It's oddly fitting. It's a good point. I wanted to like Flushed Away. I did. I tried, but the game didn't want me to like it. What can I say? Okay, this is Mario Party 3 on the N64. We did a multiplayer night with this one with some other streamer friends of mine. Always a fun time. The N64 Mario Parties, as much as I am a little biased toward the GameCube ones, I have to admit the N64 ones are also excellent. I would say this is an A tier game. I don't know if I'd quite go S. I feel like S might be pushing it a little bit. Don't get me wrong. It's an incredible game, but I think I'll give it an A. Where within A? Probably near the top. Probably near the top. Probably above Woody Woodpecker Racing. Maybe next to Stuntman. I thoroughly enjoyed Stuntman, so I feel like Stuntman gets a bump. Give it an A or S. Yeah, I think A is fair for this one. I've played Mario Party games that I like a little bit more. No Mario Party's an S, Rick? Not a single one? I guess I can get on board with that. I don't know if any of them are perfect games, per se. Or even near perfect. They get close. 6 and 7 are S. I really do like 7 a lot. 7 might be my favorite Mario Party. Okay. Ray Tracers. This is... Oh my god, we're getting some bangers right now. If you have a PS1 and you have not played Ray Tracers and you like racing games, let me give you a recommendation right now. Ray Tracers is fucking awesome. Honestly, S. Yeah, must play in my mind. It is almost an anime-tinged racing game with bosses. It reminds me of a game that we'll get to later called Chase HQ 2. The bosses, essentially, you ram them in order to deal damage. Trust me, it's more fun than it sounds. It's a lot of fun. Great art style, great music, good presentation. A lot of fun. Not an exceedingly long game. High recommend from me. I don't think it's as good as Speed Punks or Spider-Man. I think it might edge out Evil Zone a little bit. But I highly recommend this game. If you have a PS1, if you're looking for games to play on it that are maybe a bit under the radar, but are still excellent, I honestly can't recommend this one highly enough. And it's not a long game to beat either. You can beat it in like an hour. Yeah, Evil Zone's lit too. There's some solid, like, kind of semi-obscure PS1 games that you should really check out. Okay. Tony Hawk's Underground. This is my first experience with a first true experience with a Tony Hawk game, I should say. I really dug this one despite me being horrible. Despite me being horrible at the game, I really dug it. I thought it was the perfect evolution of the Tony Hawk series. The Pro Skater games don't interest me all that much because there's no real story. There's no, like, real through plot. I think Underground deserves an A. It's not quite S tier. I'm close to putting it to S tier. But because of how much I struggle with it, I will say the graphics, too, haven't aged 100% the best. Not that I think that deserves to get knocked down an entire tier for, but I'm trying to kind of articulate my thoughts on this one. Again, I think had I not struggled with it as much, I could see myself putting it a little bit higher, but I think it's close to the top of A. Yeah, I'm thinking... I think maybe right under Stuntman. I think right here would be perfect. Between Stuntman and Mario Party. I can see why people would give this an S. Personally, it's not an S for me, but I totally respect anybody that would put it there. Very good game. I see why it gets praised. Yo, Kappa, welcome in. Ramen's disappointed I put it in A. Again, had I not struggled with it so damn hard, I could maybe see myself putting it in S. High A is still a very good ranking. Yeah, wait till the sequel. You think you're in arms now? Just wait. I've got a hot take on the second game. Okay, Ridge Racer. Classic arcade racer by Namco. Not a perfect game. I did enjoy it for what it was. I do think it's above average. It's a bit of a short game. There's not a ton of content. Very few tracks. It's the first Ridge Racer. I do think there are better Ridge Racer games. In fact, I think they get progressively better as the series goes on. But I think for a start, considering it came out the launch year of the PS1, that's pretty solid. I think I'm going to give it a B. Probably a mid-B even. I'm almost thinking... I'm going to put it above Spider-Man 2. Ridge Racer 1 is C. Y'all are saying C? I thought it was above average, personally. I think it deserves B. It's not perfect. Yeah, drifting's weird, for sure. Drifting, I never quite got a total handle on. I'll be honest. Even in some of the later ones, it's still a little wonky, but yeah, definitely Ridge Racer 1 has some wonky drifting. It takes a little bit to get used to. But once you've played it long enough, it starts to become second nature, sort of. You get closer, anyways. But yeah, I think it deserves a B. I don't think it's quite C tier. But yeah, not a perfect game. Okay, Warpad Jurassic Park. This one was another one that kind of took me off guard. As you guys can tell, I don't think I had, like, nearly any fighters on last year's list. There's a lot more fighters on this year's list. I started to really get into fighters this year. And this is one that I had a surprising amount of fun with. It's not supremely well made. It's a little janky. But hell, was it not fun? It was yeah, the most random banger. I would honestly agree. Just a lot of fun overall. But I think in terms of how well made it is, it deserves to be bumped down a couple tiers. Mecha did run this game, by the way, yeah. He did the speed run for it. I'm kind of considering trying it myself, too. Because it was just a lot of fun. That being said, though, again, it's not super well made. I'm not going to say it's some great undiscovered gem, because it's not. But if you go in with semi-low expectations, and you're not, like, some serious fighting game fan, I think you'll have fun with it for, like, an hour or so. That being said, I think I'm going to put it in C. Top of C might almost be a little generous, although I'm not totally disagreeing with you. I don't know, I think I almost liked my experience, the overall experiences with something like Gex or Starwinder more. I think it would probably, it's another game that's probably just right smack dab in the middle, kind of average. I think it's better than VR Troopers. In fact, I might put it right here, just above VR Troopers. Just a fun, stupid little game. Is really all I need to say about it. So close to the middle. Yeah, I'm going with that. Going with my gut on that. Okay, Austin Powers Pinball. Yes, I played this. Don't ask me why. I was thinking when I played this I'd give it an F. But I won't for reasons we'll get to. Fun, stupid little game. The most C-tier sounding description you can think of. Honestly. I think so, yeah. Perfect summarize. Give me that D. I think it deserves D. Again, I'll get to why it's not quite F later. But this game only has 2 boards. Wonky physics. Just kind of a whack game. But it wasn't horrible. At least it was playable. So I feel like I gotta give it a D. It's gonna go toward the bottom. Do I dare put it above Robots? I'm kind of thinking I should. I'm gonna put it above Robots. Screw Robots. Robots was such a fucking dumpster fire. It's going above Robots. All of the Austin Powers games were better. How many were there? I didn't realize there were multiple. Did I get the version of R4 with the remake? Unfortunately, I don't own it. I did play R4. We'll get to that one. But I did not try out that remake version yet. Should I? Is it different enough that you think it's worth trying out? PS1 was such a weird console. Played shit like this on the regular. Yeah, there's so much weird nonsense on the PS1, which I love it for. I really do. Speaking of whack PS1, we're getting into some more. Bob the Builder, Can We Fix It? This game sucked. This game was, like, actually offensive to... I honestly think even for children, it's actually offensive to their intelligence. The most basic fucking game. We'll get to one that's almost worse. Yeah, it's honestly barely a game. I think it deserves to go low. I think it's better than Aquaman. But I'd honestly rather play Flushed Away. I really would. Gonna keep it real. There it goes, F tier. I don't think I need to explain myself any further. Bob the Builder, you know what's funny? His other game got an F tier last year too. Remake isn't different enough. Okay. Oh, so the graphics are improved and it's got a better frame rate. That's kind of nice that they included that though, right? If you're buying Ridge Racer 4, get a nice souped up copy of the original game. Flushed Away's a great game. Green, have you played it? I have to ask. Have you played it? Okay, Big Strike Bowling. What do I have to say about this one? This one, I seem to recall me trying to play the game actually made me do worse. When I tried to actually line up my shot and take smart shots, it actually made me do worse. When I just gave 0 fucks, I actually did better. So I feel like for that reason alone, it's kind of shit. I think I'd give it D tier. That boat level, Green, I don't even remember that boat level for Flushed Away. That tells you how little of that game I remember. I think I'm gonna give Big Strike probably a D. Probably, man, maybe even below Austin Powers. There was a boat level? Yeah, that's how I feel, Blast. I'm like, there was? That's when you know a game's bad, when you barely remember any of it. D tier getting filled out. Gotta get in that 10-3 pocket. I'm telling you, I was trying to get in that pocket, and it's like the harder I attempted, the worse I did. Somehow. Okay, Micro Maniacs. This one was pretty fun for a top-down kind of on-foot racer. I wasn't sure what to expect with this one, and I actually kind of enjoyed it. I didn't love it. Top-down racers and I don't get 100% along, but I think I'd probably give it a C. It felt like another middle-of-the-road game. Go for a record for the most bowling games. What, playing the most bowling games? That's quite the random record to go for. Yeah, Micromaniacs. In all honesty, I'd probably put it closer to the bottom of C. Maybe between Lilo and Ants. I'm thinking that's pretty fair. Middle of the road game, maybe just slightly worse than average. But at least had a kind of cool premise. Some of the track designs were cool. Although the track designs got very hard after a while. Not a game for the faint of heart. It's kind of like, you know, if you played a Micro Machines. You know how hard those can be, so be warned. It's not a bad little game if you want to try it out. If you're into that kind of thing. Oh, owning it? Guinness doesn't care unless you play a high score. I see. You just want to own the most bowling games. I mean, hell, go for it. Why not? Okay, Samurai Jack. This one I actually have a little bit to say about. Samurai Jack. I wanted to like this game. I really did. I've seen a good chunk of the series. I like the series. I like the characters. It just, what a letdown of a game. I didn't find the gameplay loop all that satisfying to begin with. I was having trouble gelling with it to begin with. And then toward the end, it just became even more of a slog, and it really disappointed me. And the weird thing is they mentioned that Aku had a game stash in his bunker in his basement that we had to destroy. And then on the final level, I'd been working on this level for like half an hour, 45 minutes, an hour on the Aku boss. The game crashes. And I'm like, is this some weird meta commentary? Because they were talking about destroying video games. Did the game self-destruct as like a meta commentary? Or is it just that bad? And I think it's just that bad. I think I'd be giving it too much credit to say it's some like meta commentary. I will say better than Robots, better than Big Strike, better than Austin Powers. Hell, better than Family Guy. I'd probably put it just below Star Wars, to be honest. D-tier games can still be fun, yes, absolutely. For the most part, these are games that I didn't quite care for. But like even, you know, the Star Wars fighting game, I kind of dug. Stuart Little 2, kind of dug. Doesn't mean they're horrible, unplayable messes. It just means they're close. 2 horrible, unplayable messes. Yeah, Aku apparently owns video games. It's canon. How is Hot Wheels Turbo Race? Well, I put it in D tier, so that gives you enough of a sense, right? That game and I did not gel. It should have, and it didn't, unfortunately. Okay, Burnout Revenge. This is a childhood favorite of mine. Although I did play it on 360 back in the day. And you'll see I've got the original Xbox version here. Not quite shit, but I don't like it. That pretty much sums up D tier. Pretty much. But Burnout Revenge. Again, childhood favorite of mine. I think it really does hold up. It's one of the better Burnout games in the series. That being said, it didn't hold up nearly as well as I was hoping for. It's a very repetitive game. There's a lot of content, which, for streaming purposes, I did not see myself finishing all of it. I did a decent chunk. Only played it for a couple hours, but it has a ton of content. I think to like fully beat the game, we're talking 10 to 20 hours. So definitely, if you're looking for a racing game with lots and lots of stuff to do, it's a good one to go for. Again, I'd say it's one of the better games in the Burnout franchise. It's just, I don't know, some of the magic, I guess, was lost a little bit, as opposed to when I played it as a kid. I'm gonna give it a B. B for Burnout, kind of fitting. I'd probably put it toward the top of B, though. In fact, I'm gonna put it between From Russia With Love and Twist Metal 4. Rate Bloody Roar low, you dare me? Why would I? I liked Bloody Roar. We'll get to it. We'll get to it. I'm not going to rank anything low just to be a contrarian. I have to actually believe that the game deserves that ranking, right? And I actually liked Bloody Roar quite a bit, so there's no reason for me to give it a low ranking. Most Hot Wheel games are either a pile of dog shit or like stellar. We'll get to one that I honestly believe was kind of middle of the pack, but it's coming a little bit later. What a harsh take. Kind of is harsh. Your Samurai Jack fanfic? Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, I thought it was an interesting thing for them to add. Yeah, they're like, Aku has a game stash. I'm like, okay, that's a weird little side plot to add. Okay, Running Wild. This game, I really like. Some consider Mad Dash to be kind of like a spiritual follow-up to Running Wild because they're both on-foot racers with animal characters, and although they have no actual connection to each other, which I think is interesting. But Running Wild, I really do like this game a lot. Yeah, we're cranking. Thinking high A. It is a lot of fun. It's a very short game though. My main issue with putting it that high is that the level of content is actually kind of low when you actually look at it. There's only a handful of courses. It is short but sweet, I guess. That is true. But I mean, the speedrun's like 7 minutes. And honestly, a casual playthrough doesn't take much longer, so. Yeah, it's probably near the bottom of A, kind of in that bedrock bowling category of better than the sum of its parts, but you still gotta knock it down a bit because it's not like a perfect game. It is a fun game to speedrun. I do think I prefer Bedrock a little bit. I think it'll go next to Bedrock in A. I think you guys are right. I think it is deserving of A. So I'll put it there. Just below Bedrock Bowling. Boom. Who made the poll? Sonic the Hedgehog is S for Sonic, S for Sega, S for Saturn needed Sonic, S tier for Sonic 06. Why do I have a hunch that Sonic 06 is gonna win there? Beginning of the Legend of Poop? I think it may have been. I think so. I think so. Yeah, part of the reason I met Poop is because he moderates that board. It's the only reason I know him. I don't know if he would have found me otherwise. Okay, Destroy All Humans. This is another one that I was kind of testing the waters with. Those of you who have been watching me long enough know I've only played one Destroy All Humans before this. And it was Big Wooly Unleashed on the Wii, which was a fucking terrible game. But this game was actually very, very good. I was quite pleasantly surprised by this one. I expected it to be good, but THQ Nordic did a fantastic job with the remaster of this. I did have some couple minor gripes. There was an upgrade system that was kind of shoehorned in for the remaster that I didn't quite get into as much as I maybe should have. Final boss I found to be difficult and frustrating. But on the whole, I think it's an A tier game. In fact, I think it's toward the top of A tier. Minor, okay. In the grand scheme of the issues I had, it was kind of minor. I do think it is an A tier game. I see why this game gets as highly regarded as it does. I think it really is a decent little game. Not overly long. It did feel like it kind of dragged toward the end, but on the whole, thought it didn't overstay its welcome. I love the setting, the kind of 50s retrofitted aesthetic. I totally dug, and it's just a fun gameplay loop, and it controlled really well. Yeah, the ship I did not care for. I like the on foot sections. The ship sections didn't do it for me. So I'm gonna put it in A tier. It's not gonna go super high toward the top. In fact, it might kind of go toward the middle. I might put it below Mario Party and above Woody Woodpecker. It's not quite to the level of like an Underground or Stuntman, but it's getting close. It's getting close. I'm glad I played through it. It was definitely worth the playthrough. Man, this is gonna get messy by the time we get toward the end. I'm already having to move a lot of games. This is boring, Jay? What, you didn't like Destroy Humans? Admittedly, like, if the gameplay loop doesn't do much for you, it's gonna get boring. Didn't care for the remake. But you like the original? Well, I have no frame of reference because I had never played the original. In all fairness, I should have stated that. I have not played the original version, but original was fine, but he didn't like. What about the remake did you not care for? I'm just curious. Fell in love with Destroy. Yeah, no, after the first game, that's what I've heard. That's what I've heard. After the first Destroy Humans, it kind of, I don't know. I've heard 2 is all right, but obviously Big Willie sucked. Yo, hey there, Mikey. How are you doing, man? Welcome on in. Currently trying to rank every game I've played since January. Which, as you can see, we've got a lot to get through still. But Puzzle Fighter 2 Turbo. This is a fun puzzle game. Admittedly, I struggled a little bit with it. I like to think I'm alright at puzzle games, but for whatever reason, I had a bit of a time with this one. I played Room Zoom. It was the worst game. One of the worst games I've ever played in my life. And I like kart racers. I thought I was going to find some redeeming quality about it. No. Fucking trash. Okay. But Super Puzzle Fighter 2 Turbo. I actually did like this game quite a bit. Not reinventing. I think it was, if I remember right, kind of a match 4 deal. Which, again, is a very common style of puzzle game. But what's nice about this game is that it had, like, little chibi versions of the Street Fighter characters in the middle, like, duking it out, which I thought was kind of a neat aesthetic. Yeah, really, this game gets style points. In terms of being a puzzle game, I mean, it's very average, but I think it gets the bump to B because of the style. I would maybe put it... It's hard to say where within B I want to put it. Probably toward the bottom. Maybe between Spider-Man and Jackass. I think I'll put it there. Don't want to think too long or hard about this. But I think that's a pretty fair placement. Again, if you've played puzzle games like it, it's not like you're going to have some revolutionary experience. But the visuals were quite nice. Okay, Poppin' Tanks. This is one that Matt recommended I play. I'm so glad he did. Because it was definitely a worthy game to try out. We replayed this one not that long ago, and I had a harder time for it. Yeah, so far Ratatouille is the best B tier at the moment. It may or may not change. We'll see. But yeah, that one surprised me pleasantly. Poppin' Tanks, we replayed this one. I had a harder time with it when we replayed it than I did the first time, which I'm not quite sure why. I think it had to do with our character selection. First time I played it, didn't have to replay too many of the fights too many times. Think almost like a cross between a fighting game and Twisted Metal. So you're doing vehicular combat, but there's 3 rounds. And if you obviously best of 3. I thought it was a cool system. I really dig this game. Nice art style, colorful, bright, good controls. You can actually aim independently of where you're driving, which I thought was a huge quality of life improvement as compared to something like Twisted Metal. I would dare give it an S. I honestly think it deserves Fs. Not quite near the top of S. But I think actually it would fit nicely between Speed Punks and Ray Tracers. I really dug this game. My first playthrough of it was This is gonna sound super cheesy, but it's kind of magical. Like, I really, really liked it a lot. I do think it's a must play. If you haven't heard of it, check it out. Unfortunately, it is expensive. Not that I totally condone emulation all the time, but that might be a situation where it's worth it. Because it's like an $100 game. I don't know if I say it's worth $100, but definitely a cool one. If you can get access to it. Okay, Kiss Pinball. Yo, Poop. Somebody did say Poop. We were talking about Running Wild not too long ago. Okay, Kiss Pinball. This is the reason that I didn't give Austin Powers here F tier. Because somehow, Kiss Pinball, made by the same developers, ended up being a way worse game. Physics are way worse. Camera movements way worse. The tables are worse. It's just all around a worse game. There's no Kiss actual music. They didn't bother to license any Kiss music. So why there's a Kiss connection, I don't know. Dumb game. Really bad. Really terrible. I think it's only better than Room Zoom. Yeah, there's no Kiss music. It totally defeats the purpose of having Kiss Pinball. It makes no sense. You know what? I'll put it above Aquaman just because at least I didn't have to play it for very long. Aquaman was pain. At least Kiss Pinball I could play for like 20 minutes and call it, you know? So it's better than that. Yeah, they licensed the likeness for Kiss. They licensed their imagery, but they didn't license the music, hamster. It was so backwards. That's a port of a real Kiss pinball game, and Gene wanted more money for the console port. I don't know what the deal is. It still fails as a video game. Whatever happened there, it fails. You run out of money? Probably. I don't think they were a big developer. Probably didn't have a whole lot of money. Okay, Daredevil Derby 3D. This is a fun top-down racer, which might sound a little weird for me to say because I typically don't end up liking top-down racers, but this one actually did it well enough that I thought made it a lot of fun. I didn't have too many issues controlling this game. I will say it's a bit of a hard game. I would maybe recommend save states if you're not hardcore. You know, I'm definitely not a hardcore player. Basically, the way this works is the championship mode has you play through all these races and you have to qualify, right? If you don't qualify, you have to start the entire series over. So you're basically replaying maps over and over. Which, for a PlayStation Variety Night, I didn't feel like was worth it. So I did use save states to get through it. That being said, I think it's a middle of the pack kind of game. Had fun with it, but not insane amounts of fun with it. It did make me like top-down racers just a little bit more, which I think it does deserve some credit for. So, that being said, I think it's gonna go just below Twisted Metal 3, above Warpath, Jurassic Park. I think that's a pretty fair placement. Near the middle of C. Very average game. Very average. But if you like top-down racers, it might be worth checking out. Not just Gene. What? Gene is greedy. The rest are alright. I mean, say what you will about Kiss, but man, did they perfect, you know, licensing and merchandising. Like, goddamn. They made bank off all that stuff. Probably some of the... That's all Gene. Yeah, Gene is more of a businessman than a musician. I don't think anybody would disagree with me on that. Okay, Celebrity Deathmatch. This game sucked. I wouldn't recommend anybody go play this. Luckily, it's a fighting game, so you're really not very invested. For that reason alone, I might give it a bump above Flushed Away. Well, we're getting into trash territory with this kind of game. It's not good. I can't recommend it to anybody. Don't bother. The very late release PS1 game and it looks like trash. Like, you'd think if you're at least gonna make a late release PS1, maybe spruce up the graphics. But no, it was just such a cash grab. Yeah, they got a PS2 version as well, which I've heard probably also isn't worth checking out, but I'm kind of tempted. I feel like it has to be better than this version, but yeah, PS1 Celebrity Deathmatch, terrible. S tier, what do you mean? Yeah, right. PS2 version was terrible. This is probably worse then, if I had to guess. It's probably worse. Yeah, almost perfected licensing and marketing when Kiss Pinball exists, right? Did I look at a list of the worst PS1 era games and play them all, or what? I may have perused a bad PS1 games list at one point. I tried to mix them in with good games, which had varying levels of success with, but it is kind of fun to play the bad games every once in a while. Speaking of fun to play but terrible, Cosmic Race. I've said this before and I'll say it again. I feel like this is the definition of a perfect F tier game. It is like the best dumpster fire I've ever seen, if that makes sense. It has to be seen to be believed. It is one of the most entertaining, horrible games I've played in my life. Should I show my copy? I do own a copy of this game. I'll pull it out real quick. It's honestly one of my prized possessions. I do own a copy of this game. Cosmic Race on the PS1. This is a Japanese import. I believe it came out on launch year. Horrible game. But it's just such an incredible failure that it's like fun to watch the dumpster fire. So for that reason, I feel like it's got to go at the top of F. It's like what every other F game aspires to be. If that makes sense. I think that makes sense. Your copy of Bubsy's one of your prize possessions? I wish I bought it before it got a price spike. Like, I can't justify paying like $30 for Bubsy. I just can't. You know? It's just too high. Okay, Cardinal Sin. This was a decent little fighting game. If not a little middle of the road, I liked the presentation of it. I think the presentation was the strongest thing it had going for it. Moveset was alright. I never felt like fully at home with it, but I did enjoy it. It had a kind of a cool atmosphere, I have to be honest. That being said, though, somewhere within C, I'm not quite sure where. Maybe it gets the bump just for being cool presentation-wise. But I think as an actual fighting game, it's probably pretty middle of the road. I think I'll put it above Cubics. I think it's toward the top of C. Again, it's probably like a mid-tier fighter, but the presentation and basically the overall aesthetics really did it for me on that one. But there we go. Cardinal Sin, C tier. I feel like that's pretty fair. Best F tier game is I really want to like this game, but it's so jank I can't recommend it. Honestly, that is the definition of Cosmic Race. Like, it's jank and it's dumb and it's just a sight to behold, but like I can't recommend people go buy it necessarily because it's not really a good game. Okay. Klonoa 2, guys. Klonoa 2. A-hole, a bit of a hipster. You got it before it spiked? I should have bought it earlier. Klonoa 2 is one of the best games I've played. Period. Seriously. It is one of the best, if not the best. In fact, considering the games that are at S right now, I mean, let's face it, Klonoa easy S tier. But considering the games that are on here right now, I think it outshines all of them. I really do. I think it deserves the top of S. It's the best game I've played this year. Easy. No question in my mind. To me, improved upon the first game in ways I didn't think which were possible. Some really cool boarding sections, even a boss fight on the boarding sections, which was a nice mix-up to the standard platforming gameplay. Great presentation, good art style. The story that tugs at your heartstrings at the end. Get a little teary-eyed just thinking about it. But Klonoa 2, so glad I had this experience. So glad I had it on stream. Got to share it with others. Hit us in the feels at the end. Did I highlight Klonoa 2 at all, or the clips? There might be clips. There might be clips. I haven't looked at clips, have I? In a while. I'm trying to get through these games because I see how many we have. And I'm like, in order to make time. We might take a clip break here in a bit, but I feel like there's got to be at least some clips of Klonoa. Wasn't that into Klonoa? Bought it when it came out. Was the sequel better? I personally believe the sequel's better. I've heard people say that they like the original more. I think it kind of depends on your personal game tastes. The game was slightly easier, which I appreciated. I thought it was a little bit more fair throughout. Toward the end of Klonoa 1 gets quite difficult. I felt like Klonoa 2 strike that balance of fairness and challenge a little better for me personally. Obviously graphically it's better. I don't know, to me it did more. I think it improved upon the original. Like I said, it added these boarding sections that I thought were a great addition too. So, I personally think it's better. I don't think everybody will tell you that, but I thought it was quite damn good. Liking a game for being easier, wonder why. Have you played Klonoa 1? It gets hard toward the end. It gets hard. I did it, but it took me a while. I did beat Klonoa 1. It's not like I didn't beat it. I just thought the second to last stage platforming wise was definitely a pain in the ass. Okay, Creature from the Krusty Krab. Basically nobody watched me play this, and I don't blame anyone. I'm sure people came in thinking, hey, like, he's probably playing Battle for Bikini Bottom, right? Nope. This was really unfortunate. I hate it. I did not care for this game. I wanted to like it. It was so aggressively average. There was just like no... I think most people missed this playlist. Most people missed it. And again, I can't blame them because it really wasn't that interesting of a game. I think it's C tier. Honestly, if I was going based solely off my experience of it, it would probably be more like D. But I think it deserves C tier. It's just very aggressively average. Really not a whole lot going on in it. A fall from grace from the other SpongeBob games of the time. I'm gonna put it smack dab, probably in the middle of C. Think I should put it in high D tier? Maybe I should. It was really boring. It was disappointingly boring. Like I said, especially compared to like Battle for Bikini Bottom and the movie game, which honestly the movie game is probably my favorite SpongeBob game. This came out not that long after. It was quite a letdown. In fact, I might put it below Stuart Little 2. Even though I think it's probably a more ambitious game than Stuart Little, I had more fun with Stuart Little. Incredibles was hard enough that I'm still putting it above Incredibles. Incredibles bullied me. So, I can't quite put it lower than Incredibles, but I think that's a fair spot for it. Yeah, I don't blame anybody for not watching me play that, because I was surely disappointed by that one. It was really sad. I wanted to like it, but now I never have to play it again, right? Boring game's worse than a bad game. Under Incredibles. No. Incredibles was pain. Creature from the Krusty Krab wasn't pain, but yeah, it was boring. But I'd kind of take that kind of boring over the pain I endured with Incredibles. Freaky Flyers is fun. You know, I've never played Freaky Flyers. I would like to. Okay, Rez. This is kind of a cool on-rails shooter. Very, very unique visual style. I know Pete Dorr absolutely adores this game. I know this game has fans. It's got a cult following. I liked it, but I didn't love it. I wouldn't put it in S. I probably wouldn't even put it in A, considering my experience with it. To me, it's more of a B tier game. I did like it, but you have to be in the mood for an on-rails shooter. You love Rez Hamster? Am I gonna lose you on this one? I think B's fair. I could see why people would put it up here, you know? I could see it easily. But just, it didn't quite grab me the way I was hoping. Didn't quite grab me the way I wanted it to. B's, yeah, exactly. B's still good. It's above average. Definitely above average. In fact, I'd probably put it pretty high within B. It would be like a B+. I feel like I gotta put it above Ratatouille, actually. I feel like it has a little more artistic merit than something like Ratatouille. You know what? I'll put it A-. Screw it. I do feel like Ratatouille is a good spot for top of B. I feel like it pretty much surmises what the top of B is. So let's put Rez at the bottom of A. Okay. Exactly. It's about the aesthetics. I think that's the reason I didn't care for it as much as I initially hoped. Because, you know, it really is about the art style. You know, the gameplay takes... I don't want to say it takes a back seat, but you know, it's not as important necessarily. Yeah, it's more of an experience exactly than a game. It's a good way of putting it. Yeah, there's a Rez remaster, I believe. Wasn't Child of Eden like the spiritual follow-up to Rez? That could kind of be viewed as Rez too. Yeah, spiritual sequel. Okay, Gungrave. This game's pretty damn cool. Unfortunately, it's not that long of a game, but I ended up having to replay a ton of it because my game crashed. So I ended up replaying through most of the game. I don't think a lot of people saw me play this one either, which is kind of a shame because I thought this one was actually really cool. You have it too, but you've never played it. You're a bad gamer. I mean, mine's can when you own as many games as you do. I don't think I can necessarily blame you for not playing everything. But Gungrave, really cool game. Just like a third-person run and gun action game. Quite dug it. Published by Sega. Really great art style. Nice anime cutscenes. Not too long. Doesn't overstay its welcome. Pissed you missed it. You can't be here for everything. What can I say? I think it's gonna go in B tier. I'd probably put it between Burnout and Twisted Metal. Toward the upper echelon of B, but not quite near the top. I did have some minor qualms with it. Difficulty was, from what I remember, a little bit over the place. Kind of wavered. But on the whole, really cool game. Great art style, great aesthetic. For whatever reason, I was into like a PS2 aesthetic games kick for a while. With Rez and Gungrave. I would argue their aesthetics almost outshine the actual gameplay themselves, if that makes sense. Yeah, Gungrave, it's worth checking out. Not to say the gameplay is bad. Just definitely aesthetically is where it really shines. Okay, Ridge Racer Revolution. Definitely better than the first Ridge Racer. Liked it a lot. Again, I don't know if any Ridge Racer is like a perfect game. I did think Revolution was enough of an improvement to maybe put it into A tier. Perhaps the bottom of A tier. I really did like this one. But again, not a perfect game. We're gonna get to the one that I like the most soon enough. May have been... Yeah, you may have been sleeping, right? Like a semi-normal person. But yeah, I'm gonna put Ridge Racer at the bottom of A. A decent little improvement over the original Ridge Racer, but not a huge improvement. Look forward to Gex 2. Ramen, I hate to disappoint you, but I rated it last year. Metal Storm, thank you for the follow. Look one in. Currently ranking every game I've played in 2021 so far. Gotten quite a nice spread so far. Still got a lot to get through, though. Revolution wasn't that much. Yeah, it's not a huge, drastic improvement. Which almost makes me think put it in B tier, but I think bottom A is fair. I really do. I remember liking the tracks better and the handling a little bit better. So I think for that, it gets A. Okay, Looney Tunes Racing. Probably played 30 times more games. Well, I played double of what I played last year for the whole year. Because I played about 140 games last year. And just this half of the year, just this half of 2021, 280 about. So, and I mostly played short games, so it's bound to happen. But Looney Tunes Racing. As you guys know, I do speedrun this game. It's one of my favorites to speedrun. I'm sensing the A tier PS1 speedrun little click. I think it's gonna end up in there. I think I prefer running it to Bedrock though, so I think it's gonna go above Bedrock. But I think all my speedrun games are gonna sit within A tier together. I think it just makes sense. It just makes sense. Looney Tunes Racing, definitely one of the better kart racers on the PS1. I can actually pull out my copy. There's a funny thing on the back. I have to read this quote. I feel like it's worth sharing with you guys. Because it literally says, on the back, from GameFan.com, it says, might surpass Crash Team Racing as the best PS1 kart racing game to date. I don't agree with that. Clearly. Because CTR is an S and this is an A. But some people thought it was as good, if not better, than CTR. Literally says it there. I don't know if you guys, it's that red blurb right there. But yeah, they had the audacity to put that on the cover, which I thought was just incredible. So, thought that was worth sharing. Anyways, it is a good game though. I highly recommend it. If you've played a ton of CTR and you're looking for another racer on the PS1, you could do a lot worse. Word might does a ton. Yes, it does all the lifting, Snake. All of the lifting. 100%. Okay, we have Spyro the Dragon. I mean, this is a classic for a reason. I played this on Switch. I know some were disappointed I didn't play it on PS1, but I got the Reignited Trilogy, so that's where I was going to play it. I haven't played 3 yet. I have played 2. I played Ripto's Rage. I do like the simplicity of this one a lot. Didn't it kill me? Not really. I don't think. I think Ripto's Rage was a little harder on the whole. I mean, it's a 3D platform. I'm going to have some issues with it, right? But 3 is the only one you didn't finish. I have yet to even start 3. So, halfway through. Yeah, it did get a little hard toward the end. I do really value the simplicity of this game, though. The fact that the bosses are, like, almost optional, I kind of dig. And the simplicity of just freeing the dragons was nice. Not having to do a bunch of random tasks. I did enjoy that quite a bit. Although Ripto's Rage, we'll get to. But I think I do prefer that one overall. This one is still a great game. I think it's toward the top of A, even. I would dare put it... Well, if I'm gonna put Ripto's Rage higher. Yo, Dio, welcome in. Just in time for Spyro. I'm thinking A tier for sure. It's better than a lot of these. I'm gonna put it here. Between Woody Woodpecker and City Crisis, I think. I do like the game a lot, but Ripto's Rage kind of edges it out for me. Let me just get these resorted. You missed a lot of Wrath of Cortex. Yeah, I've been trashing on Wrath of Cortex quite a bit. One is your least favorite of the original trilogy. Yeah, I could see that being the case. But like I said, I do value the simplicity of the objectives in that game. Again, the bosses being kind of like, do them if you want, was almost kind of cool and kind of freeing. So I think it deserves, and it started the series, right? So it totally deserves to be placed high. Yeah, Bubsy 3D, this is the wonky fan-made indie game based on Bubsy that I would argue is way better than the game it's based on. This game is oddly fun. I'm not gonna say it's good, but it's fun. I think, if I'm being honest, it's so short and jank, I think it deserves D, but it was a lot more fun than a lot of these games. Definitely more fun than SpongeBob. I think it might sit under Stuart Little, if I'm being honest. Yo, hey there, Boat. How are you doing? Welcome on in. Since we got some new people coming in, I'm going to zoom out for a little bit just to give you guys an overview of what we've managed to achieve so far. Is that... How do I say that? You Scrooge, I assume? You Scrooge, thank you for the follow. Welcome on in. S tier? No, it's like a D tier game. I can't give it S. Come on. It's better than Bubsy, but not by a whole lot. Because it's tied to the character of Bubsy. Gets a D. Okay. Pac-Man World Rally. This one, I've talked about this with Mecha, because he played it as well, and I think he's part of the reason that I bothered to try it to begin with. Yeah, Bubsy 3D too. I played it on stream, actually twice. I played it twice on stream. But yeah, D tier it goes. Pac-Man World Rally. This is like, I had hopes for this one. I didn't have the highest hopes, but I expected it to be kind of decent because, you know, it's Pac-Man, it's licensed. Expect it to be kind of good. This is basically like the most average kart racer you can get. It really is. It's like the definition of a C tier game. I firmly believe that. It deserves to be in the middle of C tier. I think it's maybe slightly better than Daredevil Derby 3D. Not by a lot. It's not a bad game, but it's like excruciatingly easy. Even on hard. And track designs aren't all that inspired. It felt a little low budget, if I'm being honest, in terms of animations. And like, they didn't even bother to animate the characters sitting. They just had him stand up on the carts. Because they couldn't figure out how to make Pac-Man with his I think the 3D, World 3D assets. I think they just pulled the assets from 3D World. And they didn't know what to do with his legs, so they just made him stand on the cart. So, just like, there's stuff like that all over the place that just signals that this game is not that high quality. Not very high production value. But, yeah, I would say middle of C is pretty much where it deserves to be. Yeah, at least you get to see Miss Pac-Man's cute boots, I guess. That's, at least something. Alright. Where did Daredevil go? There we go. Sorry. Let me just move these real quick. Where's Warpath? Did I not move Warpath? There. Sorry, moving these is not the easiest task sometimes. Okay. But yeah, Pac-Man World Rally, like, definition of middle of C tier. The most standard... I rented a kart racer this weekend, and that's what I got. Basically know exactly what you're getting yourself into. Not a lot of content. Video game masterpiece, and anything less than an A is an insult to the media. It was fun, but it was very, very short. Very, very short. And it's based on this dumpster fire, so... No, it honestly wasn't that bad. I just don't feel great giving it ratings any higher. Okay, Downhill Jam. This one disappointed me. After having played Tony Hawk's Underground, really a disappointment by comparison. This game's oddly long too. I did not even bother to try and finish it. Shouldn't have existed. I thought, you know, Tony Hawk skateboarding, which I kind of enjoyed, and then racing, which I absolutely love. I thought it would be a surefire thing for me. It wasn't, unfortunately. More like Downhill Sham. I kind of agree. Not a horrible game, just could have been so much more. Could have been so much more. I don't think it's on the level of, like, D tier. I didn't care for it. It just overstayed its welcome. After the first hour or two, I felt like I'd played everything. You think it's a D? D for Downhill? I did like it, but for like an hour. It just didn't... It didn't give itself any reason to be as long as it was. Played for a half an hour. See, that's the way to play it. You play it for a half an hour, and then you say, I've seen it all, because you have. D for distasteful. Yeah, that explains why you liked it more, because you only played it for 30 minutes. This would be a perfect game if you just played it for an hour. Honestly. That's all you need. Play it more than an hour, things start repeating, you're going to get tired of it. It's going to happen. Maybe it does deserve D. I'll put it... I swear, Stuart Little 2 is like our benchmark for the top of D, but it fits. Totally fits. I'm going to put Tony Hawk Downhill Jam just below Stuart Little 2. That's where it's going. Bada bang. Man, our D tier is looking long. It's so strange to me that B and C are shorter than D right now. Hopefully it'll start to fill out a little bit more. You think it's mid-D? You don't even think it deserves that much. I mean, I'd rather go back and play this than, like, Creature from the Cartoon Crab or Incredibles. In all fairness. Deserves F for fuck it. There are a number of games that deserve that. I do think Downhill Jam is not that bad of a game. I just think it overstays its welcome. I think that's its worst downfall. Played a lot of... I mean, there's not a ton. Considering all the other games I've played... that I have as many... I think I only had like 6 or 7 Fs last year. But I also avoided bad games a little bit more last year. So in all fairness. Okay, Donut Counting. This is a fun little indie title. I definitely think this is one of is worth checking out if you kind of like puzzle indie games. For what it sets out to do, I think it's quite damn good. Writing's decent, good little story. Doesn't overstay its welcome. I think it was like 3 hours? 3 hours or so, which I thought was a perfect length for this. Nice, fun little game, just relaxing. Glad I played it. I don't think it's to the level of an S tier game, though. Pleasant is the perfect word to use for Donut County. I think it's going to go in A. I wouldn't feel right putting it above Spyro, in all honesty. Maybe between Pink Panther and Crash. I'm just thinking of the games I'd rather play sooner. I think that's a good way of placing it within the tier is, like, what games would I rather play before I go back to that one? And I think fits fairly nicely here. Definitely worthy of an A tier. Just tuned in. Kiss Game and F. What's up with that? Kiss Pinball? You love Kiss Pinball? Dude, kudos. Hats off to you, man. I could barely play that thing. Could barely play Kiss Pinball. And there's no Kiss music in it. I'm glad you liked it. I didn't care for it. I could not get into it. 2 boards with not great physics. I've played better pinball games, much better pinball games. Okay, Apocalypse. This is a game by Neversoft featuring Bruce Willis as the lead character. Surprisingly fun run-and-gun platformer. Really liked this one a lot. I know not everybody in chat was gelling with it, but I was pleasantly surprised. Imagine buying a Kiss pinball game. It was definitely a budget title from what I remember. I really liked Apocalypse. I don't think it's worthy of an A or an S, but I thought it was like a decent B tier game. I really liked it quite a bit. Like I said, just fun, like arcadey style run and gun shooter. Maybe slightly a little on the long side than what I preferred, but overall, glad I played through this one. Definitely a bit of a under the radar game on the PlayStation, I would argue, especially considering the fact that Bruce Willis is in it. You'd think more people would talk about it, but I don't hear it mentioned that often. I'm really pushing for like close to top of B. I'm gonna put it above Burnout and below From Russia with Love. That's where I'm placing it. I think that's fair. Top of B. Check it out. If you like run and gun games, just some kind of like silly action with some light platforming, worth checking out. Used as the foundation for the Tony Hawk games. Mid B. Rank these old school. Best top 10 old school. I mean, I've played... typically, I end up really just playing retro stuff. I don't play a whole lot of modern. Every once in a while, one slips in, but it's not too common. Perfectly Neversoft. Yeah, if you like Spidey, you're probably gonna sort of like Apocalypse, at least. Still go back and play Space Cadet. Yeah, Space Cadet's a better pinball game, I would argue. Okay, Diddy Kong Racing. This is one that often gets lauded for being like one of the best N64 kart racers. I do think it's quite good. Do I think it's as good as everybody says? Not entirely. Not entirely. It's definitely a good game. My main problem with this one was the fact that you had to do so many different objectives for every track. You had the regular race, you had the coin challenges, I think you had time trials as well. There was so many different things you had to do just to finish the game, and I felt like the game's pacing would have been a lot better had it just scaled it back. Include those, that's fine, but make them optional. Don't make you finish all of them just to get through the game. Plus, I had a little bit of a problem with the hub world. I thought hiding one of the actual, you know, race selects in like behind a waterfall was not a good move. Felt like that was a little scummy. Yeah, I think bloated is a good term for it. Still in your all-time kart race, top 3. It's definitely up there, but it's going to be a bit of a decisive placement. I do think it's B tier. I just wish had they trimmed the... If they had trimmed the fat, easy A. Even possibly S. I just don't like being forced to do a bunch of... Essentially what should have been optional missions in my mind. Is the way I see it. Again, I don't expect everyone to agree with me on this one, but that's honestly what I'm feeling. I think B is fair. I think it would go toward the top of B, to be honest. Put it A, because they did a great job making it a racing game with blend of adventure. I don't know. It's tough because I was talking to some of my friends that have also played it, and the hub world does feel a little excessive. Yeah, and CTR did it for me, but kind of better. I would be if they didn't have me put all this effort into trying to finish these coin challenges and time trials and all that. Again, A tier, even possibly S. But I just felt like the bloating really, to me, detracts from it. So I think we'll finally dethrone Ratatouille. And we'll make this the top of B. Again, I don't expect everybody to agree with this ranking. I know a lot of people out there really like this game. I don't blame you. It's a really, like, in terms of core gameplay, I mean, it's a rare kart racer. The rare kart racers slap. They're good. They're incredible. I did feel like it was bloated. Just to finish the main story, having to do each race, like, a half dozen times was a little much, in my mind. And the beautiful thing with CTR is the fact that all that stuff in Diddy Kong Racing that's required is actually optional, right? It's there for 100% purposes, but you don't have to do it all, which I really liked. How many rare races? There's a handful of them, actually. I know there's Mickey's Speedway USA. I'm trying to think of others. Super Mario Kart Awful. I ranked that last year. Come on, keep up. I'm not going to rank it again. I didn't play it this year, technically. But last year, I think I gave it an A. I did give it an A. Rare's way too ambitious. Last year I played it. No, I did play it last year. It was at the end of last year. It was in December. Okay. Snowboard Kids 2. This game's awesome. I love this game. I really like it. Despite it not being a perfect game, I really do think it improved upon the first game. It's a little bit more accessible. There's also a bit of a hub world. It's very small, though, which I liked. It was just kind of a nice little addition. There were some other side quests, other things other than just straight up races that I really did like. Metal Gear Solid. Okay, I can rank Metal Gear Solid next. But Snowboard Kids 2, I think this game's better than the sum of its parts. Despite there being some missions that are a little frustrating, like the mailbox delivery, the newspaper delivery one. Even that was fun, despite it taking me forever. I might dare put it above Diddy Kong. I'm gonna get so much flack, but I liked it more overall. I really did. Less bloated game. It's a little weird with the bosses. I will say the last boss fight was kind of scummy. I had to do it quite a few times to actually end up beating it, but on the whole, I really, really liked it. Yeah, it is my list after all. Again, like, is really the bottom of A that far off from the top of B? I think this is an A tier game. Probably near the bottom. Again, it's got some issues, but on the whole, it's just very charming, and I think it improved upon the first game quite a bit. So I think I'm going to put it... I'm going to put it below Running Wild, above Pink Panther. It's just slightly below my speedrun games, but above the rest of A. I think that's fair. Bada bing. Also, welcome in, Jared. How are you doing tonight? Nitro Fuel has the most waifus. I need to play Nitro Field still. I would like to, considering how much I like CTR. Should really get on that. How long have I been streaming? I've been going for 2.5 hours. Yeah, we've been going for a while. I need to pick up the pace though, because look at how many more games we have. I don't think I'm gonna be doing all these tonight. I can try. I have Crash Nitro Kart above Diddy Kong Racing. Holy meme. That's how I feel. What can I say? That's how I feel. Nitro Kart wasn't bloated. Okay. Powerpuff Girls Chemical Extraction. Anybody that's seen or has played this game knows how terrible it is. It's actually trash tier. It's really, I can't recommend it at all to anyone. To anyone. It's F tier. It's totally F tier. Where within F tier though? Kind of hard to say. You can 100% this game in 30 minutes with one move. Yes, I will do Metal Gear. I'll do that one next, so I don't forget. I can't. It's above Celebrity Deathmatch. I can't put it above Bubsy. Bubsy is a better game. Bubsy is a better game. But I'd rather play it than Celebrity Deathmatch. But we're down to like the absolute bottom of the barrel, right? Like I don't want to play either of these, but if I had to choose one over the other, I'd go Powerpuff Girls. Not by much. Hamster with Hot Pursuit. Okay. We'll do Metal Gear and then Hot Pursuit. And then we'll get back into chronological. Let me save real quick too. I am a little worried that Photoshop's gonna crash on me. Luckily it's been cooperating. Let's see, where was Metal Gear? Next to the bouncer. Okay, this one is gonna be an interesting one. I'm just gonna be real. I'm sure a lot of people would consider Metal Gear to be an S tier game. And for me, it gets very, very, very close. It does get close. It gets very close. But as a game, I find it a little hard to play. It wasn't the most fun gaming experience I've had. Great story, great atmosphere. A lot of the game was good, but a lot of the game I struggled with. It did bring itself back hard. Yeah, no, there were some definite moments that were like almost world class. I say almost world class. I've wanted to like this game so much, and overall I did. I did like it a lot. But, and you do have to somewhat consider the time it was released. You know, you gotta give it a little bit of a break, but I don't think it quite reaches S in the way I was hoping. It gets so damn close, though. It gets so close. I think I'm gonna put it at the top of A. Despite the troubles I had with it. I wouldn't take any of it back. I wouldn't take any of it back. It was worth the hours I put in. I believe my first Kojima game, too. It's gonna go at the top of A. I know some would probably consider this to be an S tier game. I don't blame you. I think upon subsequent playthroughs, I could see myself putting it in an S. Was that you had to be there when it came out game? I could see that, for sure. I mean, there's no debating how it revolutionized gaming. Absolutely no debating. But playing back now, it's not perfect. It's damn close, but it's not quite there. Okay. Analogous thought C tier only because Twin Snakes. Should I play Twin Snakes? R4 better be A tier? We'll see. It most likely will be. Spoilers. Let's see. Okay. Hot Pursuit. Let me find it real quick. I should not play it? I don't need to? Okay. The 2012 remake of Distorted Mineral? Wait, what now? Distorted Mineral. What is Ramen ask? I must be missing it. Let me find... Okay, while we figure out what the hell that is, let me find Hot Pursuit here. It's next to Star Trek. It's a little hard for me to pick these out from the right-hand side, so I apologize. Just bear with me briefly. Am I too far? Twisted Metal. Oh, okay, gotcha. Distorted Mineral. I like that. I like that. Now that you say that, I like it. Okay, so, wait, I didn't go far enough. I apologize. It's there's so many games to scroll through on this right-hand side. Where the hell is it? We're just chilling. There it is. That's high stakes. Fuck. If you could only see... You know what? I'll show my right-hand side real quick. Look at... This is how I have to get to each game. Just to give you some context. So you might be thinking, well, it's right there, but I can't just click on it. I have to find it on the right-hand side. So I'm sorry it's taking a little bit. There it is. Okay, found it, finally. Hot Pursuit. Okay. Hot Pursuit. Probably the best Need for Speed game I've played. I really dug this one. Wasn't perfect. Funnily enough, actually, the Hot Pursuit mode I didn't care that much for. I like the tournament mode. But, on the whole, really liked it. For me, Hot Pursuit mode is a little whack with the AI. Yeah, it may have not been the best idea to allow tier list spoilers, but it's fun, though. It's fun, though. Usually I can find them if they're not too far ahead. I can usually find them all right, but yeah, finding ones that are way down the list is a little difficult at times. But I'm willing to do it. Hot Pursuit. Really great game. To me, so far, the height of the Need for Speed series that I've personally experienced. I still haven't played Underground or Underground 2. Need to get on those. But as of the ones I've played, which admittedly aren't too many, really just the first game rivals in this, I think. Well, in high stakes as well. I do think this is an A-tier game. Where within A-tier? Maybe between Godzilla and Stuntman. Although Stuntman was iconic. You know, I will put it just behind Stuntman. Just behind Stuntman. Maybe I should have made him more expensive. You know, maybe I should have. Hindsight's 2020. I guess I still could, but people have already used them. I don't want to jip anybody that hasn't used one yet. They're like, well, they got it for less. It's fine. If you can, maybe just wait till we're getting, like, kind of close. That way I don't have to scroll, like, all the way down. That would help me out a little bit. If you're looking to help me out. But I still want to use them, because they're kind of fun. Okay. I think that's a pretty fair placement for Hot Pursuit. Cops won't pull you over if you're going the speed limit. I never tried. I never tried just going the speed limit in it. It's cool to know that that works. Okay. Twisted Metal Black. My favorite in the series. Easily. Yeah, Hot Pursuit's a great game. So far, my favorite. Highly recommend it to anybody that likes racing games. It's worth checking out. It really is. Need for Speed Black? Yes, Need for Speed Black. No. Twisted Metal Black is my favorite in the Twisted Metal series so far. And I still have to do... it's good we're doing this one first, because we're about to do 2012. Which is a bit of a fall from grace, but we'll get there. I really dug this one. I thought the gameplay was some of the best in the series has ever seen. The story, easily the best. Overall, just exactly what I wanted from a Twisted Metal. Better controls, better graphics. Using the power of the PS2 really well. So it's gotta go... I mean, if Twisted Metal 2 is that high. I'm tempted to put an S. Like bottom of S, but still S. I'm going to. Why not? I really did like this game a lot. It won me over hard. It's going S. Better controls, better graphics. Papa John's. Of course. 100%. Okay. I'm going S tier. I know it's a little high, but I really enjoy the series, and it's probably my favorite in the series, so I think it deserves it. Yeah, I need to rank 2012 now. 2012 was an experience. Okay, let me find it real quick. This one shouldn't take as long because it is a little higher up. There it is. Twisted Metal 2012. This was the first game I played after getting my PS3. What a letdown. What a letdown. It's honestly almost not a Twisted Metal game. Yeah. I wanted to like this so bad. I really did. I'm through a quarter of them. Yeah, we need to speed it up. We're 3 hours in. I wanted to like this game so bad, and I just didn't. It lost me in the last... Was the last third? Right? Because there's the Sweet Tooth story, there's the Grimm story, and then there's What's-Her-Face's story that I absolutely hated, and somehow the gameplay got worse, too. Like, it wasn't bad enough that the story got way worse, but then the gameplay got way worse, too. The missions got way worse. Why I set myself up for disappointment like that? Because I had played every other Twisted Metal game, and I felt like I needed to finish off the series. That's why. That's why. But yeah, it was disappointing. I would honestly argue it was closer to B. If we were talking like first 2/3, the last third really killed the game for me. But I think even considering how little fun I had with the last bit, I think it's unfair to place it too low because of how good the first, I'd say, 2/3 were. Single player stuff was put in as an afterthought. I mean, considering that, they didn't do the worst job, at least for most of it. I think it's C tier. Honestly, I think it's gonna go above Crash. There we go. We gotta get some more Wrath of Cortex jabbing in. We have to. It's near the bottom of C though. The last third of the game really disappoints, unfortunately. I would say if you're not worried about beating the game, dude, just play the first 2/3. You'll have a good time with it. I can guarantee. I can guarantee you'll have a good time with it. Don't bother finishing it though, because the end is not fun in the slightest. Weird because the fans love the story and they didn't realize it. Yeah, and then Twisted Metal 2012 came out and they realized how bad stories could get. They're like, oh wow, okay. But I'm with you. I'm like, yeah, for the first handful of games, like I didn't realize how important the story kind of was. Okay. 007 Tomorrow Never Dies. This game exceeded my expectations. I had ridiculous amounts of fun with this game. Shocking amounts of fun. I think if you own a PlayStation and you like janky adventure games, it's a must play, in my mind. That being said, it is janky. It is janky. There's some great skiing sequences that are very janky. But the jank makes it fun. But because it is jank, I feel like I can't put it up in like A or S. My enjoyment definitely bumped this up quite a bit. Definitely bumped it up a bit. I'm going to put it in B tier. I think it's toward the top of B. I don't think it's quite as good as something like From Rush with Love. I think I'm going to put it just above Apocalypse. That's like high B. High B, just like refined jank, if that makes sense. Nice, refined, refreshing, cool jank. In my mind. It's worth playing. If you like PS1 stuff, you'll dig it. Where did it go? Did I move it? I need to grab Apocalypse. There we go. I'm like, it disappeared. Okay. Your top 10 PS1 game? I mean, it's quite good. It's fun. Where did Rip Steakhouse go? I turned it off because I was worried about time. I guess we could have left it on, but I just didn't want to address it every time, considering we have so much to get through right now. Okay, Bloody Roar. This game's fucking cool. This game's great. Fighting game on the PS1, one of the better ones on the system. Really love the premise. I think it's A tier. I'm too busy to be sad about talking about exactly point. Exactly. Really had a lot of fun with this one. The idea of human fighters turning into like animal versions. So neat. Really cool concept. I think the game did it really well. I'm gonna put it toward the bottom of A. Solely because we did also play Bloody Roar 2, and I think that game was an improvement. 1 and 2 are S. I'm giving it an A. I think A is pretty fair. A is pretty fair. Play the OG. I do need to play the Bloody Roar on the OG Xbox. I'm gonna put it above Pink Panther. Not quite to the level of my speedrun addiction games, but close. Very close. Very just pleasant experience. Highly recommend it. If you have a PS1, you're into fighting games. I don't know why you haven't already tried Bloody Roar, but if you haven't, give it a go. Got some hydrates coming in. I need them. I'm talking so much. Thank you, guys. Marks down 1 point from my final score. I'm being scored by ramen. Oh, shoot. Should I be worried? All right. We're getting there, guys, but we still got a lot to go. If we have to go a little later than normal, I'm okay with that, but I'm not going to push myself to get through everything because I don't want to speed through it all. And maybe not explain myself nearly as thoroughly. Because I don't feel like I'm explaining myself 100% on all of them already. We're already kind of speeding through them. But I at least want to say a little something about each game. Okay, Ripto's Rage. Well, we put the original Spyro here, right? And I've been torn about this because I do like the simplicity of the first game. And parts of the complexity of Ripto's Rage I'm not a huge fan of. I will say the boss fights to me were a huge highlight in Ripto's. Mechabet 5 hours, don't disappoint. Oh, it'll be at least 5. Easy. Enjoy editing. Yeah, this is gonna be a tough one to edit. I think Ripto's Rage I do end up on the whole enjoying more than the first game. It's a little hard for me to say because there's things I like and dislike about both. But I do think Ripto's Rage overall is the better experience. How much better? It's not a ton. But I think it's near the top of A. In fact, maybe even S. I'm trying to think of things that I really didn't care about this game. I mean, it's another one of those collectathon platformers, so there's a little bit of that, oh, well, I gotta do this. You know, some things you don't necessarily want to do, but on the actual whole, the bosses were great. You as personal preference, definitely like one more. I could see liking one more. More they did the minigames, the more it lost. I could see that. I could see that. I thought the bosses were such an improvement. Like that alone, to me, really kicked it up. Yo, hey there, Taps. Welcome in. We are trying to rank every game I've played this year. I'm debating whether I put this at ARS. This is a hard choice for me. I did like this one a lot overall. I think I'm gonna put it in S. In fact, I'm gonna put it above Poppin' Tanks. S it goes. The best Spyro game I've played. It deserves S. Let's face it. I'll just have to get over the fact that I don't like collectathoning. Otherwise, it's like a near perfect game. Okay. Critical Blow. This is a Japanese exclusive fighting game by the same devs as Snowboard Kids, believe it or not. Which is kind of a weird connection. I remember liking this one, but admittedly my memory's a little fuzzy. I think it wasn't the most memorable game. I do remember liking some of the backgrounds and character designs. The fighting felt fine, but not remarkable. I think for that alone, how forgettable it was, I think it is kind of a mid-C tier. Did it kick my ass a little? It might have, but I mean, I've played so many fighters that have kicked my ass. I'm kind of used to it. Yo, hey, they're in IRL. Watching Bleach, enjoy. Thanks for stopping in. Critical Blow, though, yeah, I think if my memories were a little bit more solid on it, I'd be willing to give it a bit higher of a score, but because I'm kind of wavering on it, I think it deserves mid-tier status. Yo, hey there. Everlasting. Rich, thanks for the raid. Welcome on in, guys. Critical Blow, though. I think I'm going to give this... Where do I put it? I'll give it a slight bump. Like I said, I do remember liking some of the character designs and stages. The moveset I remember being decent. But because my memory's not the best on it, which is bound to happen when you play as many fighters as I do sometimes, I think it'll go just slightly above average. Yo, Drop, welcome in. Rich, what were you up to tonight? We're currently trying to rate every game that I've played this year. And my pace is not very good. We're 3 hours in, and I've only gotten, like, 3 lines done. Yeah, I play a lot of original PlayStation. A lot. Yo, Lil Joe, welcome in. Okay, Overdriving Nissan Skyline Memorial. That is the name of this game. I'm not kidding. I know, it sounds whack. It's actually a decent little Need for Speed game. Actually, if you guys didn't know, in Japan, the Need for Speed series was called Overdriving. So this is technically a Need for Speed game, and it was actually a decent one. It was definitely an improvement over some of the other ones on the PS1. I would honestly say I enjoyed it enough to give it a B. I think B's fair. I don't think maybe it's nearly as good as Ridge Racer. I think it's going to be bottom of B. And we also do need to fill out B a little bit. I'm getting a little self-conscious about the fact that it's shorter than A and C. But I do think this is a B tier game. I think it'll actually sit at the bottom. Tabs, ever played Jackie Chan? I did play that this year. We will be ranking it. Hopefully tonight, assuming we get there. I'm not sure if we'll get there. Hopefully we do. But yeah, Overdriving Nissan Skyline Memorial. B tier. Game was such a dud, really? Played a broken game. That sucks. Sorry to hear that, man. Blast is waiting. You know what? I can sense it coming now. I sense it coming. Well, while Blast is doing that, we got Cyberbots on the PS1. Another Japanese game. This is a mech. This is a 2D mech fighting game. Had a great art style, great visual style. Honestly, good moveset too. The game got exceedingly hard toward the end, as most arcade fighters do. But on the whole, I had a good time with this one. I think this is also going to be a B tier game for me though, overall. I just don't really see myself coming back to it. I'm glad I experienced it, but it didn't blow me away. I think I'm going to put this... Where do I put this? I'm going to put it in between Twisted Metal Cell Damage. That's where I'm going to put it. That's where we're going. I think that's fair. That's where it's going to go. Klonoa took the lead. I must be getting delirious. Klonoa was fucking great. Dan, thank you for the follow, by the way. Welcome on in. Currently ranking every game I've played so far this year. We're getting there. This is looking alright so far. Lots of A's, man. I was thinking C would take the lead, but... Okay, I need to do Jackie Chan Stuntmaster. Hitting the hydrates? I didn't hit Joe's. Let me get Joe's. Thank you for reminding me. Okay. Jackie Chan Stuntmaster. Where's it at? It was somewhat recent. I see it toward the bottom. I just gotta find it on the right here. There it is. Okay. Honestly, the best part of this game was the fact that Jackie Chan appeared in the behind the scenes and actually did motion cap for the game. As a game, though, I think basically the best summary I can give is that Jackie Chan deserves better. It's by Radical Entertainment. They did Simpsons Hit and Run among a couple other licensed games. I think Hit and Run is their best work. And even some would argue Hit and Run's not a great game. I personally think it's great, but not everybody agrees. It's not a perfect game. But Jackie Chan Stuntmaster. This one, I think the worst part about it is that it really, really extended itself. It was overreaching. This game is like 5 or 6 hours long when it should have been like 2 or 3. Just considering the depth of the gameplay, it's not that in-depth or involved. The combat system's pretty basic. Platforming is pretty basic. It just didn't do a good enough job justifying its own length. I think that's the worst thing a game can do when it's overly long, but it doesn't give you a good reason as to why. So for that reason, I think I'm going to give it a C. Not a bad game. If you're really into Jackie Chan, I could see maybe wanting to play this, obviously. I wouldn't say necessarily feel like you need to finish it, though. I'll just warn you now, the final boss isn't all that exciting. You're not going to miss a whole lot. All the bosses work the same way, too, by the way. They look different. They're in different locales, but they all play exactly the same. So I can't really recommend this game too highly. I think it's toward the bottom of C. Although I do think it's better than like a blatant Crash Bandicoot ripoff like Lilo and Stitch was. I think I'm going to give it above Warpath. I think that's fair. I think that's fair. All right, now I got to scroll this all the way up. Klonoa is good, but not better than Metal Gear. Again, this is a subjective list to a large extent. I'm not saying as a fact it's better. I'm just saying I'm ranking it in terms of my enjoyment most of all. Yeah, don't take this as gospel. There's no reason to do that. It might give you a general idea of where a game might place, but I don't think we need to necessarily pick straws about what is where. Hate Metal Gear, even though it's at the top of A. Some of these are pretty objective. Yeah, I would say F is pretty objective. I liked Metal Gear a lot. I just think gameplay-wise, it wasn't fun 100% of the time, and Klonoa pretty much was fun almost 100% of the time. Well, White Van isn't even on the list yet. Don't worry. Okay, Driver. Man, did I have a time with Driver. I wanted to like this game so bad. Another game I really wanted to like. This game's got some major flaws. Some major, major difficulty flaws. Happy to see it in A tier. Exactly. Like, don't get too tied up on, well, this game's higher than this game. Mostly just take it as tier value. Yeah, like I'm doing some sorting within the tiers, but it's not objective. True, if we didn't exchange some witty banter, yeah, where would the fun be? Driver 1's a solid C. I just wish it was more fun. Here was my problem with Driver. The fact that, like, 4 of the missions in this game took, like, 90% of my goddamn playtime. When, like, the other 20 missions were done, like, probably total altogether, like, an hour or 2. That is my problem with this game. There's, like, 4 busted-ass missions in this game that end up taking most of your time. Showed me I needed my license revoked, even though I got the license test first try. Can I just say that? I did do the tutorial first try. I did beat Twisted Metal too. Driver, just like, to me that alone signifies how busted the mission structure was. I think for that reason, I honestly think it's D tier. If you play this game as an open world game, sure, high C, low B. The mission structure is bullshit. Put that garbage Cardinal Sin game in G minus tier. Cardinal Sin wasn't even... I played way worse Fighters keyboard. I'm gonna have to respectfully disagree. I think I gotta go D for Driver. I mean, it's top of D. I just think when 4 missions take 90% of your playtime, your game is actually broken. It's my humble opinion. Maybe if I just played it like a free roaming game, I would have enjoyed it more. I probably would have enjoyed it a lot more. But if I'm playing what the game is giving me, and it's that busted, I gotta give it D tier. I'm sorry. This is not taking away anything from the fact that it was revolutionary in terms of an open world. I know it's harsh. I know it's harsh. But like I said, 4 missions took like 90% of my playtime, and I feel like that signifies kind of a busted game. That's just where I'm at with it. Okay, Pepsi Man. Where do I even put this one? I don't think this game is as bad as a lot of people say. I know it's a cult classic. Solid D, it's a mobile auto runner. I would be inclined to agree. It took me 4 hours to beat, and there's only 4 levels, and I'd say a good 2 hours plus was on the last level alone. It's actually insanity, yeah. I feel like I do agree with D. Definitely worse than Driver. I think it still deserves toward the top of D. I think it's well made for what it is. But yeah, it is just kind of like a mobile runner. It's mobile runners before mobile runners existed. Not terrible. I see why it has a cult following. It was kind of fun, but let's be real, I'll never play it again. At least C for the Pepsi Man theme song. That's tempting. That's tempting. Phonies, all of you. Yes, because Pepsi Man is the greatest game to have ever graced Earth. You got me thinking, do I put it at the bottom of C? You're making me question my placement. I did enjoy it, oddly enough. Wish my game worked a bit. Yeah, so do I. You know what? I'm gonna put it above Twisted Metal 2012. There we go. That feels right. Final answer. I'm not moving it now. I'm not moving it. We're saving. Unfollowed, unsubbed. Okay. Common Rider. Should be right above Wrath. Should it? I don't know. I'm gonna put it above Twisted Metal. I'm a madman. 2012 did burn me. It did. It did. Can we cheer negative bits? Yeah, take my money. Common Rider. This one was... It was fun. It was very, very short, though. I would argue it's C tier. It wasn't offensive. We just kind of threw it on, played it for a while. That was that. It was pleasant. That's really all I can say, in all honesty. Yeah, this was the Kamen Rider fighting game. Yeah, Dollface was terrible. That's why Twisted Metal gets bumped down so hard. Because the Dollface story, the whole third arc, was terrible. Okay. I think this is C tier. Where within C tier, though? I think it's better than VR Troopers. Probably better than Warpath. Better than Jackie Chan. You know, I'm feeling generous to this one. I'm going to put it above Pac-Man. I think that's fair. There's just not much to say about this game. There really isn't. Just a pleasant little fighter that you'll beat in like less than a half hour. It was a bop, but it was a very short bop. Very short bop. 4 seconds slow. I had to do something. No, it's because Blast and the other mods were worried that I'm going to read chat too often and never actually rank anything, which is kind of fair. Okay, Love Truck. This is when I got into some imports on the PS1. Love Truck was an experience. I really liked this game. It's just such a cute, weird, obscure, random looking game. A lot of fun though. I would argue it's B tier. I don't think I'm gonna put it in A or S. Again, we need to start filling out B tier too. No, it's a tier higher for you, so Blast, you put it A. Before your time, yeah. Love suck. No, this game was great. I really liked this. And Blast had some lore to back this game up. I'm gonna put it in B tier. It'll be toward the bottom. I'm thinking... I'm gonna put it below Ridge Racer, above Spider-Man. I think that's fair. That's where it's gonna go. Just a really cute little game. Not very long. Not too involved. You don't even need to know Japanese really to play it. Although the story won't make a whole lot of sense. But that's why it was fun, because we got to make our own story up. As we were going. There you go. You got your cat jam working. Okay, Rakugaki Showtime. This game... Hidden gem alert. I'm just gonna say it. Just gonna say it. It's so good. Please. It's unfortunately very expensive. But if you can get your hands on a copy or you can emulate it, whatever you have to do to play it, please do. One of the coolest arena brawlers I've played. It's got neat pickups. Neat item pickups. It's almost got like glowing dodgeballs you can throw at people and they explode. Just a fucking cool game. I honestly think it's S tier. Yeah, very high. No, we're going to the top. Where in S though? Probably. I put it just above Pop and Tanks. Very stylized. Yeah, it has almost like a 2D hand-drawn art style. Really cool art style. This one gets high marks from me. Again, unfortunately, it's expensive, but if you can find a way to play it, please do. Do yourself a favor. But yeah, Pop and Takes. Excellent game. Okay, this is Rockman, aka Mega Man Battle and Chase. This one was another mixed bag for me. I wanted to like this one. And again, difficulty strikes. The entire game was super easy. It wasn't that remarkable. Super easy. We get to the last track. Suddenly, difficulty hits the fan. I think like half of my playtime was the last race. Ridiculous amount of difficulty. It's like, oh shoot, we made the game too easy. Let's bump up the difficulty and then bam. Just make the last race take half your playtime. It was ridiculous. And even before that, can't really say I'd recommend it all that highly. Wasn't doing anything that great. Controls are a little wonky. Not a perfect game by any means, really. I think it's gonna go bottom end of C. Because I really wouldn't want to play it again, in all honesty. It's kind of in that Pepsi Man tier, like, I'm glad I played it once. I don't want to play it again. I would probably put it even below Twisted Metal 2012. That's where it's gonna go for me. Yeah, if you're a hardcore Mega Man fan, give it a shot, I guess. I guess if you feel like you need to play it, but I don't really see the need. Unpopular opinion, the first F-Zero isn't that great. I really liked F-Zero. I liked it more than Super Mario Kart, to be honest. Okay, Kamen Rider, the bike race. This was jank as fuck. This was like Incredijank. Short game. There's literally 3 tracks in this game. Total. 3 tracks total. The item system is busted. I'm thinking F. And Cosmic Race is like my perfect F. So I think Kamen Rider Bike Race just sits right below it. Just barely a game. It's part of the Simple series, which I usually end up liking, but it was just too simple. Just too simple, in fact. That's where it's gonna go. What's this music from? Oh shit, I should know this too. This is from Smash. If we're gonna piss somebody off saying that. Is it from a game that is featured in Smash, or is it actually from Smash? It is Brawl, okay. I didn't want it to be some licensed song. I felt like F-Zero on N64 was better. I have not played the N64 version. Kind of like Mario Kart 6. Well, of course, right? Trophy mode, that would make sense. Okay, this is Tobal 2. Another fighter on the PS1. Oddly enough, didn't get localized to the US, even though the first game did. Not quite sure what the deal was with that. Camille with the raid. Oh my gosh. Welcome in, everybody. Monos33, thank you for the follow. Welcome in, guys. We're currently ranking every jank game I've played this year. We're getting kind of far. We've made a decent little dent, but welcome in, everybody. Hopefully you're all having a good one. Hopefully the stream went well, Camille. Thanks for the raid. Yeah, we're in the middle of ranking all these games right now. It's been going pretty well. Tobal 2, though. Where do I put this? This is a hard one to place because I don't remember it that well. Yeah, I've played all these games this year. Yeah. Beat most. And beat is debatable. I tried to beat most of them. Some, if I feel like I can still rank it, and the gameplay starts to get repetitive, I end up dropping it, but I'll follow him so he gets notification spam for 5 minutes. You know, I play a lot of short, kind of janky games, so that's why. Driver's on the list. Driver, I have a story to tell on that one. Okay, Tobal 2, though. I'm thinking C tier. It's kind of like Critical Blow for me. I think it's better than Critical Blow. It's probably better than Cardinal Sin. Like how the worst Gex and worst Crash sandwiches C. Yeah, that's oddly poetic, isn't it? I hadn't even realized that. It's kind of perfect. I think I'll put Tobal right here. Some really wacky, zany character designs. Not a bad fighting game, but not that memorable either, unfortunately. I didn't get to try out... I know there's like an RPG kind of mode that I'd like to try, at least in the first game. I don't think I could play it in this one because it's all Japanese, but... As for an arcade fighter, I think C's fair. That's Wrath of Cortex, Crash Wrath of Cortex, which is right here. The one I have at the bottom of C. My childhood Crash game that I destroyed my own memories of by replaying. Sometimes that can happen. Fungal Wizard, thank you for the follow as well. Welcome on in. Okay, Captain Commando. This game's awesome. This is by Capcom. It's a beat 'em up. For whatever reason, didn't get put onto the PS1 in the US. Probably because Sony of America was trying to push 3D at the time. Didn't want to have a bunch of 2D content on their system, but this game's awesome. It's been re-released on the Switch, all the new consoles, the Capcom beat 'em up bundle, which I would highly recommend checking out. And I've played most of those now. We'll get to those here in a moment. Captain Commando, though, is my favorite of the beat 'em ups by Capcom. Where does my favorite Capcom beat 'em up place, though? That's the trick. That's the trick. I think it's gonna be high A. Personally. I think it might just edge out Woody Woodpecking Racing. I think so. I think that's fair. Really great game. Nice art style. Just overall a fun time. Doesn't overstay its welcome. I will say the last boss gets kind of hard, but it's a beat 'em up. It's gonna eat your quarters. That's the whole point. You kind of have to expect it. But yeah, Captain Commando going there. I think that's fair. If I tried the Bushido, I have not tried Bushido Blade at all. Pretty janky. Love the concept and design. That sounds almost like a perfect game for me. They're fighters, correct? I'd probably be really into those. I should try them out. Call you Greg? Okay, Fungal, I can call you Greg. Yeah, thank you for the follow. Never expected. Okay, this is not Treasure Hunter. I think anybody that's been watching me for any extended period of time knows where this is going. I don't think this one's gonna be a surprise to anyone. It's not gonna surprise anybody that's watched me. This is an S tier game. This is such a joy to play. I've played it a handful of times now. Think of it almost like a choose your own adventure book, but in a 3D exploration setting in a video game. It's amazing. It's one of the coolest things I've played. Don't need to know Japanese to play it. It would help to know, but it's almost more fun not knowing what you're clicking on. Because you'll get like a list of options with some Japanese text. And the way we play it is just like, okay, let's hit this and see what happens. It's so much fun. I feel like it almost makes it better, the fact that none of us playing know Japanese. Highly recommend this one. It is very janky, but it's an experience I wouldn't trade for the world. I'm gonna put it pretty highly. It's going an S. I think I'm gonna put it just below Ray Trace. I think Ray Tracers is a little better. But this had to go an S somewhere. Yeah, I need to get on Metroid. I've been slacking on Metroid, to be honest. He did predict I'd get lost, salty, and give it a B. Why? Mecha knows me too well. I'm not opposed to trying them. I would try one. Analogous redeeming adventure. Okay. Adventure's awesome. This is gonna be another high praise moment. Let me find it real quick. Where is it at? Adventure. Okay. So, for those that are unaware, I did buy the Atari collection on Switch, which is how I played a lot of these games. I wouldn't trade this experience for the world. I'm so glad I streamed this game. It is probably the best Atari 2600 game I've ever played. And probably one of the best games I've ever played, bar none. So good. really, like, despite the fact that it's on a console that's, you know, how old now? 40 plus years. This game still feels super fresh. To me, it's an absolute must-play game. And it deserves S. Where in S? It's a little hard to choose. I think it's gonna go toward the back. But still, an S is an S. I think I'm gonna put it just above Not Treasure Hunter. It was just such a good experience. I'm so glad I ended up streaming it. It was such a good move to stream that game. And I'm glad I got to share it with some other people that were really hyped for the game. So yeah, S it goes. I don't think that's too high by any stretch. Even if you're not into Atari 2600, check it out. Like, honestly, do yourself a favor. If you give it the chance, you're gonna like it. I can almost guarantee. Yeah, give it a chance, you might be surprised. That's basically Atari in a nutshell. Pretty much. Okay, so now we get into the cruising games. These games, I don't know, I have a weird sense of nostalgia for these, even though I didn't grow up with the N64. My brother got an N64 kind of back in the day, and we ended up playing a lot of Cruisin' USA. That being said, revisiting it on stream, it's not some perfect game, for sure. I think it's above average. I think it's a B tier game. We'll get to Exotica and World here in a second, but I honestly think it's a B tier game. See a lot of 2600. I've played a decent chunk of 2600. I would like to do more, though. But yeah, there's a good select handful of games that I've tried. A lot of them have come from that Atari collection I have on Switch, which is a really pretty cool collection, honestly. It's got some jank, but it kind of, I don't know, it's a good overview of what Atari had to offer, right? If you only had the best games, it's like, well, it doesn't quite give you the full picture. So I kind of like when collections include some of like the maybe not so great games. But Cruising USA, I would say B tier. I would say graphically it doesn't hold up as well as I remember it. I would probably be toward the bottom of B. Probably just above Overdrive and Skyline. I know, a couple racing games bundled together, but still a good game. Jackass was just too damn good. Yeah, Atari has jank, exactly. You need to experience some of the jank. You'd say the whole series is B tier? I don't know, I think World is A. I had a lot of fun with Cruisin' World. A ton of fun. Hashtag, thank you for the follow. I honestly think World is A. It's like low A, but I think it deserves A. I was really impressed by this one. Yeah, it's short, it's an arcade game. Not a lot of content, but you kind of have to expect that. I'm gonna go ahead and give it an A. That's what I'm feeling. I think I'll put it just above Pink Panther, below Bloody Roar. Nightfire, oh no. I gotta rank Nightfire. Oh man, this is gonna be a difficult one to rank. It's gonna be hard. Not gonna be easy. Okay, hold on. Let me just rearrange these briefly. Rank, yeah, let me rank all the cruising first. Yeah, so I don't get exceedingly lost here. Hold up. I'm glad you're enjoying Twitch. That's awesome. Yeah, I've been on the site for a couple years now. I'd say I've been watching for like 3 or 4, but I didn't start streaming till last year. Really. It's definitely a cool place. I've made some, honestly, lifelong friends here. Okay. Cruising Exotica. The last of the cruising games. This one was a letdown in comparison. Unfortunately. I sort of dug it. But it was jank. It was a bad port. I honestly, I think the worst part about it is just it was a bad port job. And you could tell. It was made by a team that really, I don't think they knew what they were doing. Because I love the arcade version of Exotica. It's honestly a great arcade game, but the N64 port just did not do it for me. World was so much better. So much better. I think for that reason, again, the fact that it's kind of shoddily put together, I think I'm going to give it low C. Put it right in there. Okay. There we go. Okay. Nightfire? Is it time for Nightfire? Let me save this list just to make sure. I'm worried about Photoshop crashing. Nightfire, I have such mixed feelings on. Such mixed feelings on. I had this game as a kid, but really I really only played the multiplayer modes. I don't think I bothered with the single player story that much. I think I only played the first couple missions over and over. I don't think I bothered to play it all the way through. And after playing it, like, I'm glad I played it. I'm glad I finally did. But the difficulty was... It was definitely an adventure. I'll say that much. There's an underwater car level that I had extreme difficulty with. Wasn't a whole lot of fun. The last little bit was a nice set piece that I didn't quite get at first. Once I got it, it was kind of cool, but even that was like a little jank. Oh, on the whole though, I would say the set pieces were excellent. The production value, excellent. Yeah, the submarine mission sucked. But other than that, it was quite good, right? I think it's B tier, personally. I think I like From Russia With Love a little bit more. Man, I'm noticing a lot of 007s in B. That wasn't quite intentional. But I think I'd be inclined to give it a high B, despite the salt. It seemed to drag a little bit toward the end. The final few missions weren't my favorite, but... I'll put it... I'll put it above... I guess all the 007s are going together. Putting it above Apocalypse. B for Bond. I swear it wasn't intentional. I think it's pretty fair. I'm trying to be decently fair here. There was a lot of it that I did like. Despite the salt, there was a lot that I liked. And again, the set pieces were amazing. Okay. Damn. We still have a lot to get through. I'm gonna have to start moving a little bit faster even, I think. Okay, Twisted Metal Small Brawl. Probably my least favorite in the series, I believe. 007 Racing I haven't played, Mecha. I still have not played that. I feel like you asked me that last time. I don't blame you for thinking I did play it, but I haven't. I could totally see you thinking me playing that, yeah. It makes sense. Like, it seems like a game I would have already played. Okay, Small Brawl, like I said, probably my least favorite in the series. Other than 2012. If I remember right. I actually don't remember in my tier list where I placed this in relation to 2012. I just feel like it didn't really offer anything new to the table. It was weird that it came out after Twisted Metal Black. On an older console. It's just like a strange thing to put out. I'd probably give it C tier. I kind of liked it. Yeah, it would still be kind of low. I don't remember if 2012 came up higher or lower. But I think they were pretty close. I honestly might just put them together. Although I did like this one quite a bit more. Not a ton more, but a measurable amount more. Piloting me. Yeah, a little bit. A little bit. I kind of need it. I would say... I'm going to put it above Micromaniacs. Give it a little bit of a higher bump. Yeah, it's been too long. Like, I haven't done a tier list in 6 months. Okay. Just behind Cruise and Exotica. I think that's fair. There we go. Like to imagine Blast is piloting a Kyle mech. Oh, man. Okay, that's right. We went right into Head-On after Small Brawl. Head-On is surprisingly good. Head-On was a decent little game. I think I'm going to put it in A tier. It's not quite to the level of Black, but it's kind of close. In fact, I think it might be a little bit better than 2. Just slightly edges out 2 for me. Because it plays a lot like Black, and to me, Black is the one that plays best in the series. Unfortunately, 2012 did play quite good too, but had to ruin it. So I'm going to put it just below Metal Gear, in front of Twisted Metal 2. There we go. Around high mid. About maybe where 4 was. No, it was definitely higher than 4. Definitely higher than 4. Is it Head-On the aspirin stick? Yes. It is also the aspirin stick. Good news, you don't have to go in the office yet. Bad news, it means more time before Taco Bell. Good news, you don't have to move in the office. Weren't you kind of looking forward to it, though? Okay, Battle Stadium Dawn. This one was pleasant. I liked this one. Very short. We played a couple of arena brawler, kind of Smash-style arena brawlers around this time. I remember this one being pleasant. So it's called Battle Stadium Dawn because it combines Dragon Ball, Naruto, and One Piece characters. It was kind of neat. But it wasn't some amazing arena brawler you've never heard of. So, for that reason, I don't know, I might give it the B bump, because I did enjoy it. It was just very short. Yeah, Matt's played it as well. I think Matt actually recommended I play this one. It was a good recommendation, but it's very short. Not a ton of content. I think I went back and played through this at least a second time. With a lot of these that I beat in like a half an hour, I'll at least do another playthrough, but... yeah, I just remember this one being pleasant, not a whole lot more, if that makes sense. I think I'd put it probably above Cyberbots and below Twisted Metal 4. Pleasant game, above average, but didn't reinvent the wheel really at all. Very short game, not a ton of content. That's where that'll go. Okay, we're to Thug 2 now. Thug 2, I've been waiting for this one. This one, I probably have an opinion on this that's not going to go with the norm, if I had to guess. Although it seemed like a lot of people that were there with me tended to agree that this game was rough. I personally, as much as I played this game better than I did the first game, somehow I liked it worse. I don't know how that happens. Unless the game is actually a step back from the original, which I think it is. Skatopia is like one of the most vile, evil things I've ever seen in a video game. I hated some of the objectives in that. Yeah, Skatopia was pain. It kind of killed my enthusiasm for finishing the game. I did still finish it. It did still happen, but it was bullshit. Again, Thug 1, way up here. I think it's well deserved. Thug 2, low C. Honestly, Skatopia ruined the game for me. It's unfortunate. Like I said, I was playing the game better overall. Yeah, and chat had to motivate me to finish it. I was so defeated by the end, which didn't even happen in Tony Hawk 1. Which is like, when you're playing that much, I was basically learning the game and I still had a better time. Trash Thug 2 all I want. I liked Tony Hawk's Underground 1 a lot, actually, despite me being trash at it. But it's like I had overcome the get good status from the first game, right? I'd gotten good enough to be able to play it without looking like a dumbass. But 2, it's like I could play well, and the game still burned me. So I think it's gonna get a C. Where in C? Probably, like I said, probably lower C. I'm gonna put it between Twisted Metal Small Brawl. Micromaniacs. That's where it's going. I'm sorry to those of you that like this game, but Skatopia actually ruined my drive to finish it. Even though I did still finish it, it was just pain. And I wouldn't recommend that. I wouldn't recommend pain to others. So, C it goes. Alright, C's looking about lined up with A. That's looking decent. My B is looking a little weak. I feel like there should be a bit more in B, but I think we'll get some more B's with some of these Capcom beat-em-ups. Because admittedly, a lot of these kind of play the same. King of Dragons, I remember being one of the better ones, though. I actually really liked the art style and aesthetic and the world that this beat-em-up took place in. I thought this was, on the whole, one of the better ones. I still think Captain Commando is my favorite. I think some of the ones that were more futuristic... Again, like, by the time you play these Capcom beat-em-ups, it's like, which style do you prefer? What aesthetic do you like? What worlds do you like more? That's kind of the way I see it. It's almost like an Elder Scrolls versus Fallout kind of deal. It's like, well, in a lot of ways, they're the same game. It just depends on what you prefer. Yo, Camel, how are you doing? But yeah, I think King of Dragons was one of my more favorites from the Capcom beat-em-ups that I played. I would be inclined to put it a high B tier, probably. Maybe above Apocalypse. I feel like it's a better game than Apocalypse. As much as I did like Apocalypse. Apocalypse was good. I think this is going to go high B. King of Dragons, pretty cool. I dug it. But yeah, we have... At this point, we have, what, 4 others to get through? 4 other Capcom beat-em-ups? I've played 6 of the 7 that are in that set. The only one I haven't played is Final Fight. Which I know is absurd. Because that's supposed to be, like, the best one. I was saving the best for last, but I just haven't gone around to it. Imagine the power of a King of Dragons sequel starring Bruce Willis. That'd be God tier. That'd actually be incredible. Okay, Warriors... Was this Warriors of Fate? Yeah, Warriors of Fate. This was my least favorite of all of them. Still not bad, though, right? It's still a Capcom beat-em-up. It's still gonna play well. And it just, for whatever reason, the feudal Japan thing didn't do it for me. I didn't care for it all that much. I think this is one that I played with Mecha. That was fun. But I think if I had played any of them with Mecha, it would have been fun. So, I don't know. I think this would either be a low B or maybe a high C. I'm actually kind of leaning toward high C. Again, not a bad game. It's just like, what art style, what presentation, what character designs do you like the more? The one where the evil guy joined? I think that may have been this one. Yeah, somebody joined our lobby. We didn't have a closed lobby. Somebody joined it and, like, killed our connection on it. That can't happen. Play in private lobbies, folks. I might put it toward top of C. I'll put it above Tobal, I think. Pleasant, but just the imagery and the setting didn't do it for me, totally. Gotta get in the right spot. Cursing the game with our bad internet, right? Lock balls with Gene's tongue, kiss pinball. God, Kiss was terrible. Camel, have you played both Kiss and Austin Powers? Will you vouch that Kiss is... Or will you vouch that Austin Powers is the better one? Because somehow I'm like, how did they make the physics and the camera worse? Like, I don't know how they did that. It's kind of shocking. I don't know how they managed to pull that off. Okay. Yeah, it's painful to play, but Kiss is definitely worse. Very true. Okay, Tekken Tag. I dug this one a lot. Happy to take that win on Austin Powers. Yeah, it gets D tier. It doesn't quite fail. Doesn't quite fail. Tekken Tag, I am tempted to give an A. But we do need to fill out B. It was very pleasant. I know a lot of people were like, well, it's not really a mainline Tekken. But I dug it. I really did like the tagging out teammates mechanic. I think it probably is a B tier game. Or within B, probably pretty high. It's more of a remake of 3, which I was thinking about playing 3. I don't know, I dug Tekken Tag Tournament a lot, and then going to the first game afterwards, it was kind of a rude awakening. Even though I still think that game was good overall. Just definitely a wake-up experience. I think this will go toward the top of B. I don't think I quite liked it nearly enough as the Bond games. I'll put it above Apocalypse. I was about to put it above King of Dragons. I'm like, nah, I'll keep King of Dragons where it's at. I think that's pretty fair. High B, B+. 3's the best fighting game ever? Oh shit. So I do need to play it. Yeah, From Russia with Love was good, right? The second out of the 5 Bond games you played on PS2. What was your favorite out of all of them? I'm curious. Because I haven't played all of them. I've played some of them. I played Nightfire, and I played From Russia with Love. And oddly enough, like, I didn't intend for this to happen, but I kind of ended up putting them all together. That wasn't quite intentional, but it just kind of happened that way. Okay, 18-wheeler. I love this game. I will admit full well right now, I'm biased on this game. I love arcade racers from Sega, and I think this is one of the best. It's no Crazy Taxi, and considering I'd give Crazy Taxi like an A, I think it's only fair to give 18-wheeler probably a B. But it's a high B. I really like 18-wheeler a lot. I highly recommend it. If you like Crazy Taxi, you haven't played 18-wheeler, check it out. There's actually another game from Sega that's also another semi-truck racing game that we'll get to, that I also played this year. But this one's quite good. The more I'm thinking about it, though, there's only a handful of levels. It's not all that involved. The game that we're going to get to later, I think, does it better, so I'll probably give it, like, a mid-B. Probably put it above... Maybe not quite the level of Gungrave, but Twisted Metal 4. I think it'll go there. I think that's fair. Okay. The damn good fighter, but you're not a fighting game fan. I don't know if I'd call myself a fighting game fan. I'm pretty bad at them. But I enjoy playing them on stream. There's a handful that I'm okay at. I'll give myself some credit, but not much. Okay, the Bouncer. This game was actually pretty good. I was impressed by this one. I wasn't sure what to expect on this one. I knew it was by Square Enix. I had a lot of fun with it overall. I think it did drag a little bit. I wasn't 100% thrilled with all the gameplay, but yeah, we're back to another stretch of good. It seems like we go through good phases and bad phases. But I think back when I played it, I think toward the end I was saying B for Bouncer, right? I think it's fair. I do think it's fair. It is a good game. Another Final Boss Syndrome game, though. I remember the Final Boss taking a while. Overall, enjoyed this one. There were some fun moments with the cutscenes. Going through the enemy base. Doing, like, the weird hand signals. Like, that was pretty memorable, I'll be honest. So I think it deserves a high B. Maybe I'll squeeze it in, but do I want to break the Bond games apart, though? That's the question. GoldenEye Rogue Agent's your favorite? That one doesn't look that appealing. I guess I'm judging off cover art, but I would not have guessed that one to be the best one. I feel like I gotta put Bouncer above Ratatouille. I don't know if in good conscience I could put it below. You know what I mean? I think it's a little better than Ratatouille. Although Ratatouille is very good. Ratatouille is very good. Fantastically violent FPS. Perfect shooting. I mean, it sounds great. You've sold me already. Okay, B for Bouncer, though. I know, maybe a little gimmicky, but I honestly think that's where it deserves to be. Alright, Shrek Smash and Crash Racing. More violence, less spy shit. Yeah, I don't care for the spy shit that much. That works out for me. This game. Shrek Smash and Crash. This was way more fun than it had any right to be. Can I just say that now? It did not deserve to be as fun as it actually was. Yeah, I'm glad I played this one, because I did have fun with it. I don't think I can put it in A tier, though. It's not the best graphically looking. The sound is compressed to hell and back. But the gameplay felt good. Overall, I'd say check it out. If you're curious to try some kart racers that are licensed, maybe under the radar, you could do a lot worse. I'll say that. Yeah, the audio compression was certainly a thing. I think in terms of actual presentation and, you know, polish, it's probably closer to C, but I'm gonna give it a B for the fun factor. Probably a low B, though. I think I'll put it... I'm gonna put it below Spider-Man 2. That's where we'll put it. I think that's pretty fair. Like a B minus. And again, a lot of those marks are coming from me just having a blast with it. To be honest. Way more fun than it should have been. Okay. Mermaid, yes. Mermaid uniform. No, maid uniform and machine gun. This is a Japanese exclusive PS2 game. Part of the Simple series that started on PS1. Usually Simple series stuff is pretty fun. If you're not aware, check it out. It's usually a decent series. This one was a mixed bag for me, though. Yeah, this was a Matt recommend. Surprise, upside down Matt recommend. Shocker. I think, like I said, very mixed bag. Didn't fully love it. I think it deserves C tier. Just trying to think where in C. At least it was somewhat short. Didn't overstay its welcome. It was a little more fair than something like Daredevil Derby. I'd say it's better than Pac-Man. I'd probably put it right above Pac-Man, to be honest. Or maybe Kamen Rider. Let's put it above Kamen Rider, since Kamen Rider's like barely a game. Such a short fighting game. At least this had some more content. Almost smack dab in the middle of C, which I think is pretty fair, all things considered. C tier's getting long. Crash is right there. The end of our page is right there. Good thing I made some more rows. Okay. We're making some decent progress now. I gotta say. We got how many rows left? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We're like halfway through. But I've been going for 4 hours. I could probably start going a little faster now. Rumblefish, this one was cool. I want to say this was a 2D fighter, but it seemed like it was some weird blend between 2 and 3D, which actually worked better than it sounds. I was really impressed by the visuals on Rumblefish. Decent fighter. This is another Japanese exclusive, if you're not aware. I'd probably give it B tier. Really all-around decent fighting game. Not one of the best, but, you know, definitely better than average, I would say. I think I'm going to put it just below Apocalypse, above Burnout. Waiting on R4. How much further do I have? Okay, just a handful more until R4. Don't worry. We're close. Okay, where did I put Rumblefish? There it is. I had to find it again. God, this music. This is a really good playlist. If anybody wants to link to the playlist, I'll gladly share it. It's solid. Okay, Rumblefish, kind of mid-B tier. Outrun 2. I really like this game a lot. We watched a video called Reviews on the Run. Yo, Almy, welcome in. Yes, CTR and Speed Punks and S where they belong. Of course. Welcome in. How are you doing? Outrun 2 is excellent, though. Okay, I will share the link real quick after this rank. But Outrun 2, I would say one of the better Xbox original exclusives. Really great game. We watched a video called Reviews on the Run with Tommy Tallarico, and he kind of ripped this game apart. I don't understand why. It sounded to me like he was expecting a different game than what he got. That's kind of his fault. I think for what this game sets out to do, it's near perfect. I think it's well deserving of A tier. You know, if somebody said, oh, it should go in S, I wouldn't necessarily disagree, but I'm going to bring it down a little bit to A. I don't think it's absolutely perfect. I think for the original Xbox era, it probably kind of feels light on content, which I could sort of see, but the idea is you're supposed to play through it, get better times, and there also are branching paths, so you can mix it up. It's pretty much Yeah, I mean, it's Outrun Arcade, pretty much ported to the home console. I don't know if Outrun 2 actually was in the arcades, though. I don't know about that. I don't know if this was console exclusive or not, but really great game. Highly recommend from me. I'm gonna put it in A tier. Probably in the upper echelons. Maybe above Woody Woodpecker. You go next to Captain Commando. But yeah, I don't know what Tommy Tallarico was going on about. No idea. Yo, Killer Ace. Dude, how are you, man? Welcome on in. Thank you for the raid. Welcome in, everybody. Currently doing a tier list of every game I've played this year. If you're wondering what this is all about. We've gotten quite a bit through this, but we still got a lot of games to go. As you can see. It's quite the list. We're getting closer, though. We're getting closer. Welcome in, everybody. Popo Dong, welcome in. How are you doing, Killa? Playing some Dead by Daylight. Hopefully that went well. Played quite a bit of Dead by Daylight. I dig that game. Okay, Metal Slug 4. I do like this series. I feel like this is a series I like more looking at. Does that make sense? I like more looking at it than playing it. Is that fair to say? I feel like it's fair to say. These games are gorgeous. But in terms of actually trying to play them, I just find them kind of frustrating. They're very, very difficult. You want to talk about fighters being quarter eaters, this is like taking it to a new level. So, went okay. Still learning, but you're not the best. You're not the best at Survivor, to say the least. Yeah, Survivor can be tricky, for sure. Yeah, Metal Slug 4 is tough as nails, and I wasn't prepared. I'll be honest. I was not prepared for how difficult this game was going to be. Luckily, it has infinite continues, but it gets a little demoralizing when you're constantly pressing select to add continues, you know? 1 through 3 are the ones to play. That's good to know. Because I got a combo pack with 4 and 5 for Xbox, just from my local store. I'm like, I'd like to try these out, but I'm glad I played through it, but it was brutal. It was definitely brutal. And I don't love, like I said, having to spam credits sometimes, which sucks, but I think I'd still give it a B. For the art style alone, I mean, it's gorgeous visually, right? I think I'm gonna give it probably between... I think it's better than the 18-wheeler. I did like Gungrave a bit more, though. 5 is still pretty damn hard. So don't play it. Gotcha. No. We'll see. We'll see what I decide to do with those, but... They're cool games. Again, I like looking at them more than I do playing them, if that makes sense. Okay, couple more Capcom beat-em-ups here. These were some good ones. Knights of the Round. I don't think I liked as much as King of Dragons, but it was kind of close for me. They both kind of have the medieval kind of chivalry aesthetic going on. I'd place them kind of close to each other. I think Knights of the Round's another B. In fact, I might put it, let's say, in between Apocalypse and Rumblefish. I think that's a decent spot for it. Again, I'm like trying to place these within the ranks, but don't worry too much about the exact placement. Worry more about what letter they get, right? I think that's the best way to put it. I'm trying to order them somewhat, but you know, it's not me like saying, well, Miracle Space Race is worse than The Incredibles. I mean, sort of, but it's not all gonna be 100% accurate. Okay, Battle Circuit. This was probably one of my favorites for the Capcom beat-em-ups. I would argue this is close to Captain Commando. It's not quite there, but it was, again, one of my favorite. I think, it just depends on your taste in art style and direction and character designs. But I do think this was getting close to me, Captain Commando. Definitely think it's worth checking out. Debating where to put it, though. I think it will go in A. I did dig it quite a bit. I think I'll put it here. No, I'll put it just behind Bloody Roar. Bloody Roar is damn good. I'll put it just behind it. Okay. Oh god, I gotta find it. It's getting a little messy at this point. I'm trying to keep track of everything. I'm trying to be organized. It's not the easiest thing. Love Metal Slug, but really recommend playing the first if I'm not very good. Okay, it is the easiest. I should probably start with the easiest, to be honest. Probably be a good move. Okay, basic math on the Atari. I did play this. I even did the speed run of this game. It's so idiotic. It's not even really a game, it's more a program, right? It's really more an educational tool. For what it is, it's not bad, but I don't know, do we call it a game? It's on this list, so I guess we're calling it a game. If I say for what it's trying to do, there is a limited problem set, which is kind of weak. So I feel like in that case, kind of loses some points there. There's only a certain amount of combinations. I don't think it's fully random. But that being said, I had fun with it, and I did speedrun it. I think I'm gonna give it bottom C. I'm feeling generous toward it. It's a dumb game, it's a dumb piece of software, but you get past the fact that it's dumb. There's some fun to be had. It's literally just math, though. That's all it is. But you can speedrun it. Love how I put Gotham City Racer so low. Yeah, even though I finished it, I don't know what prompted me to finish it. I think I was so far and I felt like I had to at that point. There was really no purpose. It's a horrible game, but I had fun with it. Like, it's an F tier game, but I'm not going to say I didn't enjoy parts of it, you know? Alright, R4, this is the best Ridge Racer that I've played. That reason alone, it gets A. Ridge Racer Revolution's bottom of A. I'm going to say this is toward the top of A. I don't think it's quite as good as something like Hot Pursuit, personally, but it's close. It's close. I'm going to put it above Destroy Humans. Again, don't worry too much. At this point in the ranking, it's going to be hard to say, well, this game's better than this. Just, it's a general sense. It's a general sense. It's like an A+. Let me just move it real quick. These lines are getting long at this point. Yeah, and it's got a remake of the original, so like it gives you a little bit more bang for your buck too, which is nice. I think it's very deserving of A. It's the best Ridge Racer I've played. That reason alone, it deserves A. You could almost argue it deserves S, but I don't think it quite gets to that level. It's close. It's close. And Revolution's coming off the end. Gotta move it down. Down to there. Okay. See, I knew we needed 2 rows. I had a hunch. Crazy Taxi. So last year I played Crazy Taxi 3, which does include the map from Crazy Taxi 1. Actually, Crazy Taxi 1 has 2 maps. There's Arcade and there's Original. Original means original for the console version, I believe. I only ever really bother with the classic arcade map. It's the one I know. I played this twice on stream. The first time, I think I got an A rank. But I was able to get an S rank the second time I tried it, which was pretty nice, if I do say so myself. But I love Crazy Taxi. I could play this game day in, day out, not get bored. Trying to optimize routes. It's just a ton of fun. It's Sega at their peak to me. For that reason, it gets A. Where within A, you ask? Pretty high. Pretty high, if you ask me. I think I'm gonna put it behind the, excuse me, I'm gonna put it behind the Twisted Metals. Yeah, that feels right. High A, A+. Like I said, I could play these games. I could play Crazy Taxi day in, day out, not get sick of it. So just behind the Twisted Metals it goes. Basically A+ tier. Oh, and I gotta get worried about moving the other tiers. Okay, jeez. I think at this point, most of your funnest memories of the year are all at the bottom. Yeah, there's some good ones down here. There's also some trash down here. It gets wild. It gets Wild West down here. I swear. Lunar Lander. This game, very simple. It's part of that Atari Classics collection. This is the arcade version that I'm ranking. I think it's the only version. I love this game. To me, it's one of those games that's way better than the sum of its parts. I thoroughly enjoy it. It's a very simple game. You're a lunar lander trying to land on the moon. You gotta strategize your landings. Yeah, chat had to kick me off of this game, actually. Like, legitimately. I was gonna keep playing if chat didn't kick me off. So, I think for that reason alone, I would argue another A tier. I don't think it's a super high A tier. Oh, Res is coming off too. Shoot. Gotta move this one down. It's gonna start to get a little messy. Having multiple lines here. This song's great. You get more nostalgic for OG Paper Mario. Dude, any of the Paper Marios have, I swear, fantastic music. Debating, you know, it's debatable whether or not I like the games equally. I definitely don't, but music is usually on the money. Lunar Lander, I think maybe low A. Am I posting it? I don't even use Twitter. I'll post to my Discord, and I may edit a video out of this, but I don't really use Twitter. Yeah, you have to kick me off Atari games that you usually end up getting me onto, right? The Lunar Lander, I'm thinking, yeah, maybe bottom of A. It's an A-. I think it's a little too simplistic to be like S tier. I think there could be games that have such a simple gameplay loop they could be S, but it's a near perfect game for me. It's not quite there, but highly recommend Lunar Lander if you can get your hands on it. Really fun arcade game. Okay, a couple more Atari 2600 jank games here. We got Hangman. This one, oddly enough, is a nostalgic pick for me. Believe it or not. Because I did have a 2600 at some point, and I had this game alongside it for whatever reason. Again, like a dumb piece of software that's not even really a game. It's more an educational tool. I think it's better than Basic Math, though. I'll put it above Basic Math, but I think it is C tier. It just does exactly what it's supposed to do. Does it perfectly fine. It's acceptable. And I realized that I probably had more fun with it than most people would. So, I didn't end up playing it for all that long, but figured it deserves to go on here nonetheless. Bowling was pretty jank. I don't know, bowling might be D tier. This was kind of pushing what the Atari could actually handle. It's pretty jank. And there are a couple other modes, like you could have the ball. You could actually control the ball mid-throw. There's all these different wacky things. It was kind of cool, but not a perfect game. Didn't register hits super well. These games really below Wrath of Cortex Hamster. Come on, I gotta give Wrath of Cortex a little bit of credit. Yeah, bowling. No, it was though, wasn't it? Like, it didn't do it all that well. I mean, there's some like some legitimate physics interactions going on. I think it's a D tier game. It's not bad. It tried. I'd much rather play it than some of these other games, though. I think I'll put it just above Nicktoons. Smack dab in the middle of D. I think that's fair. I didn't play it for very long. It's a fun time waster for a few minutes, but pales in comparison to some of the bowling games we have now. And I think these get C. These Atari games up here get C because, like, we don't really have modern equivalents, really. So I think they're kind of neat for that reason. Okay. We're making gains, guys. Dude, we still got like 5 rows. We got like half of it left. I gotta start moving. Panzer Bandit. This one's alright. This was a beat 'em up. This one gets talked about a lot when we talk about Japanese PS1 imports, and I can sort of see why, but I didn't think it was as good as I was led to believe it would be. I think that's fair. Yeah, freaking Sneak King we're getting to. I think Panzer Bandit is a B game. It was decent. Imagine if I had 500 plus. Yeah, could you imagine? I'd be here for 12 hours doing tier lists. It'd be insane. Sneak King was kind of fun except for one mission. But like every mission was the same. I didn't even play too far into it. I think I finished the first area. Because I'm like, there's no point. All the missions are exactly the same. But yeah, Panzer Bandit, B tier. I'm going to put it probably toward the bottom of B tier. Yeah, Sneak King's going to get destroyed. I'll put it just below Love Love Truck and above Spider-Man. I think that's fair. Alright. Sorry, I'm trying to go a little faster now because I realize how many we have to go. And I don't need to say a ton about every single game, in all honesty. Dude's gonna be a TV show. Wait, what? Your friend from Florida texts you saying he's in LA and he's gonna be in a TV show. What the heck? Damn, the glow up.
Sexy pose.
Mind scan.
There we go.
Thank you for the bits. Pocket Bike Racer wasn't too bad. And I like Big Bump. We'll get to Big Bumpin' too. Yo, hey, they're Brazilian. Honestly, Pocket Bike Racer, not a bad little game. I even did the speedrun of it. I enjoyed it that much. I had the record for a little bit. Okay, this is Slap Happy Rhythm Busters. This is a great fighting game by Polygon Magic. One of the coolest fighters on the system. I'm going to give it an S. I think more people deserve to know about this game. It's so good. Unfortunately, it's exceedingly expensive. If you can, again, I'm not going to like condone emulation, but in this case, when the game's like 300 bucks, I'd say go for it. Please play it though. It's so good. Where does it go? I think I like Rakugaki Showtime a little better. I think it's going to go just above Poppin' Tanks. I played almost the whole roster on that game. That's how much I liked it, yeah. Actually, you know what? It's going above it. Just slightly above it. Blast reminding me I played the whole roster swayed me. I'm like, yeah, I did spend a lot of time on that one because I did like it a lot. Because it deserved that time. It really did. So there it goes. Middle of S. I don't condone emulation. Well, I don't condone it. That doesn't mean I don't do it myself. Alright, Armored Warriors. This was another neat Capcom beat 'em up. I have not done PO. PO'd toward the end. We still got games to get through. Like my way of making this list based on my own fun. Yes. Well, I mean, I do try to be a little bit objective. But yeah, it's not a popularity contest. And in fact, if games aren't popular, I'm almost more inclined to put an S. So that hopefully at least a couple people will try it based on what I have to say about it. That's the goal, right? But yeah, no, it's not a popularity contest. It's mostly fun, but like a game, for example, like Stuart Little 2, I enjoyed. I'm not gonna say it's better than D tier, you know. I had some fun with it, but in terms of the way the game's made, it's not all that good. Okay, Armored Warriors. Like I said, another Capcom beat 'em up that was decent. Not one of my absolute favorites in that collection. It was kind of cool. You could switch pieces. You could have different arms, different treads. Basically, you were a mech. You could swap parts. It was really neat. So for that reason, I'd probably even bump it above something like King of Dragons. Maybe top of B. Maybe even bottom of A. I might actually put it toward the bottom of A. Maybe right above Donut County. I play NES and Super Nintendo on Switch. That shit's all emulated. No, I know. But well, at least that's official, right? That's an official way to do it. Oh my god, A tier is so long. Sorry, guys. I gotta rearrange these as I do it. Or else I'm never gonna have... Basically, I'd be half-assing it. I'd never be able to get things back to where I need them to be. So I apologize if I have to do a little bit of rearranging. but it needs to be done. Okay. Tekken Tag's S tier. Should have been here when I rated it. What did it be? Okay, Night Driver. This game, another 2600 game. That surprised me. Really surprised me. I had a lot of fun with this one. Knight Rider, another one of, dare I say, the best games on the 2600. I just got sucked into this one. It's very simple graphically, very simple premise. You're driving at night. The title tells you all you need to know. But I just found it insanely addicting. That being said, is it the best made game? Not necessarily, but it doesn't need to be. When it's that damn addictive? I don't think so. I think I liked it slightly less than Lunar Lander, but I think it deserves A. If you give it a shot, and you get sucked in like I did, you'll find that it's a worthwhile experience. No regrets. Absolutely no regrets. Okay, Atari Video Cube. This one's jank. This is like weird. This is weird. What's the word? Rubik's Cube. That's what I was looking for. I almost said Roblox. I'm like, nah, that's not right. This is like a weird video Rubik's Cube. I think this is D tier. Unfortunately, the concept and even the manual was really impressive for this game, but the actual gameplay itself, there really wasn't a whole lot there. You really have to experience this game by reading the manual. To me, the manual was the highlight of it. Yeah, honestly, the manual is more fun than the actual game. But the game itself wasn't terrible. And I'd much rather go back and play this than some of these ones down here, so. In fact, I might put it above Nicktoons Racing. It's gonna go next to Bowling. Slightly worse than Bowling on the 2600. But not by a lot. But yeah. A weird curiosity of a game. Really would have only come out at that time. Alright, Sneak King and Big Bumpin', the other 2/3 of the Burger King trifecta that I hadn't played last year. Been fighting a crazy-ass boss. Well, had you said something, I may have considered moving it. It's too late now. Went with my gut on it. Alright, Sneak King, horrible game. I hated this one. Absolute trash. These Atari games are better. I'd rather play Atari Video Cube. In fact, Atari Video Cube has more depth. This game has no depth. There's what, like one button to use? One button and a stick. You could play this on the 2600 if you really wanted. I don't know why anyone likes this game. I don't understand it. It's a total F tier game. It's not absolutely horrible, but it's pretty damn close. Yeah, the Goofy King animations maybe brings it, you know, above something like Room Zoom, but... Oh, God, this game. It's charming. I did not find it charming. I did not find it charming at all. I think chat voted me to play this. And then they realized what a mistake they had made. And I'm like, no shit, it's Sneak King. I'm gonna put it just above Kiss Pinball. I'm gonna put it just above Kiss Pinball. That's where it's going. It deserves to be toward the bottom. Yeah, Sneak King is the reason the BK games get looked upon as, like, trash games. Because it's the only trash one of the three. It really is. Big Bumpin', on the other hand. Big Bumpin's a bop. I really like Big Bumpin' a lot. In fact, I think I'm going to put it in B tier. This game was just a vibe. I enjoyed it. I think it's toward the bottom of B, but it's still B. In fact, I might just put it at the bottom. Make it easier for myself. Yo, Sarzo. Yeah, I'll just put it at the bottom of B. Makes it easy. Not some great game, but if you're willing to vibe for an hour, it works. It's just the cure. Okay. Little Big Planet Karting. I liked this one. This is probably another B tier game. Just for the sake of brevity. I don't think anybody's gonna disagree with me on that. Definitely above average, but doesn't really reinvent the wheel. I mean, obviously it's got a pleasant art style. Little Big Planet art style is awesome. Definitely around the mid-tier. Yeah, I think it's another low B. I don't know, I think I like if we're comparing kart racers, I think I like Smash and Crash a little more. Probably Cruisin' USA more. I might put it just above Big Bumpin'. Toward the back of B. There we go. Definitely above average, but not by like a whole lot, you know? We did have an Elvis discussion during that. We did, that is true. Good times, good times. Yeah, the beauty about some of those kart racers is you just don't even have to talk about games, right? You can just get off on weird tangents. Because the game kind of just plays itself almost. Or at least I've played so many kart racers that I just kind of get into autopilot some of the time. Okay, Wizard, this is a 2600 game that actually I didn't know was never released originally. This game was programmed in like 82 or something. Never saw the light of day until the first Atari Flashback console back in like the early 2000s. So nobody had played this until then. And it kind of does feel like a half-baked Atari game. It was kind of fun. It was definitely intense. But, like I said, it did feel a little half-baked. It almost felt like they released a prototype, sort of. I mean, it played well enough, but it was a very simplistic game, even for Atari standards. I would say it's better than some of these down here, but probably C tier game. Probably toward the back of C tier, to be honest. Maybe just above these. Wait, what's sleeping? What did I miss? Okay. Yeah, I'll just add it toward the bottom of C. Make it easier for myself. Clump all the Atari games together. Speaking of Atari, one more, Haunted House. This one was cool. Not quite the level of, say, Adventure, but kind of close, actually. Very similar stylistically in terms of gameplay to Adventure, but kind of taking its own twist on the genre. I really dug it. It's definitely a smaller game in terms of scope, but it's definitely a must-play. Where's that moon landing game? It's up in A, toward the bottom. Basic Math is C. Yeah, Basic Math was more fun. I would agree. I would argue, honestly. Anyways, Haunted House, I do think it is a must-play on the Atari. Like I said, kind of getting to that level of Adventure, but not quite there. And if you guys missed it, I did do like a fun stream where we turned off all the lights. I had like a flashlight shining up at me just to add to the atmosphere. Dead or Alive is not on there yet. Not yet. Not yet. We're getting close. Basic Math better than Bubsy. I mean, I'm not gonna disagree. I'm not gonna say that's not true. But Haunted House, I think, is gonna go toward the bottom of A. Maybe just above Pink Panther. Again, don't worry too much about where these are placed. Just more the tiers they're in. Okay, gotta move these down. Man, this music. Alright, I'm trying to do this quickly. I'm sorry, this takes a little while to reorganize, especially with multiple rows now. Analogous with Fatty Bear. We played 2 games by Fatty Bear. Which one would you like? Yes. So both? You're getting a 2 for 1? I mean, Analogous, if it was anybody else, I'd be like, damn, you're playing the system, but feeling generous. Okay, Fatty Bear. I guess I'll start with the better one. Usually play the system. Yeah, you gotta find ways to cheat it, don't you? Alright, where's Fatty Bear? I can't believe that Twitch actually censors that. It just seems so absurd to me. Sorry, let me find it real quick. I have to scroll down on the right, by the way. If you, for those that haven't been here, see that long list on the right? That's what I have to use. I can't just pick them up off here. It's the one bad part about using Photoshop for this. But otherwise, I get a ton of control. Okay, so Fatty Bear's birthday surprise. This was a surprise in and of itself. I actually really liked this. This was a point and click game. It was actually really good. It's the reason we have a new polling system. Actually a defining game. I guess it kind of is. Yeah, I hadn't even thought about that. But yeah, that kind of is what spurred me on, isn't it? This was just a fun point and click. I think it's above average. I don't think I could go as far as to say it's like an A tier game. Luckily for the most part, it was pretty straightforward. I think there's only like 1 or 2 spots. Got a little lost. Needed to find a certain item we couldn't quite get to. I'd give this a B though. This was a pleasant little point and click. I'm glad I streamed it. Was not expecting to like it as much as I did. But I think it'll go toward the back of B. If I'm only being fair. I'll put it above Nissan Skyline Memorial. How about that? There we go. I feel like that's pretty fair. Let me just get it moved real quick. My apologies. Beautiful. I think that's a pretty good spot for it. I really do. And our first row of B is now filled. God damn, this list is looking chonky. It looks like I've done a pretty decent job guessing how much room I was going to need, though. Pretty happy about that. Okay, Courier Crisis. This game... Hooey, this game. This one stunk. It totally stunk. So bad. I almost don't want to fail it, but... part of me thinks I should. I'm a little torn on this one. It wasn't absolutely the worst. There is another bear game, but I'm kind of trying to go in chronological. In all fairness, everybody else has gotten 1. I'm trying to be fair. Trash tier experience. I honestly think it's worse. It's barely better. Well, at least Batman I finished, right? I'm gonna put it below Bubsy. Yeah. Putting it below Bubsy. You know what game's bad when it goes below Bubsy. But that's honestly how I feel about Courier Crisis. I really do. Deserves F. There was an alien cheat, but that couldn't even save it. For what it set out to do as a console child's point and click. Yeah, as a game, it's B. I think B was pretty fair. Low B. Alright, Lucifer Ring. This game is one of the coolest Japanese import PS1 games out there, I would argue. I think it's gonna be a solid A tier for me. Not quite S, but a damn good game. Highly recommend. You don't need to know any Japanese. It's essentially a 3D hack and slash kind of deal. Really fun. Very simple. Not very long. Just all around fun game. Good gameplay loop. I'd recommend it. It's not going to go super high in A, but it deserves A. I think. I think it'll go just above Pink Panther here. As my screen's getting cut off. Yeah, it never got voted. That's a good point. It never got voted in. It would never get voted in when I put it on polls. And then finally, I'm just like, screw it. I'm going to play it. I want to play it. And we did. It was totally worth it. Okay, let me just move Armored Warriors down. Yeah, high recommend from me. Camel knows what's up. Solid little hack and slash. I don't really think I can say I've played anything quite like it. In all honesty. Like, I can't think... Nothing else comes to mind that's that close. Okay, Rock'em Sock'em Robots Arena. This was one I just took a chance on, and honestly wasn't terrible. If Poop is still here, Poop actually does a speedrun of this. I would overall say it was a mixed bag. I think it's deserving of C tier. But I had my fun with this one. What's a game that's for all intents and purposes an average game, but one I personally despise? Ooh, that's hard to say. I don't know if any of the ones in F I'd actually call average. They're all pretty bad. Maybe Sneak King. I could maybe see myself calling it average if I was trying to be 100% objective, but I feel like even there, it kind of fails at what it sets out to do. It's really a pretty forgettable experience. Maybe Incredibles. Yeah, maybe Incredibles. But Rock'em Sock'em, speaking of average experiences, I think Rock'em Sock'em is overall average. Despise all average. Average can be the worst. Because usually it means it's not interesting, right? At least bad games can be interesting. Usually middle-of-the-road games are the worst. They're just like the least enjoyable in a lot of senses. But yeah, Rock'em Sock'em, I think is pretty average. It had some cool mechanics. You could switch out parts. There was a pretty customizable parts system that I really didn't get all into. But a decent little game. I did finish it. It was fun for the hour or two I played. I'd probably put it around Warpath. I might give it a bump over Jackie Chan. Because Jackie Chan was kind of brutal. Rock'em rocked me. Exactly. Exactly. Alright, now I gotta move all these. And Crash gets moved. Down to tier... Oh, I guess so does Rockman, since it's peeking out over there. Getting demoted. Another line. Boom. Okay. C is looking nice. Starting to get some filled out a bit. I'm surprised A tier is our biggest tier right now. I'm a little surprised by that. Average doesn't necessarily mean boring, honestly. Most average games are boring. No, there are some average games that are actually kind of neat and fun, but... I don't know, a lot of games that are great fun equals above average. I would tend to agree. If it's so much fun, even if it feels like it was made like a middle-of-the-road game, if it's really that fun, I'm gonna bump it above C. Okay, Blade, this game fucking sucked. I don't think I even need to explain myself. This game's terrible. It's barely a game, and what is there has horrible physics, and it's not fun to play. Bias for average score, cancel time. Shit, you caught me. F, but the crazy double rate. Yes. I got rated during this game. This is like my highest view count ever was me playing fucking Beyblade on PS1. But it's still an F. That moment would have been great, regardless of game. Yeah, Mecha had this as a kid. Poor kid. Where in F? I don't know. I'd rather play a lot of these again before this. Honestly, I think just above Kiss Pinball. I think just above Kiss Pinball. I think I'd rather play it than Kiss Pinball, but not by a whole lot. And believe it or not, I'd rather play Sneak King again. Okay, Mort the Chicken. This is one that my friend Sim wanted me to play. I think Upside Down Matt had already played it by the time I got to it. He wanted me to play it too. Very average game. This game got horrible reviews, and I'm not quite sure why. It's not good, but it's really not that bad either. It's a 3D platformer, kind of a late release PS1 3D platformer that really isn't that bad. It's definitely very by the numbers, and it's very basic, but it wasn't poorly made. So I would say for that reason, I think it's more average than the reviews would let on. Where within C, though, I mean, I'd probably play it before Jackie Chan again. It had some cool cutscenes, too, by the way. If you haven't seen the cutscenes for this game, the cutscenes alone are almost worth checking it out for. But As an actual game, pretty mediocre. The character is really the reason you're either into it or not. In all honesty. Did we get the Wu-Tang? We're not quite there. I haven't quite gotten to my 12-hour stream games yet. Okay, quick reformat here. I might have to make separate folders for each. Oh, I hadn't even thought about that. That would be a smart move. I guess it's a little late now. If I had made separate folders for each line. Wu-Tang is... We're getting there. We're getting there. I'm trying to move a little bit faster, admittedly. Dead or Alive 2, this game, really enjoyed. Had a lot of fun with this one. Great roster, felt great. Oh, what the hell happened here? Hold on, C got messed up. Fry still had it selected. There we go. Fixed that little issue. Wu-Tang Game Engine is the one originally used for that. Yes, Thrill Kill. That got mentioned to me multiple times while I was playing it too. I'm like, damn, everybody knows about this. Dead or Alive 2, yeah, it's gonna go high. It kind of was a dream to play. In all honesty, though, this is Dead or Alive 2, keep in mind. This is not Dead or Alive 1, which we also did play. What is this song? That's a good question. This is from Skyrim. Streets of Whiterun. Which sounds right now that I think about it. Okay, Dead or Alive 2. I think this is A. We'll place the PS1 version soon. It should be kind of coming up. I would say this kind of hits toward the top of A, though. Maybe between Destroy All Humans and R4. S tier bounce physics. Don't worry, we're getting the Dead or Alive 1. I think I honestly preferred the PS1 version. For reasons we'll get to. Yo, Sim. Rip Mort, I'm sorry. I have to go with what I feel on that one. I wish I liked it as much as you did. I do. Alright, let me move these down real quick. This is the one advantage I'd have using Tier Maker, but I like having control over what I'm doing instead of relying on a website to do it for me. Doesn't take all that long. I can get them all nice and organized later, as long as they're roughly in the right spot. Okay, Disney Golf. This one was actually kind of fun. Was this the first golf game we played? It may have been one of the first. I don't think I've ranked any golf games so far tonight. It was me one of the first ones. We can't talk about this game without the goofy ass. That was a staple of our playthrough. Oh, like a surprisingly good golf game. T&E Soft, they know what they're doing with golf games. I'd give this a B. The only thing I would say that was a missed opportunity was the locales. Like, they had nothing to do with Disney. They were just, like, basic golf locales. I feel like they could have leaned into the Disney bit a little bit more. But that being said, I think it's like a mid-B tier game. I had fun with it. And put it above Panzer Bandit, in fact. That might be a hot take. But I think most of you probably haven't played Panzer Bandit, so you don't know. Okay, let me just move these real quick. I have learned to love golf games through streaming. It took me off guard. I was not expecting that to happen, but it has. It really has. Alright, Icky Tucson, Shining Dragon. This was a recommendation from Matt. This is about as weeb gets. I don't know if I recommend it. This game made me uncomfortable. I didn't really feel comfortable streaming it, to be honest with you. But we did. It's a little pervy. But not a horrible beat-em-up either. So I can't be too harsh. I think it's gonna go toward the bottom of C, though. Yeah, this is the schoolgirl one. You know what? I was gonna say bottom of C or close to it. Just for the memes, I'm gonna put it right above Wrath of Cortex. Just for the memes. There we go. Easy. Quick. Done. The Tarantino Rogan I have not. I have not. That actually sounds sick. Okay, War of the Monsters. This is a really good fighting game on the PS2, actually. The bosses are jank. The actual normal fighting bits, I had a lot of fun with. The bosses took some getting used to. Overall, I'd say it's above average, but not by a ton. I think it's going to go in B tier. It's worth checking out if you have a PS2, I would argue. But yeah, I expect bosses to be a little jank. Is really my main warning. Otherwise, it's a cool game. Neat concept. Taking like 50s, 60s inspired era monsters, throwing them together in a blender. You have this game. Pretty neat. Probably give it mid B. You think it's an A? If the bosses worked better, I think it would be an A. If we were talking just the regular matches themselves, I'd totally be A tier. But the bosses brought it down for me. Points deducted. I'll have to take them. I do think it's a B tier. I'll put it above Knights of the Round. It'll be a B plus. B plus. I think that's fine. All right, let me get these moved real quick. I say real quick, it's never quick. It's a lot of work doing all this. Again, this would be like the only reason Tier Maker would be nicer. Because it automatically makes new rows, but I like having the control. Okay. Just dropped yesterday. It's great. Stealth dropped a novelization of Once Upon a Time in Hollywood. Damn, okay. Okay, so remember when I mentioned 18-Wheeler had like a cooler younger cousin? That is Route 66. King of Route 66. This game is... It takes what 18-Wheeler did and makes it even better. 18-Wheeler, I believe, yeah, I put in B tier. I would be inclined to put this in A. I really had fun with this one. Just better map design. Just a more involved story. There actually was a story that actually had cutscenes. So it wasn't just like over the radio, some guy yelling at you. Actually had a story. Again, just improved upon 18-Wheeler. I don't think it's quite as good as, say, Crazy Taxi up here, but yeah, we still need to play through the Queen of Route 66. I still need to do that. We'll get to it eventually. I think for now, though, I'm going to put it... Honestly? I'm going to put it... I guess at the beginning of the second row of A. Nice mid-tier A game, I would argue. I think that's where it deserves to go. Supposed to be mega hard? Perfect. Well, we'll see how I do. We'll see how I do. I will give it a shot, though. I will absolutely give it a shot. I'm willing to give it a shot. Alright, Bloody Roar 2. I do think this is better than the first Bloody Roar. Felt more refined. Graphically, it looked better. Played just as good, if not better than the first game. And the first game, I believe I put up an A, right? Yeah, A right here. Warms your heart seeing not Treasure Hunter up in S where I had to put in S. I couldn't not put it in S. It had to go there. There's no way. I've played it too much. It deserves that spot. Yeah, Bloody Roar 2, I think is a high A. How high, though? Dude, I'm like ready to put it. I might put it just below Underground. High A. Again, don't get too caught up in where exactly it is, but I think that's fair. If I can get it there. That's too high. There we go. God damn this list. You should see the mess I have to deal with on the right-hand side. It's ridiculous. Lucifer Ring, unfortunately, getting bumped a little bit, but it's still an A. Still an A. Still a great game. Oh, that's right. I was going to send the link for this. Let me do that real quick. I never sent the link for this playlist. There you go. That's the video I'm using. We're probably getting close. Yeah, we're getting close to the end. We got 13 more minutes on it. I might have to loop it again. We'll see if we get through all. We've made good progress. I'm feeling good about the progress. Some of these should go pretty fast, in all honesty. Okay, Rogue Trip. This is made by the developers of Twisted Metal, the original devs of Twisted Metal, if you didn't know. Solid game. I kind of dug the almost kind of taxi-like spin they took on it, taking tourists around. I thought it was a neat addition to the formula. I did play this on easy, and it's like at the halfway point, it was like, man, you suck. So I didn't get to play the entire game. I wasn't about to play it all again, but decent game. Controls like a PS1 Twisted Metal, but it has a twist. I don't know if I'd put it nearly on the same level as Twisted Metal 2, but definitely above 4. And probably 3 even. Wait, where even is 3? 3's lower, isn't it? Yeah, 3's in C. I maybe put this in B. Maybe high B. I did dig it, what I played of it. Again, I didn't fully complete it. But that's because the game was like, well, you're a pansy. And I'm like, well, sorry, I wanted to get through it kind of fast. I apologize, game. I should have known better. Okay, let me just get it situated here. Yeah, it's gonna take a little longer now that I have multiple rows to deal with. But hopefully that doesn't slow us down too much. I might just throw it right there for now. We'll worry about fixing it here in a sec. Okay, Sailor Moon on the PS1. This game, trash. Actually trash. Unplayable. Arguably unplayable. One of the worst fighters I've ever experienced in my life. In fact, probably right next to Celebrity Deathmatch for like worst PS1 fighter. How'd you miss this one? Because I barely played it. I really didn't spend much time on it because it didn't deserve my time. To me, it's next to Celebrity Deathmatch for like one of the worst god-awful fighting games I've played. That's an easy placement there. It's more broke than your wallets. It was basically a broken mess. Actually. Alright, Battle Arena Toshinden. A cool fighting game on PS1. I will say it's quite clunky. It's an early PS1 game. It's a long box game. I think it was a 95 release. If I remember right. It was pretty clunky. I was warned. And it was. But I kind of dug it for what it was. I'd be inclined to give it a C tier. I feel like it did well enough. Couldn't win a single fight. Neither could I. I could not figure out how to beat the game. I think maybe I won a single fight, if I remember right. I may have won a single round. That was it. Battle Arena Toshinden. Much better game by comparison. I think... Where do I put it? I might put it above Small Brawl. You know what? Actually, I'll put it right behind it. I'd rather play it again than Mega Man Battle and Chase, but... say C-. Again, if it was just a little bit less clunky, it'd be a lot more fun. I may end up playing the sequels. Yeah, very early 3D fighter. Barbie Race and Ride, do we need to discuss? Or can I just throw it into F? I don't think we need to discuss this one. This was terrible. It used clunky-ass FMVs for the horse riding sections. They didn't even bother to try and model a 3D world. There's no way it's going that high. Not even close. At best, it'll get D. With discussion, it'll get D tier. I'm really thinking F. There was no redeeming qualities. Other than the fact that I could turn the system off and stop playing it. In fact, I'd rather... Yeah, no, it's worse than Bubsy, for sure. But I didn't totally hate it like some of these. It was pretty fucking bad, but I didn't hate it. At least I could play some of it. You know what, I'm gonna put it... I'll put it above Chemical Extraction. I'll put it above Chemical Extraction. I can at least do that for it. F for Barbie. Explorer Race and Ride. I'd take Race and Ride, but... probably for the wrong reasons. Explorer should be the better game. Actually, I could not stand that game, Camel. Could not stand it. So, you know how that game displays the map, right? It has the 3 areas that you get to choose from. So I finished all 3 of those areas, and then the 4th one unlocked. I'm like, fuck this. You showed me 3. I thought 3 was it. I tried 4. 4 was terrible. Like, by far the worst one yet. I'm like, why'd they do this to me? They dangled the end of the game in front of me like a false promise. That pissed me off. I'll be honest. Alright, ATV Racers, another Miracle Designs racing game. I had to play them all. This one is definitely worse than Miracle Space Race. It is better than Airboat Racing, though. You organized a blind race. Camel wanting to see the world burn. I swear. Several people went on to speedrun it. I can't believe it. I'm gonna put it just below Samurai Jack. That's where it deserves. Love you, Hogan. Keep being a legend. I mean, honestly, they're not terrible, but I can't give them better than D. I mean, they're all essentially the same game, right? And they're just really boring kart racers at the end of the day. Alright, Bishi Bashi Special. This was a PAL, I think a PAL and Japanese only minigame collection, kind of in the vein of something like WarioWare. I thought these were really good. I didn't see myself finishing it. I played through the first game. I think technically this is a combination of 1 and 2. I didn't bother playing both. But a lot of the minigames ended up kind of being the same thing, just reskinned. So I didn't love that, but they were good minigames. So I can't knock it too much. I do think it's above average. Probably put it toward the bottom of B. Samurai Jack you liked more than expected. I probably would have liked it more had the game not crashed. Like 45 minutes into a final boss attempt. Or whatever crazy amount it was. I'm like, okay, I guess I'm done. And there were like no checkpoints or save points. It pulled me way back. And I'm like, that's okay. Yeah, the game broke multiple times for me. So I was kind of done after that. Again, I thought maybe it was some kind of meta commentary. But I don't think so. I don't think the devs were that smart. Alright, Godzilla Unleashed. This one was really disappointing after playing Destroy All Monsters Melee. I wanted to like this game. It was so budget. It was so budget. It felt like such a fall from grace. And I think it was the same devs even. So it really doesn't make any sense why it was as bad as it was. I barely remember this game. There wasn't anything to remember. I honestly think I'm probably gonna wedge it in between. Well, at least Incredibles was noteworthy. I was about to put it in there, but I'm like, well, at least Incredibles I have a story to tell. I honestly think I'd play Godzilla before Atari Video Cube, but probably after bowling. Let's put it there. Bloody Roar 2 got high A, Ramen. Very high A. Godzilla getting D tier. Okay, Kim Possible, what's the switch? This was another Matt recommend. I didn't hate this one. It did overstay its welcome, though. It felt very budget. It was kind of a basic 2D platformer. I think close to the bottom of B would be fair. It was better than I expected it to be. It did just keep going and going, though, which really, to me, dragged it down quite a bit. But she goes hot. Automatic S tier. Never mind the game being only slightly above average. I think just for the sake of ease, I'm gonna put it again at the top of the second line here. Started great, but halfway through I had my fill. Yes. And the game broke a couple times. And then I beat it. Yeah, it took me a while to get there, but we did it. We eventually did it. Game breaking was the best part. Yo, hey there, Lizzoli. Welcome in. How are you doing? God, we still got like 4 rows. Okay, Ridge Racer 5. Not, to me, as good as Ridge Racer Type 4, but kind of close. It's kind of close. I think it's deserving of an A rank. What are we playing? We're ranking all the games I've played since January 1st. We've got a good chunk of them done by now, but yeah, we're working through it. So yeah, Ridge Racer 5. Probably put... Probably not quite as good as some of the speedrun games I do. In fact, I think all of those are better. I think I'm going to put it above Armored Warriors. I think that's a pretty good spot. Try not to ridicule me. Ramen, I think you're the only one. That's fine, we don't have to agree. I'm not saying we have to agree. This is a subjective list on some level. Okay, Space Pirates. I wanted to like this one. This is a 3DO light gun game. It had really cool set design. It was... So this is by American Laser Games. They did a bunch of the light gun games of this era, and a lot of them are really boring. But this one at least had some cool sets. Woke up to this trash. Yeah, I wanted to like it, but the only way I had of playing it was with the 3DO controller and not the mouse or the light gun, which made late game in this excruciatingly painful. As a game, it kind of fails, but I feel like I'm gonna give it a bump just for the set design and the premise. I liked it. Yeah, it looked alright. I think I'm gonna give it toward the top of D. I'm feeling generous on this one, despite it really just being, oh, play through this a million times over and memorize it. I did overall kind of dig it. Let's see. Which rail shooter did I play that had cops ridiculing me? That was Drug Wars. That was Drug Wars. Which was its own experience. Okay. And we're probably running to the end of the music here. I'm just gonna skip back to the beginning. Drug Wars, great experience. Well, I didn't play enough of that one. I got much further in Space Pirates. So that's why I decided to rank that one. But I think Drug Wars we didn't play enough of. I was already kind of burnt on those shooters at that point. So I decided not to put it on the list since I really didn't give it enough time. Okay, Bomberman Fantasy Race. This one I liked overall, but damn, was the last race just ridiculous. It had a decent item system, upgrade system. Basically, you had to purchase tickets to each next course, which was kind of a unique way of doing things. But I had this one recommended to me by multiple people, and overall I did like it. I think the difficulty end was like a severe turnoff. I did play it. You may have missed it. I'm not sure, actually. I have not seen Jackie Brown. I need to. I would like to. It's your favorite Tarantino. I need to see it. It's on my list. I think Bomberman, it's either low B or C territory. I think for the difficulty, the turnoff of the difficulty, plus the controls take some getting used to. It takes a while to get into the swing of Bomberman Fantasy Race. So I think for those reasons, I'm going to put it in C tier. I'm going to go ahead and say it's better than most of them, though, in C. Yeah, Bomberman and kart racing. It kind of worked. I'm gonna put it above Tobal too. That's where I'll put it. Watch Touch of Evil. I have yet to see Touch of Evil. That's another one I'd like to see. Been slacking on some of my movie watching lately. Okay, which one did I miss here? Why is Small Brawl moving? Twisted Metal 3 is not... Did I move Twisted Metal 3 down by accident? Probably. Last race felt bad for me. The first time you ever did. Yeah, it was brutal. Twisted Metal 3 is way up here. What the fuck? Sorry, this got a little whacked up. Let me fix this real quick. Okay, now we should be good. Okay. It's like the least bombastic of the Tarantino films, but it's the best iteration. His dialogue? Really? Man, you're hyping it up for me. Okay, Small Brawl got moved somehow. Sorry, guys. I'm trying to fix this before it gets too messy. There we go. I need to move this one down. Twisted Metals reunited once again. Alright, how we looking? There we go. Fixed it. Sorry, guys. At least we didn't get any catastrophic lows like last year. Yeah, no kidding. Talking Heads sort of film? It would be nice to see Tarantino do something a little bit more grounded. In all honesty. Okay, Rise of the Robots. Easy F. Just get it out of the way. We don't have a lot of time. Let's just get it out of the way. Easy F. Do I need to discuss this? Apparently this was supposed to have a soundtrack by Brian May. I don't know how true that is. There's no music during the fights anyway, so it doesn't fucking matter. This game's dumb. Awful game, terrible game. One of the worst on the 3DO, I would argue. But where do I put this? Do. It's pretty terrible. At least it functions, though. I'm gonna put it above this Sailor Moon game. That's where I'll put it. There we go. We ranked Space Pirates. I did. I put it near the top of D. Cause I liked the set design and the atmosphere, but the actual gameplay just hurt. So I felt like that was pretty fair. Felt like that was decently fair. Playing some Donkey Kong Country with a friend, nice. Hopefully enjoyed it. I imagine you would. I still need to play those games. Instead I play all this jank. Alright, BC Racers. This one I would say was a middle-of-the-road racing game until I played it on the 3DO and realized the frame rate is terrible. So I think the frame rate alone gets a D tier. Where within D? I don't know, I'd rather play it than Downhill Jam, I guess. Probably more than Space Pirates. I think I'll go next to Space Pirates. I think that's where it's gonna go. How's the stream? We're getting a lot done. Bringing me to tears. Good one. Was that trashy? The 3DO love begins now. The love-hate relationship with the 3DO begins now, yes. Okay. D tier it goes. I really would have liked that game had the frame rate not been so bad. I really firmly believe that. Okay. Family Feud 3DO. This is actually not a bad version of Family Feud. I would say even better than the PS2 version we tried out. We've revisited this one a handful of times now, and it's fun every time. Honestly, not a great game. Unfortunately, they could have done more with the multimedia aspects. It's like almost they wanted to digitize characters, but then they just used still frames. It would have been nice to see some animated characters, but We didn't quite get that. I think for what it tries to do, I mean, it's Family Feud. It basically does the bare minimum. But somehow does it better than some of the newer ones. So I think that's to be applauded. I would give it a C, personally. Probably near the bottom of C. To be honest. Gonna put it above Battle Arena, I think. Let's put it there. Bringing me to tears. Love to hear it. Shyamalan has a show on Apple TV. Game show games, am I right? They can. I'm surprised how fun they end up being to stream. I really am. Okay, Slam and Jam 95. This game was surprisingly good. Played this after a raid and just kind of kept playing it. Even though I don't think I won a single game. Hard game. Harder than NBA Jam, but a lot of fun. Play it for a few hours. I didn't even care that I was losing. That's when you know a game's good, when you just you don't even keep track of score anymore. So I think for that reason, it's a great game on the 3DO. It's probably one of the best, I would argue. I would probably give it an A. Probably not a super high A. Probably toward the bottom of A. I think I'll put it next to Donut County. Bada bing. Easy, done. Whoops. There we go. Okay. We're looking pretty solid here. Pretty solid. B is looking a little lower than A. I guess there were a lot more games that I genuinely really liked than was just more like kind of lukewarm on. Okay, Poi Poi. This one's a cool arena brawler. I actually kind of dug this one. This is how I started my 12-hour stream. So we're into the 12-hour stream games now. This one I did dig quite a bit. I don't know if I'd say it's some great undiscovered gem, but I had fun with it. It was a great way to start my 12-hour stream. That's for sure. I'd probably put it above Kim Possible. Probably in the second. I still need to play the second game. Say C tier. I was thinking low B, to be honest. I'm thinking maybe just above Big Bumpin'. Like toward the bottom of B. B minus. I dug it for what it was. Shoot. Written by his daughter and some other TV writers, apparently. Probably better than most Shyamalans, oof. But also probably true. Wheel of Fortune. I would say... I'm trying... You know, I was thinking about this before. I'm like, is this better or worse than the PS2 version? PS2 version definitely graphically was better. But there's some kind of charm with this PS1 version that I can't quite put my finger on. I think it's better than Family Feud in terms of streaming. Family Feud C. I don't know, I think this might be another bottom of B. The only downside to streaming this was that people were literally looking up the puzzle solutions, which is pretty weak. S because of Vanna. I think this one's decent. I don't know if I'd give it an S. It's not a perfect game. Kind of a pain. Luckily, it's not like Family Feud where I have to hunt and peck and type everything out, but... I would probably put this low B. Maybe actually at the bottom. It's like a B minus minus. That's what I'm thinking. Again, I'm trying not to dwell on some of these too long because we have a lot of games to get through still. I'm not even sure if we'll get through all these tonight. There's still a number left. Okay, Wu-Tang. We followed up Wheel of Fortune with Wu-Tang. Freaking Wu-Tang. I didn't hate this game. I didn't love it either, though. I feel like for the Wu-Tang license, it gets a bump. It's pretty neat. But it was definitely a long game. Longer than it needed to be. A little harder than it needed to be. Yeah, I wasn't the biggest fan of this one. I think C. Hated the growth. Yeah, it was very violent, too. Very violent game. The novelty of it being Wu-Tang. Maybe I'll put it very, very bottom of B. Below wheel. Ah, wusses. It was pretty violent, though, you have to admit. It's pretty nasty at times. Yeah, it wasn't necessarily fun violent, it was just, like, gory. Okay, Way of the Warrior. This one gets dogged on all the time. Sorry, no pun intended. This was by Naughty Dog. But I don't think this one is as bad as everybody says it is. It's not a good fighting game, but it doesn't fail. It's better than something like Rise of the Robots. Mort needs to be higher. You and Sim, I swear. I think Way of the Warrior, it hasn't aged well. Doesn't play particularly great. But it's got a Rob Zombie soundtrack. It did also grow on me, that's a good point. I think overall this one was actually not all that terrible. I'd be inclined to put it in D tier. Probably near the top of D. Above BC Racers. Maybe even above Stuart Little, why not? Why not? I'll give it some credit. I feel like more eyes need to be on that game. It gets more flack than it deserves. I'm going to defend the game a bit. Yeah, it's the entirety of Rob Zombie's second album. Like, how can you go wrong there? Alright, we're getting there, guys. We're getting there. Trying to go a little faster. It's already past midnight, jeez. I've still got, like, a handful of rows left. I don't know if we'll get through all this. I'll try and get through a decent chunk. Maybe we'll find a good stopping point, but... Twisted the Game Show. I think I like this more than a lot of people in chat did, if I'm being honest. Get a closer look at that cover art. It's so wacky. It's one of these weird multimedia 3D game show games. Was this the penis one? Wait, what? The penis one? The Pez. Oh, yes. Okay, yes. The guy with the fez on his head. You're right. You're right. I'm with you now. This was fun, though. This was more fun than it probably should have been. I think it's higher than D tier. I think it's probably near the back of C. I'd say better than Family Feud. Yeah, I did look kind of phallic. That's true. That's true. Quote ad. I'm going to put it at the top of the second row of C tier. That's where I think it deserves to be. I honestly, it's another game that I thought was better than the sum of its parts. Like, it's really dumb, but man, was it just wacky, idiotic fun. Man, I was very out of nowhere. Okay, Dead or Alive PS1. This game's fucking good. I was impressed by how goddamn smooth this game was. I was really impressed. It runs so nicely for a PS1 early 3D game. And you have, you know, the physics for the fans of the physics out there. If you're into that kind of thing. I'm thinking of putting it at S. Like, it was that good to me. Bottom of S, but still S. Like, full 60 frames, smooth animation. And it was somewhat of an early PS1 game, if I recall. I'm gonna put it in S. It's been a long time since we put a game in S tier. I think it's deserving of it. There it goes. Strongly disagree. That's fine. I had a great time with it. I really did. I enjoyed every second of it. Cyber Tiger, though, I did not enjoy every second of. This was a disappointment. So we've played a handful of golf games on stream now, and I've gotten kind of hyped over them. This one was such a letdown, because you look at this photo, and you're like, this looks fucking wild, right? It's gonna be some weird kind of almost pseudo-fantastical golf game. No, it's just boring. And the graphical style has nothing to do with the cover art. Everything you didn't like about golf games, I'd be kind of inclined to agree with that assessment. I think this is probably a D tier game. It doesn't fail at what it tries to do. It's just... It doesn't even make itself average. It's just total D tier. Yeah, it looked cartoonish on the cover, and then you get into the game, and it's like trying to be realistic, and it's bad PS1 realism, so it doesn't hold up very well visually. I'm thinking low D tier. I'd probably rather play it than some of these, though. D for disappointment. Yeah, I was expecting more from the cover. Just below Godzilla is where it's going. Easy one to rank. Cyber Tiger's why you don't get your hopes up for anything anymore. Honestly, though. Okay, Bust-A-Move 3DO. This is one of my favorite 3DO games. I know Bust-A-Move's on a bunch of different consoles, so I'm not going to say go buy a 3DO for this, but this is honestly S tier. I played through this entire game, all 100 stages. Albeit it was split up over a couple different streams, but I thought it was so fun that I actually did get through all the way through it. Awareness. I'm going to put it toward the bottom. I don't think it's as iconic as Not Treasure Hunter. But it was a really great streaming game. I'm going to put it toward the bottom of S, but still S. Gonna squeeze right between some PS1 jank classics. Okay, Grim Adventures of Billy and Mandy. I expected more from this one. Anybody else feel that way? I know a number of you were here during this one. It wasn't bad, it was just so goddamn short. And the combat wasn't all that great. Ramen saying C. I'm kind of thinking C as well. It wasn't bad. I was just expecting so much more. Would be D, but you like Billy and Mandy. This one was no opinion. AKA average C. Maybe I'll put it at the beginning of the second row here. I was just very apathetic toward this one by the end, which I wasn't expecting. I was expecting to really enjoy it because I had been told so many times it was a good game. And it wasn't bad, it just didn't do anything exceptional. It's kind of another arena brawler. Exactly, yeah, it's a rental game or like a sleepover game. You'd play at somebody else's house, exactly. Yeah, it had good presentation, but other than that, not remarkable gameplay. Okay, Crazy Frog Arcade Racer. Well, you already know where this is going. We already know where this is going. This game had way more fun than it had any right to. I personally think I'm putting an S. It's gonna go at the bottom. It's gonna go at the bottom. I know this is probably one of the hottest takes of all night, but I honestly had so much fun with it. I think it deserves to go there. That's where I'm putting it. Eat shit, Cortex. I like how every game's gonna be like, man, this is better than Wrath of Cortex. Okay, the Sniper. This is one that Camel recommended I try. This is a great Japanese exclusive PS1 game. In fact, it's the Cortex benchmark, truly. I think the Sniper... I almost want to put it in S because I do think it's worth checking out, but I do also realize it's kind of niche. And I don't think everybody will enjoy it fully. I think it's going to be a low A for me at this point. I think I'm going to put it just above Pink Panther. I think that's a good spot for it. I do recommend you check it out. If you're into like hard-boiled kind of detective novel kind of stuff. It's got that vibe. And it's also just like a really fun, surprisingly fun sniper simulator. I'd recommend checking it out. Alright. Mid-A. Yeah, I mean, it's toward the middle of A. I think that's a pretty fair spot for it. Speaking of A-tier games, Neo Geo Battle Coliseum. This one was one of the prettiest 2D fighters I've ever seen. Period. Absolutely gorgeous game. Good roster of SNK stuff, Neo Geo stuff. I think it's another A. I think it's gonna go higher than Sniper. But I was quite impressed by this one. The only thing I didn't love about it was the way it treated the final boss. They were a really annoying zoner that I did not care for. Just say that. I think it'll go a little bit higher. It was beautiful. Visually, it's getting a huge bump. Obviously, it plays well too, but I did have some minor gripes with some of the later bosses, I'll just say. I think I'll put it above Battle Circuit. It'll go next to Bloody Roar 2. I think I just slightly preferred Bloody Roar. Just barely. Okay. Bear with me briefly while I move these. When we rank Black and Bruise... I am not going to rank that one because I didn't get far enough. I don't feel like it's fair to rank something like that when I played it for like less than an hour and clearly didn't fully understand what was happening. You know what I mean? Like, I just wouldn't feel right ranking that. So I did not bother to put that one on the list. There are some games where I just don't feel comfortable ranking them, so I won't. No point in ranking something that you don't feel like you fully gave the time to. Okay, Eminem Shell Shocked. I tried so hard to vibe with this one. And chat was just not having it, and I don't blame them. This game actually is really bad. I don't know what was going through my mind, why I was trying to like it so much. It's terrible. I think the only reason I kind of dug it at first is because it started with a driving stage. And that's like a one-way ticket to getting a tier bump. But in this case, that did not help it. After the driving sequences are just like really fucking bad Crash clones. Bottom of F. Say it's above Rise. I would be inclined to put it above Rise. I think I'd rather play Chemical Extraction again. But Rise is nearly broken. Sailor Moon is practically broken. And the rest of these are just so garbage. The level of brokenness doesn't matter. Right? Like that's a good spot for it. It's gotta at least go above Rise of the Robots. Not by much. But it will. Yeah, Shell Shocked is now infamous. Will live on in infamy. Okay, Street Racer. This is actually a decent one. I actually quite like this one overall. Not a perfect game. I believe this was also on Super Nintendo and Game Boy Color. It's on a bunch of different systems. But this PS1 version was actually really good. Do I want to put it A tier? I'm thinking either A or B. I think A is a little too high for this one, personally. I really did like the art style. It gets to be a very hard game after a while. I think B. My gut is telling me B, so I'm going to go B. Where within B? I'm thinking maybe just below Jackass. I think it's slightly better than Cruisin' USA, actually. That's where I'll put it. We'll move these down. Should have just played Eminem's Kart Racer again. Eventually we'll revisit it, I'm sure. Okay. Done with that. Okay, B tier's getting a little more filled out. That's good to see. Honestly, though, C should be the biggest. I think by the end it will be. I think it will end up that way. Because if C is like the median, it should probably have the most games. Okay, this is the table hockey. This was fucking terrible. Blast was trying to defend this one. I don't know why. This game, like, offended me on a personal level, I swear. I could not get the handle of the controls at all. I think the physics were whack. I hated this one. Poor Blast wanted to vibe, and I just wasn't. I just wasn't. It's hard to watch. Yeah, it just did not go well. Did not go well. In fact, I think stuff like Barbie Race and Ride and Chemical Extraction were probably more fun to watch. I'm gonna put it just barely above Sailor Moon. Because it was like almost as broken. You know what? Actually, I'm gonna put it just below Sailor Moon. There we go. Never again. Table hockey actually betrayed me. I thought it was gonna be fun. Yo, hey there, Jeremy. Pong on PS1. Table hockey's superior by far. I might have to try it. Yeah, it was terrible. Absolutely terrible. Blast made himself look like a fool for wanting to like it. At least you had fun. Yeah, right, Blast? Another world record of poops is Boombots. I dug this one, but it was a mixed bag. I really like the art style. I kind of dug some of the design choices. But in terms of the actual game, I didn't gel with me. I'm not quite sure why. I think it's a mid-C tier kind of game. It's a bag of ass, don't worry. I don't think it's horrible. It had some redeeming qualities. I'd probably give it C tier. Probably toward the low end of C, but... yeah, this was the one that kind of had the stop-motion animation style. Which, again, I kind of liked. But again, I liked it more for the way it looked than the way it played. Which is never a good thing with a game. D for driver. I felt like it deserved it. Rick, when you spend 90% of your playtime on 4 missions out of like the 30, your game's busted. I'm sorry. I feel like that is the most contested ranking of tonight. Last time it was Red Dead, now it's Driver. Parappa... yeah, so we played all the Parappa Lammy games. All 3. I say it like there's a ton of them. There's only 3. But I did play all 3 of them. I would argue Lammy's the best. In fact, I might as well just pull them all up. Might as well get them all up here at once. I would say Parappa's my second favorite. I would say Lammy is my favorite. I think Lammy is an A-tier game. Even it has some problems. It's not a perfect game. Oddly enough, the Parappa sections in Lammy were like the hardest I ever struggled in any of these games. But the Lammy portion was actually one of the easier ones. I would say overall 2 is the easiest. I felt like Lammy struck the right balance between challenge and fun. I think, yeah, I think it's somewhere in A. I'm gonna put it... I'll put it above... yeah, we'll put it at the beginning of the second row of A. I feel like that's pretty fair for Lammy. Although I'm putting it above Haunted House. They were honestly both really good experiences. Yeah, I thoroughly enjoyed playing them. I really did. Okay, Parappa. So if Lammy's like toward the bottom of A, and I personally think it's a better game than Parappa. Parappa's probably like top of B. Seemed like I enjoyed, what, Apocalypse more? I enjoyed the hell out of all the ones in A. In fact, a lot of the ones I'm in B I really enjoyed, so... C is where it starts to get wishy-washy. In my mind. Anything B or above I think is pretty damn solid. In my mind. I think Parappa is probably gonna go near the top of B. Actually, maybe just the very top of B. I dug this one. Honestly, some of the difficulty made for some fun moments. I'll be honest. Some of the difficulty, even though I didn't agree with all of it, did make for some pretty unforgettable moments. I'll put it at the top of B. Would I play Eternal Ring? That's that PS2 launch title, right? I do kind of want to try that. I was thinking for a bit of trying to get like the PS2 launch lineup. I think it'd be like a kind of cool collection goal. But I'm not sure if I'm actually going to go with it. Eternal Ring's bland? Can't believe it. No, it doesn't look incredible by any means, but it's a kind of game that I really haven't bothered to try much. So I feel like I might be kind of into it. We'll see. Okay, Parappa 2, my least favorite. Doesn't look like a me game at all. Who knows? Who knows until I try, right? Parappa 2, definitely not as good to me as Parappa 1. The music to me was almost on par, but the gameplay, the ease of it, really kicked it down a couple notches for me. Like, I really didn't have to focus all that much. Which, in a rhythm game, you want some focus. What's Bouncer doing on B? That's where like all of us decided it was gonna go. Like when we were playing it. That has been decided for ages, I think. I think that's a fair rating. Parappa 2 though. Yeah, Rick's here to stir the pot. Parappa 2 definitely should be placed a little bit lower than Parappa 1, but not a ton. I'd probably put it above Apocalypse. Yeah, we'll fit it in right here. I don't like it because it was easy. Your brain just snapped. Well, compared to the others, you get conditioned for a certain difficulty and then suddenly it's way easier. And I'm like breezing through it. It felt like a weird progression to me. It didn't make sense. In my mind. Okay, let me move these down real quick. Bouncer was shunned in a disappointment when it came out. What was so bad about it? I thought it was fine. What was so terrible about the Bouncer? I mean, I'm all ears. I'm glad to hear. I am open to other opinions, 100%. Barely a game? In what regard? I mean, compared to, yeah, like a Square RPG, sure, but I thought it was a decently fine game. Thought I'd be glad since the final stage in 1 kicked my butt so much. I mean, it did. Like, I want some challenge, though. Like, literally nothing in Parappa 2 I had to try more than once other than I think the last stage, like, once or twice. Which for a rhythm game feels really strange. Okay. Primal Rage on 3DO. Yeah, I think we'll finish the end of this row and then probably call it a night. I think I'll save the rest for another time. There's still a lot to get through. We made a lot of progress, though. We got through... Holy shit. We got through almost 300 games. Glad Tobal is where it is. People hype it too much. I mean, it's the Japanese exclusive sequel. I thought it was fine for what it was. Like, I haven't played the RPG mode, the quest mode, so can't really comment on that part of it, but... Primal Rage, this game... I don't get what the fuss about this game is. I think this game was big at the time. I'm not quite sure why. If I'm being honest, this 3DO port wasn't very good. I did not care for this game. I think it's gonna go in D tier. In fact, I liked Way of the Warrior more. Yeah, I did not care for this one. It does feel like shitty Bloody Roar. Although I think it was before Bloody Roar in all fairness, but... Bloody Roar did it better. Blast hated it. I didn't care for it. C tier? It probably is... I mean, I liked Way of the Warrior more, but this probably is a little bit better. Shit game even back then. But if it's shit even back then... Does that make it deserving of C tier? Like average tier? None of the Primal Rage ports are any good? That doesn't surprise me. I'm gonna put it next to Downhill Jam. It's going in D. I'm going with my gut. I feel like it deserves D tier. I'm not quite sure what the fuss is about with that one. Alright. Filling out D tier a little more. It kind of needs to happen. Alright, Micro Machines V4. I don't remember how many people saw me play this. Not that it matters. But this one, if you missed it, check it out. I actually really like this game. I'm not gonna go ahead and say it's some great undiscovered gem, but I think B tier would be pretty fair for it. It's definitely above average. I think this game shines in multiplayer, which unfortunately I didn't get to play. I was just playing against AI, which probably isn't nearly as fun. V4 is decent though, yeah. I'm thinking mid B. Maybe kind of in around this zone. Maybe like up against Cyberbots. Just middle of B tier. I thought it was worth playing. I'm glad you guys liked it, those that saw it. I was excited to revisit it. Because I think I'd played it once before. It's definitely worth checking out. Like I said, if you haven't played it, tried it, give it a shot. Definitely one that maybe if you own a PS2, probably shouldn't pass up. If you like that style of game. Saw what? Oh, Micro Machines V4 ramen. Just put it middle of B here. Solid game though. Kids like you're not at least 10 years younger than those that grew up with Primal Rage. Wait, what? Not quite following on that one. Tecmo Stackers. This one was, oddly enough, like, it doesn't look like much on the cover art, but it kind of had a weird Japanese, like, strange Japanese art style, which I kind of dug. It was, like, very chibi, and the cover art does not show that. But other than that, I mean, it's really just another puzzle game. It's not doing anything wild or reinventing the wheel. I'd probably give it a C tier. I'd probably give it C tier. Blast, you may have not been here for this one. I don't remember. I think C tier is fair though. It's a puzzle game. If you like puzzle games, you'll probably dig it. But it's another one of those like match 4s. Where to put it though? Probably put it above Billy and Mandy, to be honest. Definitely a decent little vibe for a while. Okay, I think we're getting close to the end of this row. 26 bowling is at least a C. Dude, it's rough. Rick, it's not exactly a great bowling game. I thought it was pretty jank. It's fun for like 15 minutes. It's fine. I think there's much better experiences on the 2600. Internet died when I was gonna stream. What, Micro Machines? Micro Machines is great. Or Tecmo. Which one are you talking about? That's all bowling? Dude, it's way worse than a lot of other bowling games. Come on. Let's be real. It was like pushing the 2600. Okay, X-Men Mutant Academy. This one's really good. Yeah, trashes Bouncer but wants bowling higher on the 2600. Pretty great. X-Men Mutant Academy. I will say the second one, which we also played, I thought was overall better, but not by like a huge margin. I'd be inclined to put this one maybe bottom of A or top of B. Yeah, Tecmo was decent. I mean, it's another puzzle game. It's not like reinventing the wheel, but it was pleasant. I liked it. But yeah, X-Men Mutant Academy. I'm thinking like top of B. Near the top. Maybe just above the Bouncer. Wrong with the hydrate. I need it right now. Honestly need it. I'll get that here in a second. Once I move these over. But yeah, first X-Men Mutant Academy. The only reason I put it lower than some might think it should be is because the sequel, for all intents and purposes, is basically the same game but with more content. So I'm like, I can't put it too high when I have the other one to put on. Okay. Sorry, I'm still moving this. Don't worry, I'll read chat in here in a second. It's a little bit of a pain to move some of these. We're almost done. I think we'll get to the end of this row and maybe stop. we got a lot done though. Rated it low because Toad fucked him up for 20 minutes. Yes, that's the only reason. Only reason, of course. Of course. Wish you saw more of X-Men. Yeah, the sequel was really good. People that grew up with Primal Rage, kids that are nostalgic about dinosaurs. I see. I see. There's nothing wrong with you. I didn't care for it either. We're like the same age. Nothing wrong with you. Road Rash 3D, this was disappointing. I played this for less than an hour at the beginning of a stream thinking, I like Road Rash, I'll give it a shot. No. Don't waste your time. Compared to the heights of like 3DO, PS1, 32-bit Road Rash, the mix of 2 and 3D, that game, to me, probably will never be topped. And this didn't even come close. I'm almost thinking of giving it D tier just for how little I cared. PlayStation was shunned of good Road Rash games. Yeah, other than the 32-bit one that shared a release with 3DO in Saturn. Like, the rest were pretty garbage, from what I've heard. I haven't bothered to play all of them, but no one ever gave a shit about Primal Rage even back then. Why do I hear it get hyped up then? It's just so weird. I think Road Rash is gonna be D tier though. I was so apathetic toward this game. In fact, I might even put it below this Bubsy sequel. Just really did not care for it nearly at all. Really disappointing, considering how much I like the other Road Rash games. Okay. Primal Rage was always pretty bogus. It's weird that it's like remembered as this great game though. That's what throws me off. Okay. Wheel of Fortune PS2. A solid Wheel of Fortune. Who's telling me that? I've seen Primal Rage all over the internet. I can't quote like anyone in particular, but it's a game I'd always heard about. I feel like if I'm hearing about it, it must be decent. Right? That's typically how it goes. Definition of rose-tinted glasses. For which one? Very loud minority. Are you talking people that like Primal Rage? Yeah, probably rose-tinted glasses. Yeah, most likely. Agreed. Wheel of Fortune PS2. Definitely an improvement graphically over the PS1 version. But it's essentially the same game. I almost feel like they're worth putting right next to each other. I think I might just do that. That seems right. It's not like some revelation, right? Like, sure, you have... I think Vanna White did FMVs for the first game, too, so it's really just more of the same. Makes sense to put them next to each other. And then we have Jeopardy. People are probably saying, remember that shit game with fighting monsters on Super Nintendo? Maybe so, maybe so. Jeopardy on PS1. This was... I tried this because game show games were doing kind of well for me. Jeopardy is not for me, clearly. I like watching the show, but trying to answer all the questions myself, fuck that. It's Jeopardy, though. It's not a great port either, though. That's the thing. I think it's gonna go toward the bottom of C tier. Actually, maybe the very bottom. It, like, skids by being mediocre. If that makes sense. Yeah, I love Alex Trebek, but his game on PS1, not the greatest. Well, we finished that row. I don't know. Do I just try and bust this out? I'm kind of tempted. There's still a lot to go, though. The Duchess of the Provinces in Greenland. Yeah, and it had all these weird European royal family history questions. I'm like, what the fuck? Very strange decisions on some of the questions there. I might go for a little bit longer. We might try to do another row. We might try to do one more row. I feel like I could at least do one more. Okay, Star Trek PS3. I really thought I was going to place this kind of high. The first couple hours made me really think it was going to go possibly even A tier. The last hour, hour and a half totally killed the mood for me. Low C, I don't know if I'm going to go that harsh. Sad the end killed it because you missed it. Trust me, you should be glad you missed the end. It was pain. I think I ended up beating this in one night. Like 8 hours. I think it took me a full 8 hours to get through. What a bad movie game. Thing is, it could have been good. It really could have. It had honestly the mechanics of a decent game. Slow as hell. I'm thinking bottom of B. Close to the bottom of B. I think it's better than some of these, honestly. It was a vibe early on. It was. I'm gonna go low B. I'm not gonna quite go bottom of B. I think I might put it above Kim Possible. I'll put it above Fatty Bear. Actually, you know what? No. Fatty Bear is a Bob. I can't do my boy Fatty Bear like that. I'll let him stay above Star Trek. Alright. List is looking nice and populated. Yeah, it's looking pretty thick. I might have to just make an entirely... My original intention was to put all this together, have this just be here, and then I do the second half at the end of the year, but I don't think... There's going to be far too many games for this to be even readable. I think this will just be its own list, and then second half will be its own. Just log in your new iPhone, you get a free sub for people you sub to for 5+ months? Hell yeah. Okay, Sheep. Sheep on the PS1. This was a impulse buy. I was at the game store with a friend. He's like, you gotta buy this. We came home, we played the multiplayer, which was actually kind of a fun soccer game. The single player in this sucked. Some weird, like, strategy game where you're trying to herd the sheep. The sheep don't want to go where you want them to. They're actively working against you. We did beat the game. But it was actively working against me the whole time. I think this is a D tier game. I'm thinking it wasn't horrible, but I'm never going to go back and play it again. Maybe the multiplayer. The soccer was kind of fun. If you're going to buy this game, play it with a friend. I'm the guy that bought the one copy of Sheep, yeah. Get some supreme bragging rights with that one. Honestly, just for the bowling game, I'm going to put it above Godzilla. Godzilla disappointed me that much. Being totally serious, actually. Godzilla was so disappointing. D it goes. Okay. Yeah, if you're going to buy a Sheep, play it with a friend. That's all you need to know. I'm not going to sell it. I'm not going to get my money back on it. I've wasted my money. Back into the shadows, Dio goes. Yeah, Sheep and Incredibles share a tier. It's almost like they were recommended by the same person. Weird how that works. Okay, Monster Rancher Hop About. This one's really weird. Because I've never played a Monster Rancher game in my life. And for whatever reason, I decided this would be the first. Don't ask me why or how that happened, but it did. I think I like the concept of this one, but the execution's a little weird. It's just an odd game. It's a really weird game. It's very trippy, yes. I didn't hate it, though. I'd never play through the entire game because it's far too long. But I didn't hate it. I think it's C tier. Probably toward the bottom of C. It wasn't yes, it was Monster Rancher. It wasn't Digimon. I think I'm going to put it just above Boombots. Yeah, it wasn't not worth playing. In all honesty. It filled some time. That's right, the stream we returned on made the lore for. That was the one. Top of C because of the lore, yes. 100%. I'm surprised how many D and F games there are. I thought there'd be way more. I'm actually kind of surprised. Okay, Fatal Fury Wild Ambition. Well, this was a letdown. I've heard such good things about the Fatal Fury series. And this was not the place to start. It really wasn't. It wasn't horrible. I think this is another C tier game, to be honest. Probably low C. Low C. I've played much better fighters. Yeah, and I was getting slaughtered for most of it. Kind of hated by King of Fighters fans. I don't blame them. I don't blame them at all. Not even close. Yeah, this is a weird one to start out on. I would not recommend. If you haven't played one, don't start here. Or maybe do start here, because then your expectations will be really low. And they'll eventually get heightened by all the good games you'll end up playing. But, yeah, Fatal Fury, I'm thinking low C. Probably just above... Let's just go just above Icky Tucson. At least the game didn't actively make me uncomfortable. I think that's fair. The other thing, though, is if I do make this 2 separate lists, right? It's not getting cut off at the halfway point. It's gonna be a little awkward. I don't think I'm gonna end up finishing this, though. Unfortunately, there's too many games to go. In fact, even now I'm debating. I'm looking at how much more I have. Let's go till 1. Would I revisit the legendary S tier Spoder on Dreamcast? I would consider revisiting it, for sure. If I want a good Fatal Fury, just play King of Fighters 95 or 96. Okay, I'll keep that in mind. I will keep that in mind. Who Wants to Be a Millionaire? This one was actually pretty fun. This game has some incredibly great scripted tease moments where they purposely pause. It really does recreate the feeling of the show quite well. I really did like this one. I'd say it's almost... I don't know, Wheel of Fortune was pretty great. This felt more like we accomplished something when we actually finished the game. Rogue Trip, we already ranked. It's up in B here. It's toward the top of B. Yeah, technically I beat it. But Who Wants to Be a Millionaire? I actually really like this. I think it honestly did better for me than Wheel of Fortune. I think it just scratched the game show itch a little better. Not by a ton, but just slightly. Maybe it should get placed alongside it. Having them all grouped together. I can kind of dig that. Alright. I think that's fair. Low B. I just wish they had... Because I think Regis barely appears. Like, they could have done a little more with that. We never see the audience. We never see the contestant. It's a little lackluster. I think we'll do a couple more here, and then I'll wrap it up for tonight. I'll either rank the rest of these maybe at the end of another stream, because we don't have that many to go. But I just don't see myself getting through all the rest of these tonight. We still have... we've got like 80 left. We've got a lot left. I think I'll do these another night. But I can at least do a couple more. Do a variety, add more work for myself, right? Yo, hey there, H, how you doing? Hot Shots Golf, this one's decent. Don't tell us why, just throw them. Just want me to throw the rest. But then it's just gonna be a lot of me doing like the secretarial work of moving them all. How many games have I played this year? I want to say 200 and something. Close to 3. Hot Shots Golf, though, really good golf game. Impressed by it. I will say I think I like Disney Golf a little bit more. Just had a little bit more character. I think I'd be inclined to put it toward the bottom of B. Just say good or crap or eh. Just try and bust through them all. I could. I guess I could. Got like 32 games. Yeah, you have it a little easier than I do. This is my own doing, though. I've done it to myself, right? Let's put Hot Shots just above Star Trek, I guess. We'll do that. Solid golf game. Not my favorite, though. I'm not going to want to do this at the end of a stream. That's probably true. I do give variety a new meaning. I try. Rather hear more rationale. That's what I was thinking. I'm like just throwing them on there. I feel like you lose a lot of the purpose behind this. But I also don't want to rush through it. It's almost 1 a.m. I should probably be wrapping up here soon, though. I think I could tack it on to the end of stream and do all right. It's gonna be a little awkward, but I'd rather do that and then try and bust through all these and just be exhausted by the end. But X-Men Academy 2, I ended up putting the first game somewhere in B, wasn't it? Where did I put the first game? Let me find it. I feel blind. It's at the top of B, that's right. Okay. That's right. I put it at the top of B because this game is better for all intents and purposes. It's honestly just the same game with a better roster, more characters. Barf likes all the yapping. I do yap a lot. I think an X-Men goes pretty high. Maybe at the top of this second row of A. It is a bit of an assault on the eyes, it's true. Shame you missed all the Atari. Yeah, the Atari games have been a lot of fun. I haven't played as many as I maybe should, though. I would like to get back into it. Okay. X-Men Mutant Academy 2. Starting basically middle of A here. I think that's pretty fair. Jungle Book Rhythm and Groove. This game was so hype. Unironically. This game was far more fun than it had any right to be. I'm very tempted to put it in S. I think I might. It'll go at the bottom, but it's going S. I honestly think anybody that likes rhythm games on the PS1, like seriously, I can't think of anything wrong with it. It has an item system, it has a power-up system. It's insane. It's going S. Unironic S. I don't care. I know not everybody's gonna agree with me, but it's my list. Please check it out. It's a great game. I think the bad thing about this is the thumbnails are too small and too close together. There might be a way to reformat it. I just don't know how else I can really do it. I mean, keep in mind, this is very high resolution. So, like, I can be zooming in more. And once I post it, it'll be easier to look at. Once I post the actual image. So it's fairly high res. I don't know how else I could really format this to make it more readable. But we can try some things, I guess. I think if I yap a lot, wait till you stream. Probably say a singular chat and ponder on it for 45 minutes while chat leaves and you ponder it to nobody. I can feel that. Alright, Dream Mix Fighters TV. This was very similar to Battle Stadium Dawn. In fact, I'm very tempted to put it right next to it. Because to me, they felt so similar. Just very short, kind of arena fighters, similar to Smash. They really did a lot of the same stuff. And in fact, instead of it being Dragon Ball, One Piece, Naruto, it's Konami, Takara, and Hudson. So, like, they almost feel like they're meant to be next to each other. You know? Hudson and Bandai's own version of Smashes, basically. It was very decent. That's why it's going mid-B. But I feel like it's so damn similar. They kind of deserve to be next to each other. They really felt like sister games. Okay, let me just move it real quick. Yeah, I'm starting to feel a little fatigued. I think I need to quit soon. We've been at this for a while. I mean, yeah, there's a couple options I could take with this. I either finish this up like another night, play a couple other games, and then maybe do this for the end or beginning. I could do it off stream, or we could just throw them all together. But there's some games I probably really want to talk about, so probably be best to split it up at this point in the game. Is that before Crazy Frog 2 or 1? Well, we played 2 first, right? We ended up playing the PAL version. Actually, getting to it close. It was before 1, yeah. The Kyle timeline gets a little wonky. All right, it's 12:58. I maybe we'll end on Extreme Sprint. I think that might actually be a really good stopping point. Another F. We're giving this an F. It deserves an F. I did the speedrun like a dumbass. It's a terrible game, though. Phoenix felt like they were actually kind of trying to make a video game, but it's still shit, right? Even Phoenix Best is just terrible. So, I think it's going to go an F. Where an F? I don't know. I think it's pretty low. Oh, the offensive one? Oh, wait, is that one next? No, it's a couple down. All-Star Fighters. Yeah, that was the oddly offensive game. Extreme Sprint. I might put it above Eminem Shell Shocked. I played it for longer, so I feel like that's fair. Honestly, feel like that's fair. There it goes. In F where it belongs. Okay. It's 12:59. I'm thinking I wrap it up. We've been doing this for 6 hours. I think I need a rest. But there we go. There's the list as it stands. F's gonna get real meaty. Probably. We might need a second row for F, actually, now that I'm looking at it. But yeah, there we go. Solid looking F tier. I think all the tiers are looking pretty good. Definitely got a lot of work done. But yeah, I'm kind of wiped out. So I should probably call it an evening. We've got about... Let's see how many we have left. 338, so about 340 to 420. So we got 80 more games to go. Quick Kyle math. 80 more games. So we'll save the rest of these for another time, I think. We will get to them. I'm gonna separate this list. My initial thought was, okay, maybe I'll just make a full year list, but I mean, you already look at how hard this can be to read, and imagine, you know, even if I only play 50, 100 more games by the end of the year, this is still gonna be much harder to read. So I think making this its own document is a good idea. 3DO Thursdays. Yeah, I should be back tomorrow. Hopefully. Yeah, that's a good stopping point. I think 3010 is a good stopping point. I think we're going to wrap it up here. Thank you guys for being here. 6 hours in. No, I'm going to play another 200. I don't know if I can keep this pace up. I'll admit, it's kind of draining after a while. I think I need to find some longer games, so I'm not spending so much of my off time finding new ones. But, yeah, we got a lot done tonight. Thank you guys for being here. I know for a lot of the newer people, they probably weren't expecting this, but... Longer game like Kingdom Hearts, we'll see. 350, it's possible. It's kind of insane how many games I've played. I don't know if I fully recommend going this route, but... I've got to experience a lot, and not all that much time, so... Let's say for that alone, it's kind of worth it. Hopefully this was valuable to some of you. I hope. It's part of the reason I do it. Let's raid somebody. Let's see. Camel's doing an art stream? Let me quickly check out what Camel's doing before I send the raid over. Play a lot per day. You feel you've been 11 and 8 months. Well, depends on how long your games are. Poop with the host. As we're signing off here. I see you. I'll raid Camel, why not? He's doing an art stream. Figure this is kind of a wonky, irregular stream. Might as well continue the trends. So we'll raid Dying Camel. I mean, he saw a lot of these games, so if you want to talk any games with him. Yeah, if you're playing RPGs, I play the 1 hour jank, exactly. Anyways. Sending you over to Dying Camel. Take care, guys. Thanks for being here. Have a great night. I should be back tomorrow, just assuming I'm not totally wiped out from tonight. But take care, y'all. Have a good one.